Low Action by Andrew Cartmel. Narrated by Finlay Robertson. Chapter 1. New Girlfriend.
"I'd like you to meet my new girlfriend," said Erik. "Someone's trying to kill her." He offered this remark in such a casual, offhand, everyday manner that I had to repress the urge to reply, "That's nice." Erik Make Loud, less pretentiously Erik MacLeod, was a former rock star, comfortably wealthy and, if you stretched a point, our neighbor. I'd never got along very well with him. Erik was self-regarding and superior, to commence a long list. But one muffled grey afternoon in a recent winter, we'd undergone a very horrible near-death experience together, and I suppose that had bonded us. Perhaps even made us friends. At least, friends to the extent that he'd generally now make eye contact when he spoke to me, which is what he was doing right now, as he loomed in my doorway, emanating a cloud of expensive aftershave. I said, "Come in, Erik." Before I shut the door behind him, I looked around outside to make sure the new girlfriend whose life was putatively in danger wasn't actually standing there, waiting to shake hands. Erik didn't bother with shaking hands. He was content to slap me on the shoulder in what would have been a comradely fashion, if it hadn't been so heavy-handedly hard, as I led him into our sitting room where our cats looked up at our guest and regarded him with suspicion. As well they might. For a start, Erik was wearing a cap that looked like it had been looted off a dead Confederate soldier, along with an elaborately fringed and brightly beaded buckskin jacket that might have been looted off the Comanche brave who had just killed the Confederate. Plus, of course, very skinny black jeans and very expensive black sneakers. Turk took one look at this apparition, then sensibly darted out the cat flap, just as Nevada came hurrying in from the kitchen. "Did I hear that correctly?" she said. She looked at Erik with shock in her mesmerizing big blue eyes. "Did you actually say—" "Yes, dear," said Erik, gazing at her fondly. Erik had always liked Nevada. Who wouldn't? "You've got a girlfriend." He also said someone was trying to kill her. One thing at a time. One earth-shattering revelation at a time. You mean a real, seeing her on a regular basis girlfriend? Not one of your usual... Nevada waved her hand in the air in a manner which Erik and I both understood to mean inappropriately nubile and fleeting, celebrity-besotted one-night stands. "Yeah, going steady. We've been seeing each other for a few months now." "My God, who is this girlfriend?" "She's called Helene." "Lovely name," said Nevada. "It means light." "Does it?" said Erik. "All I know is that she plays a mean guitar." "Ah, so she's a musician too." Nevada looked at me. The extraordinary longevity of their relationship begins to make sense. Erik chuckled. "Well, yeah. It is nice to be able to connect on a musical level, as well as everything else. Very good guitarist, she is. Plays big chunky phrases. Reminds me a bit of Blood Ulmer." "Well, I'm delighted for you," said Nevada. She took my hand. "We're both delighted for you. Now, what's all this business about someone trying to kill her?" Nevada sat down with Erik in full charm mode while I made coffee. I used the good stuff. The serious nature of the impending discussion seemed to merit it, even if it was only attempted murder. When the coffee was ready, I carried the mugs through on a tray featuring a black and white picture of Marilyn Monroe. It was a gift from our friend Tinkler, and, to those in the know, continued the murder theme. Nevada and Erik were sitting at the dining table with our cat Fanny lying at the center where other people might have situated an elegant vase of flowers. As if to emphasize the contrast, she was unconcernedly and shamelessly licking her private parts. But Erik hadn't noticed. He was studying a record he picked up from the pile in the armchair beside him, where I tended to keep my current listening selection. It was John Mellencamp's Uh-Huh, the British edition with the different and much superior cover art. As I came into the room, he looked up from the album and regarded me with mild surprise and perhaps even something resembling respect. Erik had me down as a jazz nut, which I am, but I listened to other stuff too. I put the tray down on the table. Nevada glanced at it and gave me a droll look. She got the reference all right. Then she passed Erik his mug. Fanny stopped washing herself and looked up at us attentively. Nevada peered directly into her eyes and said, "Our friend Erik is going to tell us about something terrible that has happened to his girlfriend." In response to this declaration, Fanny yawned luxuriantly, her mouth gaping wide to reveal tiny fangs, while her small ears folded neatly back, flat on her head. Then she jumped down from the table and disappeared under the nearest armchair. Erik didn't seem offended. He said, "The first attempt—" "First?" said Nevada. "How many have there been?" Let me think." I saw a familiar stoned rock star vagueness drift into Erik's eyes, so I said, "Let's just let him tell us the story in his own way, honey." "Of course," agreed Nevada. She was all business now, perched on her chair, hands hugging one knee, listening politely and giving Erik the big eye. But he was shaking his head ruefully. "I suppose it would be easiest to get her to tell you all about it herself," he said. "To let Helene tell you all about it." "All right," I said. "When would you like to arrange that?" Erik shrugged. "Now, I guess." "Now?" "Yeah, she's out there in the car." "Out there in the car?" said Nevada, scandalized. "Don't you think she might like to come in?" "Yeah, probably. All right." 5 minutes later, Erik came back with a tallish woman. Other than that, it was hard to immediately discern much about her, because she was wearing an ankle-length dove-grey coat and a black hat. The coat was an upmarket and no doubt eye-wateringly expensive version of a spaghetti western duster. Her hat, thankfully, was not a cowboy one, but what they call a pork pie hat, as affected by the late, great Lester Young. I wondered if she and Erik had both been built by the same eccentric headwear emporium. By way of illustrating the point, they hung their hats up side by side on the multicolored Eames coat rack in our hallway. "This is Helene," said Erik. "Helene Hilditch." He was rather touchingly proud. Helene's age was hard to determine. There was no chance of detecting lines on her face because she'd applied a swathe of strikingly black makeup around her pale grey eyes, suggestive of a raccoon or indeed a bandit's mask. Set deep in those dramatic black circles, her eyes peered out at us quite shyly. Under this theatrical disguise, Helene was clearly at least 10 years younger than Erik, which still made her, under normal circumstances, about 30 years too old to be acceptable rock star girlfriend material. We all shook hands, and Nevada helped Helene take off her coat and hang it up. Removal of the duster revealed a white silk blouse so sheer it was almost transparent, disclosing an emphatically black bra underneath. The blouse was tucked into skinny black jeans, which were identical to Erik's. But rather than sneakers, Helene wore very high-heeled and pointy-toed black leather boots. Fanny crept over and sniffed these carefully. She seemed quite intrigued by our visitor. I saw that Helene was blonde, so we could tick that rock star girlfriend box at least. A rather fetching shade of platinum blonde. If it was dye, Nevada would no doubt enthusiastically brief me later. As Helene turned around to go into the sitting room, I saw there was a jagged pink streak in her hair, which even I could identify as dye. Very rock and roll. I'd used the time lag between Erik's departure and return to conjure up a fourth mug of coffee, which Helene now picked up gratefully. She sipped while Erik cleared his throat, and despite having said that he wanted her to tell her own story, he resumed his solo account. "So, right, the first attempt, although, of course, we didn't know it was an attempt at the time, an attempt at anything." He lost his thread for a moment, then manfully recaptured it. "But it was an attempted hit and run." Apparently, A car had also smashed Helene down as she was stepping off the curb to cross the street near her flat in Muswell Hill, heading to the local park for her morning run. "I had my earbuds in," she said, "but fortunately I hadn't started playing my music yet, so I heard it coming." And she had excellent reflexes. She dodged back onto the pavement just in time. "It passed so close that the side of the car bashed the toe of my running shoe. If they'd been driving an electric car, I would have been done for. I would never have heard them." The car had smoked glass windows, and Helene hadn't been able to see who was inside, or even to tell if it was a man or a woman, or indeed if there had been more than one person in the car. But she had got her phone out in time to take a photo of the fast-vanishing vehicle, again with the excellent reflexes. And she'd caught the license number. "I suppose I should have just forgotten it, put it out of my mind. I mean, there was no harm done." "No physical harm," said Erik fervently. "But what about the psychological harm?" Helene nodded. "Anyway, I was really angry about it." She didn't strike me as someone who had been psychologically scarred by the experience. She struck me as someone you didn't particularly want angry with you. As if to confirm this, Erik said, "You don't want to get in Hal's way when she's cross." He shook his head with a "it's just not worth it" expression on his face. "So I went to the police," said Helene. "But of course, they just thought it was an accident. Not even an accident, because there wasn't any damage or injury. They didn't know why I kept pestering them, or what all the fuss was about. After all, I was fine, wasn't I? But I did keep pestering them. And finally they told me the car had been stolen." "It had been stolen by someone about half an hour before they tried to run her over," said Erik. "And they abandoned it immediately afterwards." He glared at me as if I'd been at the wheel. "Pretty suspicious, eh?" "It could just have been joyriders," I said. "That's what the police think," said Erik with contempt. "If it was, I didn't get much joy or do much riding." The second attempt took place when Helene had returned to her flat in the early hours one morning. "I smelled gas as soon as I stepped in the front door, so I opened all the windows and went to look in the kitchen. One of the burners on the stovetop had been turned on, but not lit." "You couldn't have left it on yourself?" "No." Helene was thin-lipped and adamant. "But it's not just that," said Erik. "It's the day it happened." "The day?" said Nevada. "Yeah, you see, we've got into the habit of Helene coming to stay at my place on the weekend and also on Tuesday and Thursday nights." I could see that Nevada was impressed. Sleeping over 4 nights a week, this was a serious relationship. "Because, you see, Tuesdays and Thursdays are Bong Cha's regular nights off." Erik looked at us to see if we were following. We were, in Nevada's case, avidly. "But on this particular week, Bong moved her nights off around because her sister was down from Birmingham and... Anyway, she took Wednesday night off, so Helene came over on Wednesday instead. And it was the following morning, when I came home, that I found the gas on," said Helene. "You see what we're getting at," said Erik. "Yes," I said. "Normally, on a Wednesday night, Helene could be expected to be at home." "That's right," she nodded. "At home sleeping in my own bed. So someone came in the middle of the night, and switched on the gas, making sure, they thought, that I wouldn't wake up." "So you see what that means," said Erik. "It has to be someone who knew our regular routine well enough to expect Helene to be at home that night." "And it was just sheer luck that I wasn't. It's a small flat, and it was a cold night, so I would have had the windows shut. I would have suffocated. I never would have woken up." "Or if you had woken up," said Erik, You might well have lit a roll-up, he mimed, rolling a cigarette with his fingers, like you usually do. And then, boom. That's right, said Helene. Either way, I would have been dead. Not to mention the neighbours, I thought. That's right, said Erik, looking at Helene. Someone is trying to kill my girl. Helene reached over and fiercely grabbed his hand. They squeezed their hands together, gazing into each other's eyes. Nevada gave me a quick and amused, these two should get a room look. Helene seemed to sense it because she turned back to us, eyes staring out from that black bandit's mask. And then there was the third attempt, she said. Their account of what they called the third murder attempt involved Erik disclosing his use of illegal drugs. If they expected either Nevada or myself to be deeply shocked and upset by this revelation and possibly flee the room in horror, they were disappointed. Nevertheless, Erik seemed at pains to justify his behaviour. We don't indulge that much, just generally on Friday nights when we watch Graham Norton. Isn't that right, babes? Helene nodded. We like us some Graham on a Friday night, putting the cares of the working week aside. I wondered when was the last time that either of these two had been required to concern themselves with the working week, but I forced myself to concentrate on the story. It seemed that Erik had a habit of keeping his cocaine in wraps, folded pieces of paper. For this purpose, he used pages torn from a high-class skin magazine, photographs of nude models. And I have a particular way of folding them. He glanced at Nevada with embarrassment. It was interesting that he wasn't bothered at all by Helene hearing this, but then she'd probably got to know Erik and his quirky habits intimately by now. You see, I fold them so that his favourite girl is on top, said Helene. Erik nodded, thankful for this no doubt euphemistic intervention. And one night, we took out one of the wraps of cocaine, and it wasn't quite folded right. Erik began to enlarge on this ritual of porno origami applied to drug storage, rather drifting off the point. I wondered if he was high right now. So, I said, cutting to the chase, you thought someone had tampered with it? Someone had tampered with it, said Erik, giving a knowing nod. We didn't take any, thank God. I was going to taste it, dip my fingertip and lick it. But I changed my mind. Indeed, Erik had shown great restraint, not to mention acuteness and caution that I wouldn't have attributed to him in his pre-Helene days. So he'd sealed up the packet of cocaine again, untouched. And then I sent it off for analysis to this bloke I know. You know someone who analyzes drugs? Again, not surprising. I know someone who synthesizes them. Knows a bit about molecules, does Mr. Tetlock. Interesting bloke. Big fan of Valerian. Valerian was the famed band Erik had played in when he was young. Anyway, he analyzed it, and guess what? It was poisoned, said Nevada. Spiked with something. Right. Fentanyl. Jesus, said Nevada, as well she might. Exactly. Never mind coke, that stuff is 50 times stronger than heroin. If Helene had snorted it, she would have been dead before she hit the floor. He looked at us. And me, too, he added, diffidently. So whoever is doing this isn't worried about collateral casualties, I said. And they might have got Bong Cha, too, said Nevada. Or doesn't she partake? Of course she doesn't partake, said Erik testily, as though everyone should be expected to know this. It was a measure of how on edge he was that he'd snapped at Nevada, whom he normally revered. Bong Cha was Erik's housekeeper. She lived with him, and this had led some people, Nevada and our friend Agatha particularly, to speculate that she was his mistress. Nothing could be further from the truth. She did share one passion with Erik, but that was the history of the Second World War. I said, so someone tampered with your stash. But how could they get at your stash? Said Nevada. That means they would have to be able to get into your house. Erik shook his head and explained how he kept the drugs outside in a fake boulder in his garden, all the better to fool the police if they ever searched his premises. My attention drifted away during this explanation, partly because I already knew about the boulder, and partly because, despite myself, I was beginning to believe their story. It looked like someone actually might be trying to kill Helene. And all of the attempts they'd described had one thing in common. They were dangerously plausible. The very thing that made them seem innocuous. How many times a day was someone in London almost run over? How many people forgot they'd left a gas ring on? Made them exemplary murder methods. Admittedly, adding fentanyl to cocaine was a bit more esoteric, but if they had succeeded in killing Helene in this manner, and indeed Erik into the bargain, no one would have suspected a thing. It would have been another tragic rock star overdose. It would have been a perfect murder. Just then the doorbell rang. The sudden noise caused Fanny to flee to the bedroom. Indeed, everyone jumped. Without our realizing it, the rambling story from Erik and his sweetheart had gradually thrown a dark mood over the room. So much so that I felt a twinge of wariness as I went down the hallway to the front door and opened it. Standing outside was my old friend, Jordan Tinkler. He was surprisingly well dressed, particularly by Tinkler standards, in items of high-end menswear that someone had bought cheap in a charity shop and sold to him at less than her usual cut-throat markup, to wit, Nevada. "Not interrupting anything, am I?" he said, smiling his lopsided smile. He sounded hopeful that he was interrupting something, and that, combined with the smart clothes, told me exactly what he had in mind. "As a matter of fact," I said, "we have some people round." His face immediately lit up, and I added hastily, "Not Cleanhead, though." Tinkler's face fell, and I couldn't help but sympathize. He'd probably even had a shower, just in case. But come in, anyway. These last words were drowned out as Tinkler, peering over my shoulder, caught sight of Erik, and the two men exchanged glad cries of greeting. Tinkler hurried into the living room. It wasn't Cleanhead, but it would do for now, and Erik rose from the table and the two men embraced. "Mate! Mate!" Helene watched indulgently. She'd evidently met Tinkler before. Erik pounded Tinkler on the shoulder rather too hard. I was glad it wasn't just me. "You've been midnight toking, mate," he said, sniffing. "And it's not even 5 o'clock. "How did you know?" said Tinkler. "Because you smell like someone torched Bob Marley's compost bin." With the arrival of our old dear friend, we were now officially short of coffee, so I went into the kitchen to make another pot. Tinkler followed a moment later and began tugging frantically at my sleeve while I tried to peruse my preparations, for all the world like one of our cats who wanted to be fed. "Erik's got his girlfriend with him," he hissed, looking back over his shoulder towards the sitting room. "Yes, I know," I said as I selected a coffee filter. We had plenty of these now that I'd upgraded my record cleaning regime from the good old Nosty Disco Antistat. "We've been chatting with her for quite some time." "Okay. So you know who she is, don't you?" "Yes, Helene something." I searched for her last name. "Hilditch, like a hill and a ditch." "Yes, that's her real name, but it's not the name everyone knows her by." Nevada came into the kitchen and joined us. She was ostensibly here to bring the mugs out for refills, but in fact I knew she'd heard Tinkler whispering. Nevada was not one to be left out of an intrigue. "What do you mean?" I said. Tinkler nodded towards the sitting room again. "The name everyone knows her by is Howlin Hellbitch." "Now, that's just not nice, Tinkler," said Nevada. "No, seriously. That was her nom de guerre." It's a brave man who essays a phrase in French in front of Nevada. The risk of having your pronunciation corrected is the least of it. But this time, she contented herself with merely asking, "What war was she in?" "Well, not a war, but a punk band. One of the all-time great punk bands." "Helene was in a punk band?" Nevada seemed surprised. But personally, nothing would surprise me after those eye makeup tips courtesy of Blade Runner. Or was it the girl in the spider's web? Maybe the greatest all-girl punk band, said Tinkler. He was grinning with pride. Apparently, the glamour of Helene's history extended its aura over him, as a friend of her boyfriend. Hey, isn't that the tray I gave you? Yes, it is, said Nevada. You know it is. Now stop fishing for compliments. It's a very tasteless tray anyway. Why? Because of the associations. It's not tasteless, said Tinkler, fondly inspecting the tray with its black and white photo of Marilyn Monroe varnished on it. The child's coffin I made into a cocktail cabinet. Now that's tasteless. He went back to hang out with the happy couple, and I continued fixing the coffee while Nevada set about looking for suitably posh biscuits to feed our honoured guests. The sound of her opening and shutting food cupboards brought Fanny in at a dead run from the bedroom, followed a moment later by Turk from the back garden, further evidence of the acuity of feline hearing. Indeed, they'd managed to detect our activity despite the loud music now issuing from the sitting room. Tinkler had evidently found my copy of the Mellencamp album and decided to put it on. It had to be Tinkler, because putting a record on a turntable was too much like manual labour for Erik. With the arrival of the cats, Nevada had suspended her search for suitable biscuits and instead commenced feeding the pair their main meal of the day. Finally, the cats were fed, the biscuits located, and the coffee ready. We rejoined Helene and Erik at the table. Tinkler was sitting on the other side of the room on the sofa, listening to the music, bending forward to get his head in the sweet spot between the quad speakers like a happy dog leaning out the car window to savour the breeze. Helene thanked us for the coffee and biscuits, and Erik hurriedly followed suit after she shot him a glance. I was impressed at the level of domestication she'd achieved with him in just a few short months. Erik took a biscuit off the plate and broke it in two, inspecting it thoughtfully, as if expecting to find a slip of paper with his fortune printed on it. They're not those sort of biscuits, mate, I thought. He looked at me and said, So, what do you think? I believe you. Say what? I believe you. It sounds like someone is trying to kill Helene. Well, of course they are, said Erik impatiently. Haven't you been listening? What have I been trying to tell you? While he was still working his way through a long list of pugnacious and rhetorical questions, Nevada drew her chair closer to the table, sitting upright now and looking very alert. We were getting down to business. But here's the thing, I said. I don't know what I can do to help you. I'm not actually a real detective. I don't investigate crimes. I look for records. Not for the first time, I felt a weary regret that I'd ever saddled myself with such a troublesome moniker. Erik nodded happily. Your missus said you'd say that. That's why we've got you a record to look for. Chapter 2. Eek. I turned to my missus, who was doing her best innocent look. I said, You already knew about this? No details, said Nevada quickly. Erik phoned last night, but he just said he might want to hire you. I thought she had been in an exceptionally good mood this morning. Nothing cheered Nevada up more than the thought of money coming in this case, potentially large sums of money, fleeced from a wealthy, semi-retired rock god and sort of friend. He didn't give me any details, repeated Nevada, now turning to Erik and wagging her finger at him in playful reprimand, and no mention of any new girlfriend. She smiled at Helene. They all turned and looked at me. Obviously, I was supposed to say something. What I said was, You should go to the police. This didn't go down well. Nevada looked crestfallen. Tinkler flinched, a reflex brought on by any mention of law enforcement, and left the table. Then Erik and Helene immediately launched into a diatribe so well organized that they might have rehearsed it earlier. Perhaps they had. Number one, said Erik, the police won't believe us. Number two, said Helene, even if they did, there's virtually nothing they can do. Because we have no idea who's behind it all, said Erik. They could find out who's behind it all, I said. That's what the police are for. To do that, basically, they'd have to look into virtually everyone I know. This was Helene again. I was impressed with the way they were tag-teaming me, and they simply don't have the resources for that. Burn idle bastards, said Erik, who was never too fond of the police. Helen shook her head emphatically. Government cuts, doll. So, I said, so you expect me to look into virtually everyone you know? Their logic didn't impress me as much as their teamwork. Like I told you, I am not actually a real detective of any kind. Yes, you are, said Nevada hastily. She'd been showing remarkable restraint by not entering the conversation up to now, though she'd been hanging on every word. You are a vinyl detective. She looked at our guests. And he's a very good one. I said, yes, but... Which brings us back to that record, said Erik. That record we want you to find. He was grinning, like we were playing a game of chess, and my last move just put me into his carefully constructed trap. That's right, said Helene. And in the course of finding that record for us, you will have to look into virtually everyone I know. There was a moment of silence while this sunk in. We really do want this record, said Erik. And we would have hired you to find a copy anyhow. But this way, you can have a proper nose around while you're doing it. So it's a 2-for-1. Helene smiled sweetly. Plus, it gives you a perfect cover story. No one will know that you're also looking for my assailant, so their guard will be down. Yeah, said Erik. Even if we could get the cops to investigate, everyone would see them coming from a mile off and clam up. Perhaps a private investigator? I said. I could feel Nevada's gaze boring into the side of my head as I tried to talk myself out of a job. We discussed that, said Helene quickly. But if we did hire a private investigator, they'd have to invent some kind of cover story to put people off their guard. And how likely are they to pull that off successfully? Whereas you come with a built-in cover story, and it's flawless. Because it's the truth. Plus, we're willing to pay you a big, fat fee, added Erik, delivering the coup de grace. Nevada smiled her most angelic smile when he said this. A big, fat fee. That was her kind of fee. Checkmate, I thought. They started to tell me about the record they wanted me to find, or they tried to, but it involved first telling me about Helene's career in a punk band. This discussion drew Tinkler, who'd been busy rifling my record collection, back to the table to join us. Even Fanny came sauntering in from the bedroom, where she'd been digesting her diced veal, and lay down at my feet as though interested in the unfolding narrative. It was the summer of 1977, said Helene. The first summer of punk. This occasioned an immediate discussion, or, less politely, but more accurately, an argument about the exact dates of punk's origins between Erik and Tinkler. It was interesting that, despite Helene being the only true punk in the room, neither of the men seemed interested in her opinion on the subject. Helene herself didn't seem put out. She watched with a serene smile as the blokes thrashed it out between them. This suggested that she really did like Erik. Maybe even more than like. Though why she should cut Tinkler so much slack, God only knew. Finally, the boys agreed that although the Sex Pistols' appearance at the Free Trade Hall in Manchester in June 1976 had been a seminal event, without that gig you could kiss the hacienda goodbye, said Erik. Tinkler nodded in sage agreement. The real beginning of the movement was the 2-day 100 Club punk special event in September 1976. And it was all over by January 1978, said Tinkler, shaking his head sadly, as if he'd ever owned or indeed even listened to a punk album. Erik glossed this for us, explaining that January 1978 was when Johnny Rotten quit the Sex Pistols, stalking off-stage at the Winterland Ballroom in San Francisco. Now that the lads had set the parameters of the discussion, Helene was allowed to continue. So, as I was saying, it was summer, the end of the school term. Myself and a bunch of friends were in our last year at school, and instead of going on to university, we thought it would be fun to start our very own punk band. Oh, the heady spirit of 77. So, we decided to call ourselves Blue Tits. At this statement, Nevada shot Helene an odd look. I would almost say she looked shocked, which was weird because my darling is one of the most unshockable people you could ever wish to meet. And we chose names for ourselves, inspired by the likes of Sid Vicious and Johnny Rotten and Polystyrene. Oh, wait a minute. Was Polly even around at that point? Or did she come on the scene a bit later? I could see that Tinkler was eager to answer this question. He'd evidently boned up on the history of punk as a tribute to his buddy's new girlfriend. He was bursting with more facts than a week of pub quizzes could exhaust, and, indeed, later he would insist on telling Nevada and me about Marianne Joan Elliott Said and how her first record was a reggae single. But, thankfully, right now Helene wouldn't give him an opening. She just kept on talking. Well, whatever. We reckoned we could come up with names that were at least that good. So we got a couple of bottles of cider. We didn't have access to anything stronger at the time, though that was definitely about to change. And we got pissed and had a brainstorming session to come up with names for the lot of us. Thus, Helene Hilditch became Howlin Hellbitch, and her chum Tanya Strack became Tongue Strap. We never were entirely satisfied with that one. It wasn't emphatically obscene enough. I mean, what is a tongue strap, anyway? I could see that Tinkler was eager to offer some suggestions on this too, no doubt plenty obscene enough. But Helene kept on talking, holding the floor with admirable firmness. We called Delia Lispector Dildo Inspector. Now that was a good one. And then Ophelia Brident, became Feel Up Rodent, which was our absolute favourite. We pissed ourselves laughing when we thought of that one. And once we had the names, we divided up the tasks in the band. Tanya became the singer. She had never been good enough for the school choir. All the rest of us had got into the choir, and none of us were even particularly good singers, so you'll gather she really wasn't a great vocalist. In other words, she was perfect. Because she was so imperfect, I said. Helene nodded. Precisely for that reason. And what's more, it was her revenge, indeed, all of our revenge, for them not letting her in the choir. 2 fingers up to the school. She was the perfect vocalist, one who couldn't sing. Very punk indeed. And then, since anybody can play the drums, we decided Ophelia would do that. Sorry, I mean, Philip Rodent could do that. I thought anybody can play the drums was a bit harsh, but it did bring to mind Chet Baker's adage that you had to be a pretty good drummer to be better than no drummer at all. And then, because we needed a bass player, we decided Dillis would do that, not because she could play bass, you understand. She couldn't. But you could play guitar, couldn't you, doll? Said Erik. And play it bloody well, too. He turned to me. Do you know who she reminds me of? I braced myself for the boredom of him repeating his James Ulmer comparison, but to my surprise he said, Bo Diddley. Early Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley in his prime. Prime Diddley, said Tinkler, managing to give the phrase an indecent connotation, which, come to think of it, was his speciality. Everybody ignored him, especially the lovebirds, who were holding hands again and gazing into each other's eyes. Thank you, doll, said Helene. It's true, doll, said Erik. You've got that raw, chunky thing going on, that irregular beat. He looked at me. She plays low-action guitar, a very mean low-action guitar. Do you know what that means? No, I said, and waited for Tinkler to rush in and fill the vacuum of my ignorance. But he remained startlingly silent. The pub quiz research had evidently been exhausted. So Erik drew in his breath, gearing up for a lecture. But before he could get started, Nevada leaned over to Helene and said in a quiet aside, "By the way, when you say you got together at school, do you mean a private school?" I thought this was a very odd question, and not just because there aren't too many kids called Helene at state schools, not to mention Ophelia. It also stopped Erik in mid-stride, which isn't an easy thing to do when he gets talking about guitar technique. But Helene wasn't taken aback. She just nodded. "Yes, we were all posh girls." "Did you by any chance go to Eek?" At this point, it was Helene's turn to look shocked. But only for a moment. Then she shrieked, released Erik's hand and seized Nevada's instead, grinning. "Did you go there?" "Oh, yes," said Nevada. She too was smiling. "And I suppose you were in Blue Tits?" This was an even odder question, since Helene had just spent a fair chunk of the afternoon establishing exactly that. But Helene wasn't fazed by the question. "Yes, I was. Were you?" Nevada nodded. "I was dehoused." "Rehoused?" said Tinkler, who was as baffled as I had initially been by the turn this conversation had taken. "Dehoused," said Nevada. "Deloused," suggested Tinkler. "Stop pissing about, Tinkler. I was booted out of my schoolhouse for bad behavior. They call that being dehoused." "Do they now?" "And consequently, I was put in the house where they put all the troublemakers." "Blue Tits," said Helene, her head bobbing in happy agreement. "All the schoolhouses were named after birds. There was golden eagles, which was for the sporty girls, the athletes. White owls for the swats, the academically gifted. Grey doves, they were the debs, and green woodpeckers," said Nevada. "That's right." Helene frowned. "The girls in that house weren't really distinctive in any particular way. Not that I can recall, anyway." "But you can imagine how they had the piss taken out of them," said Nevada. "The green woodpeckers." "Because of the word peckers," said Tinkler. "Yes." "And green." "Yes." "So it was like a green penis." "Yes, Tinkler." "A diseased penis." "Yes." "And one that was made of wood, at that." "That's right," said Nevada. Non-stop mockery for the poor girls in green woodpecker. "Non-stop," agreed Helene. "So Eek is the name of the school," I said, managing to jump into the conversation at last. "Nickname," said Helene. "Emily Kelso," said Nevada. "EK for short," said Helene. "Hence, Eek." "The Emily Kelso Academy for Young Ladies," said Nevada, nodding fondly. "You went to an all-girls school," said Tinkler. Nevada nodded. "That's right. And we were all going down on each other in the dormitory every night." Tinkler's eyes widened. "Jesus, were you? Of course not, you fucking fool. The last thing you're interested in, or at least the last thing that I was interested in when you're cooped up with a bunch of girls all the time, is girls. Anyway, that's how it was for me." Helene was nodding and smiling. "Which is why I kept going over the wall into town," said Nevada. "Which is why I got dehoused. And anyway, we didn't have dormitories. We had little cottages for each house." "Shared cottages," said Tinkler, hopefully. "Where you slept together." "Tinkler, I refuse to provide you with girls' school masturbation fantasy fodder." "They're strictly 16-plus fantasies," said Tinkler. "All totally legit." "So you guys were both in the same house at school," I said. Helene was no longer holding Nevada's hand, but nonetheless they looked like they'd bonded for life. "Nice work, Nevada." They nodded in unison. "Albeit in different years," said Nevada. "Different decades," said Helene. "I love it," said Erik. He was certainly grinning as if he loved something. "Punk was a genuinely working-class movement for about 30 seconds before the rich kids moved in." Despite his devotion to Helene, he clearly hadn't been won over by punk as a genre of music. The thought of its purity being diluted by gentrification seemed to delight him no end.
"We weren't rich," said Helene. "Well, not all of us, but we were all at least middle class, which was sort of the point."
"You mean the point of your rebellion?" I said.
Helene looked at me with her raccoon eyes. "That's right. Rebellion was exactly the point. Rebellion against middle-class values, against our parents sending us to that school thinking it would give us a massive head start for university. Because there we were, saying that we wouldn't go to uni at all. We were going to form a band. Again, 2 fingers up."
Personally, I felt a bit sorry for the parents in question, but I kept my mouth shut.
"Anyway, we formed our band, naming it Blue Tits after our house."
"More fingers up," I suggested.
"That's right. A big fuck off to the school. To eke."
Helene glanced hurriedly at Nevada.
"Sorry. I mean, if you were fond of the place."
"Oh, no," said Nevada. "Hated the dump. Absolutely hated it." Helene grinned a foxy grin.
"There speaks the true eke, old girl. Anyway, we just started the band. Began gigging right away while most of us were still learning to play our instruments. Of course, some of us never did learn to play them, not naming names, but Dillis was always useless. Not that it mattered. We just got in there and did it. Blue Tits would go."
This was the famed punk do-it-yourself ethos. It was another reason the Sex Pistols had proved so influential, if you wanted to be uncharitable about it. A lot of people heard them and thought, if they can do it, anybody can. But what was preoccupying me was the name they'd chosen for the band. It was a very clever choice. On the one hand, it sounded rude, not to mention slightly painful, while on the other, it was utterly innocuous, since in the UK at least, a blue tit was a beloved small bird that frequented back gardens everywhere, including ours. Although in ours they were wary of the resident felines, especially Turk, who was a ruthless hunter. In America, it didn't have the same plausible deniability, though.
"That name got us into a lot of trouble,"
said Helene, grinning. She was obviously very proud of it. But back here in Britain, no one could complain about it because the band could always play the bird card, so to speak, if they wanted to. Not that they necessarily ever did want to, since confrontation and controversy seemed to be their main aim.
"Do you remember that time we were on television?" said Helene.
She had begun to emanate a happy glow of nostalgia.
"The Bill Bridenstine show." "No, of course you wouldn't. You were too young." "I'm not, Dolly Girl," said Erik, grinning toothily. "I'm not too young, and I remember."
He turned to us, the youths, and said,
"You can see it on YouTube. Famous it was, their appearance. What a fucking uproar it caused."
Helene's happy glow increased. So controversy was indeed the objective. Still, the double meaning of the band's name was clever. The combination of the innocuous and the far from innocuous reminded me of something. I had to think for a moment about what this was, while Helene continued happily reminiscing, talking about the Blue Tits North American tour.
"It ended in a complete shambles in Winnipeg. They love heavy metal in Winnipeg. It turns out, punk, not so much."
Then I got it. The duality of the name reminded me of the methods of attempted murder. Viciously calculated mayhem, clad in an innocent guise. This realization gave me a cold shock. Could it be the same mind at work in each case?
"Anyway, we made quite a splash, if I say so myself," said Helene. "We weren't the first all-girl punk band on the scene, but we were one of the first, and we got a recording deal almost right away."
She looked at me.
"Which was when the problems began."
Chapter 3. Acid, Man. The Blue Tits had no idea how to go about making a record. But that didn't matter. Again, the anybody-can-do-it spirit of 1977 was in the air.
So we just went into town, said Helene. We hopped on a train to London and found a record shop where they sold a lot of punk music and asked them. And it turned out it couldn't have been easier. And we couldn't have gone to a better place because Lenny said he actually had just started a record label upstairs, over his shop.
Lenny, I said. Alarm bells had started to ring. This record shop was run by a guy called Lenny.
Yes.
What was the shop called?
The Vinyl Crypt?
Jesus, I said.
What's the matter?
Said Helene. Nothing, I said. It's just that I think I know this guy. Did he have a tendency to wear berets?
You know, thinking about it, I believe he did.
Is this the same Lenny who serves the Chablis and is always proffering vacations to a Greek island? Said Nevada. That's the one, I said. Proffering them to you, anyway. Nevada turned to our guests. He's always trying to hit on me, she declared, contentedly.
Of course he is,
said Erik, with a note of gallantry. But he never gets anywhere, of course, said Nevada.
You know what?
Helene was frowning with thought.
He hit on us, too.
And I think he actually got somewhere with one or two of us. Well, there's no accounting for taste. And Lenny would have been a hell of a lot younger then, of course. Not that that would have made the berets any more acceptable. I made another note. To have a chat with Lenny. He might provide some useful background even if he wasn't a suspect. Then the thought struck me. Could Lenny be behind this?
What?
Helene seemed genuinely startled.
You mean behind the attempts?
I shrugged. Why not?
Why would he be?
Were you one of the girls that he hit on? And did you succumb? Either way, there might be grounds for a grudge. If you slept with him, he might never have got over it.
Well, I like that idea,
said Helene cheerfully. And I like the use of the word succumb, said Nevada. Full marks, love. They were both chuckling, but I persisted. And if you didn't sleep with him, he might have an even stronger motive. Resentment. Nevada and Helene both suddenly looked more serious.
Do you really think Lenny could be a killer?
Said Nevada. Beret and Chablis and all. And even if he was, do you think he would still be bearing a grudge after all these years? To be frank, I said, no, I don't. But I've been wrong about these things before.
Amen to that,
said Nevada. Helene was shaking her head.
I just don't see it. I mean, feel free to explore the possibility, but if you're looking for someone who didn't get to sleep with me and who resented it, I have a much better candidate. Much better.
Okay, I said. Fire away. Helene took a deep breath.
So there we were at the Vinyl Crypt back in the summer of 1977. In those days, it was a little shop on King Street in Hammersmith, up the Chiswick end by the cinema. Of course, that's all gone now. The shop and the cinema and everything. All luxury flats. Anyway, we rocked up at the shop and declared that we were a band and we wanted to make a record.
A wicked grin twitched her lips and deepened her eyes in their black mask.
At this point, we'd had about 3 rehearsals, mind, but we looked the part. We didn't have our instruments with us, though I might have had my guitar, but we had dressed for the occasion. For our London debut, so to speak. Leather jackets and bin liners were very much in evidence, and, modified school uniforms, plus some highly creative use of makeup.
Unconsciously, her hand drifted up to her face and touched the bandit mask around her eyes. Suddenly, both the middle-aged woman and the teenage girl seemed to be sitting at our table. She cleared her throat.
Lenny was suitably impressed. He took us upstairs.
To his boudoir, suggested Tinkler, hopefully.
Lenny wouldn't know from a boudoir. He took us up to the offices of his newly formed record company.
Erik nodded.
It was called Crypt Kicks, except it was spelt with an X. Kicks. Because they thought it was more hip or something.
This disdain was amusing, coming from a man who'd gone from Erik with a C to Erik with a K for much the same reason.
We went upstairs to his office and then across the road to the pub, where we all drank ourselves legless, and then we signed with Crypt Kicks Records without having played them a note. 3 weeks later, we'd played a lot of notes. We'd cut our first album, and it was on sale in the shop.
Helene said this with a certain quiet pride, but then the look of satisfaction faded from her face.
Which was when the shit hit the fan.
Erik leaned over and rubbed her shoulder.
Oh, babes, it's just the music business. Happens to everyone. Happens to us all. Happens to the best of us.
He was trying eagerly to make eye contact. Helene finally looked at him and they both relaxed. I felt moved, despite myself. These two were good for each other. I said, "What happened, exactly?"
Okay, so the album came out,
said Erik. He'd taken over the story, as if it was too painful for Helene to continue.
Here you go. This is what you're after.
He was holding up his phone with a picture of an album cover on it. It was a square of shocking pink, day-glow pink, with black, high-contrast photographs of 4 faces on it. 4 teenage girls in savage haircuts and garish makeup. I tried to single out Helene, but couldn't at this size. The title, Blue Tits, was in bold marker pen style scrawl. It might actually have been hand-lettered straight onto the cover, with the words blue in black and the word tits in blue. Imaginative. "That's the record you want me to find?" I said.
Yeah,
said Erik.
The first pressing.
I imagine they didn't manufacture many copies, I said. An unknown band on a small fledgling label like this, I would be surprised if they'd made more than 500 of them.
You're right, said Erik. But that ain't the difficulty.
What's the difficulty?
They were pulled from the shelves,
said Helene sullenly. After all these years, this still clearly hurt. Why?
Because it was too good, said Erik.
Because it wasn't punk enough, said Helene. She managed to put an impressive payload of bitterness into the word punk.
It was too good,
repeated Erik firmly.
I wasn't punk enough. You were too good, doll.
Erik turned to me.
Her guitar playing.
That's what the problem was, said Helene.
It was too high quality, said Erik.
His eyes locked on mine. He seemed determined that I understand.
For the situation. You see, Helene was playing solos.
That's right, I was, said Helene, nodding.
Punk bands didn't play guitar solos. Not then, anyway.
Erik, in contrast to his honey, was shaking his head. They made an interesting pair like this, and indeed in general.
The fucking idiots didn't appreciate it. I've heard those solos. They're terrific.
He glanced at Helene.
Go on, hun. What else is there to say? They pulled our album, took it off the market, and made us re-record it.
Playing worse guitar solos, said Nevada.
Playing no guitar solos, said Helene.
Still, I said, Lenny must have had a lot of faith in you in the band. I was reluctant to say Blue Tits. For some reason it was just plain embarrassing to say it to her face. I mean, for him to remaster the album and release it again, to give it a second chance.
It wasn't Lenny,
said Helene.
Lenny had nothing to do with it.
I thought you said
Lenny signed us. He handled the business end of things, but the recording, the artistic side, the production side. The production and A&R side, said Erik. That was all handled by Saxon, said Helene. Saxon? Saxon Ghost. The ludicrous name caused us all to shut up for a moment. The only sound was Fanny scratching the underside of the armchair. She emerged gradually from underneath it, doing a sort of sideways swimming motion, sliding across the floor, and peered up at us. Saxon Ghost, I said. Is that a person? Not really, said Helene, but you should put him at the top of your list. My list, I said. Of suspects? Exactly. You think he might be trying to kill you because of what happened with the album? It seemed a pretty tenuous motive. No, said Helene, because of what you said earlier. What did I say earlier? Not sleeping with him. Saxon fancied himself as our Svengali, thought he could manipulate our career, like Malcolm McLaren and the Pistols. He thought he could make us a brilliant success. And that's why he suppressed your first record? Yes. Because my guitar playing wasn't crap enough. Helene shrugged. The problem was, he was right. The second version of the album was a hit. And on the back of that, he got us onto Bill Bridenstine's TV show. She fell silent. For a moment, memories threatened to overwhelm her, but she mastered them. The point is, Saxon wanted to sleep with us, with each, any, and all of us, she said. He was very pissed off that he never did. With any of us. I mean, very pissed off. Never forgave us. Did he particularly want to sleep with you? More than the others, I mean. Perhaps I ought to be insulted, but I don't believe he did. She paused for a long moment and then said in a quiet voice, and there was something else. Another reason why he might want to kill you? Yeah. Well, what is it? Helene seemed to shrink into herself, her shoulders hunching. Her gaze skittered away from mine. What's the time, doll? She said. Erik hastily glanced at his phone. Oh, yeah, we've been here for ages. He looked at Nevada. We're taking up all your time. No, said Nevada. No problem at all. I was just going to suggest we could open a bottle of wine. She glanced at me. And put out some nibbles. This was my cue. I immediately began mentally inventorying what we had in the fridge that could be swiftly turned into snacks of a suitably high standard for our esteemed guests and potential clients. Wine? Chirped Tinkler. Nibbles? Now we're talking. But Helene was shaking her head. No, thanks. We've got to be going. After we tell you about the fourth attempt. You know how I do a regular gig at the Bull's Head, said Erik. You know, in that new room they have at the back. I nodded. I knew it well. It's not a bad space, said Erik. The piano's in a bit of a funny position, but it's not a bad space. And it's handy for me. Handy was understating it. Erik lived virtually next door to the pub. I play there about once a month, usually on a Sunday. Me and some of the lads from Valerian. A few others, sometimes. The lineup always changes. It's just a bit of a jam session. It's good to keep your hand in, playing to a live audience. He looked over at Helene, who sat listening, somber and tense, as though she was in court, waiting for her verdict to be read out. I thought Helene would enjoy it, so I invited her along one Sunday, introduced her to the lads. Our routine is, we set up our gear, then we go into the bar for a quick drink and a bite to eat, and then we go back to the music room to get ready. He paused and looked at Helene. She was staring off into space, her expression unreadable. So we have a bite of lunch and take our time, wander back into the music room. We're just about to get up on the bandstand and pick up our instruments when I notice something. I'm looking at Helene's amp. My amp. It's actually my amp. I lent it to her for the gig, so I want to make sure it's behaving itself. And I see something. Erik looked at me. His gaze was hardening, and he was getting an edge to his voice. I wasn't sure if he was angry or scared, and perhaps neither was he. It was the cord. The power cord attached to it. I always use a black one because it matches my black Fender hot rod amp. Of course, I said with a straight face. But the fuse on the plug blew, and Bong Cha was too lazy to replace it, so she borrowed a cord from the kitchen, and this thing was bright red. Looked quite nice, said Helene. I quite liked that red cord with the black amp. It really popped. I know you liked it, love, but it wasn't sufficiently rock and roll, I thought. What he actually said was, but then Bong Cha finally got off her ass and replaced the fuse, so I put the black cable back on it. He gave a savage little chuckle. So imagine my surprise when we came back from the bar and saw that the cord on the fender had miraculously changed color. From black to red. I nodded. Someone was operating on slightly out-of-date information. Exactly. I wouldn't let Helene anywhere near it, and I told everybody to stand back. We told the people in the audience to go back outside. They were pissed off. The people who run the gig were pissed off. The lads in the band thought I was out of my mind, making all this fuss about the color of a power cord. I didn't think you were out of your mind, said Helene softly. She was gazing at him adoringly. Erik was gazing adoringly right back at her. After everything you'd been through, I wasn't taking any chances. You saved my life, love, said Helene. They looked into each other's eyes for a long moment. I wondered if they were going to hold hands again, but evidently they didn't need to. I told everyone to keep their distance, said Erik, and I cut the power. To all our kit, not just the amp. Then I went for a closer look. A very, very careful closer look. For all I knew, this fucking thing was a bomb. And that's when I saw that it wasn't my amp at all. My amp had a mark on it where I gave it a bash loading it in a van one time, on the top right between the presence control and the reverb control. And the mark wasn't there. So this wasn't my amp. It was the right make and the right model, the Deluxe 4, but it wasn't mine. I stated the obvious. So someone took your amp and substituted this one. That's right. Substituted a very special deluxe modified version, which they must have had already, waiting to go, complete with the red cord. But why not swap the cord, I said. Take the black cord off your amp and switch it over. Maybe they didn't notice, said Tinkler. I don't think I would have noticed. I'll tell you why they didn't switch it over, said Erik. Because later, when we looked at that red cord, someone had taken out the fuse and bypassed it with some wire which they'd soldered in. Jesus, I said. That's right, said Erik. Nevada was looking at me. So, what does that mean? She said. It means that someone didn't want to spoil their fun by having the fuse blow and cutting off the power to Helene's amp. That's right, said Erik. The fucking fuckers didn't want it spoiling their fucking fun. So there I was, looking at my amp, or rather this thing that definitely wasn't my amp, wondering what the hell to do about it, wondering if I should call the bomb squad. And then suddenly, there was this smell, said Helene. Yeah, We smelled this smell. We saw a puddle on the floor, spreading out from under the amp.
It was acid, said Helene.
Acid, Erik nodded. Seems that amongst the other modifications, someone put acid in an acid-resistant reservoir inside the amp, and when a switch was tripped...
When the power went off, I said.
That's right. The acid flowed out and destroyed everything in the amp. Well, almost everything. All the modified components.
So there was nothing left, I said.
Oh, there was plenty left, but it was a complete mess. As soon as we worked out what was happening, as soon as we sussed it was acid, we went across to Sainsbury's and bought a load of baking soda.
I was smart.
We poured it all over the amp and into it and salvaged what we could. I had an electrical engineer mate of mine look at what was left. He was the one who spotted the hard wiring in the plug. As far as he could tell, if Hell had picked up her guitar, she would have been electrocuted. And that would have been that.
He looked at Helene.
That would have been that, he repeated, softly.
And then, presumably, you would have cut the power, I said, which means the acid in the amp would have been triggered and it would have self-destructed.
Like Mission Impossible, said Tinkler. Cool. Everyone ignored him. And all the evidence would have been destroyed, said Erik. All the evidence was destroyed.
They very nearly got me that time, love, said Helene softly.
It was almost as if she didn't want the rest of us to hear. This was just between the two of them. If it hadn't been for you, they would have got me.
Erik nodded. His eyes were glistening with tears.
And that's not all, said Tinkler.
Everyone looked at him.
They also stole your amp.
Erik's nodding transformed into a spasmodic bobbing of the chin, and after a moment of worried puzzlement, I realized he'd begun to laugh.
Helene started laughing too. That's right, sputtered Erik. That's the main thing. He could hardly get the words out, he was laughing so hard. He was now weeping with laughter. Never mind, nearly topping Helene. The main thing is that the bastards made off with my Fender Hot Rod Deluxe 4.
He and Helene collapsed into each other's arms, shaking with laughter. Tinkler gave us a smug look, as if to say, "See my power at work?" The slightly hysterical bout of mirth was certainly a release for Erik and Helene. It made me realize that it must have been tough, a little traumatic even, for them to have to relive all these experiences as they told us about them. And any doubts I had about the reality of the threat to Helene's life were absolutely gone. They were replaced, however, with a wide range of difficult and stubborn questions. I started ranking them in order of urgency. Erik wiped his eyes and turned to Nevada.
So we're on then, are we?
He shot a sideways glance at me.
He's going to find it for us, is he?
Yes, he is, she said confidently. Erik leaned over and slapped me on the shoulder. Hard. We were back to where he came in.
The second pressing has a different cover, he said. So you won't have any trouble knowing when you found a copy of the first pressing.
He stood up, and Helene rose from the table with him.
I'll get you a list, she said, of people who might have a copy, and then you can start looking for it.
Erik paused in the act of putting on his Confederate cap and buckskin jacket.
And if you happen to work out who's trying to kill Helene along the way, then you'll tell us, won't you?
Of course he will, said Nevada firmly. He's very good like that. Chapter 4. Night Visitor. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of furry little bodies violently crashing through the cat flap. I realized Nevada was sitting up in bed beside me. It's odd. She can sleep through music at the level of an artillery barrage, but the tiniest of sounds can wake her, if it's the right kind of sound. Or, perhaps I should say, the wrong kind of sound. She was instantly and fully awake, and she reached out to grab my shoulder, arresting me in the process of getting out of bed. The cats just came bursting in, and I know, she said. There's someone in the garden. I looked at her. She stared back at me, her dark eyes steady and serious. We both got up, pulled on some clothes, and hurried into the sitting room. Or at least, I hurried into the sitting room. Behind me, I heard the word, "Wait!" and I turned back to see Nevada rummaging in one of the cabinets of the kitchen. "What are you looking for?" For some idiotic reason, I was whispering. In my own house, in the middle of the night. "You know where we put all the wine that people bring when they come to our parties? The wine we don't want to drink, the rubbish wine?" I said, "You're looking for rubbish wine?" She turned to me, now holding a bottle by the neck. "Well, we wouldn't want to use good wine in the event we need a weapon." We pulled on our shoes and went to the back door, me holding the keys, Nevada with the wine bottle. Through the glass panel in the door, we could see the garden lights slicing up the darkness. These were on a timer, turning on more or less at sunset and off at 4 o'clock in the morning, so it wasn't yet 4. There were 3 lights. One was pointed at the sycamore, another at the honeysuckle and the acer, and the third at the big potted Japanese rosebush against the center rear wall of the garden. Between them, they gave an effect that was both decorative and served to illuminate pretty much all the garden. There was, however, a block of fairly impenetrable shadow between the acer and the rosebush. It was in this block of shadow that our visitor had contrived to stand. There was very little we could see of this intruder. They were human, they were bulky, and they were very intimidating indeed. A slab of watchful, unmoving shadow. I unlocked the door as quietly as possible. I wasn't quite sure why, and we stepped tentatively out into the garden. Nevada was holding the wine bottle out to her side where it was in an ideal position either to be thrown, for example, at someone's head, or swung like a club. The figure must have seen us approaching, but did not move. This person had let themselves in through the garden gate, supposedly locked, by the way, and now here they were, simply standing silently in the shadows, looking big and forbidding, staring at our house in a spooky fashion. As we drew closer, the shadow's head moved, indicating that they were staring at us now instead of the house, though in an equally spooky fashion. And there was something unsettlingly odd and rather aggressive about the shape of that head. There was also a powerful smell of booze, beer, to be specific, coming from the bulky figure. This was in no way a good sign, and it caused Nevada and me to stop even further back than we might otherwise have done. So the 3 of us stood there, all now motionless, in the dark, quiet garden. The only sound was the wind rustling the leaves in the trees. I cleared my throat, suddenly not having a clue what to say. I wasn't sure of the etiquette for this particular social situation. As it turned out, I didn't need to say anything, because the person in the shadows beat me to it. "Help me," she said. The fact that it was a woman was our first surprise, but far from our last. "Please," she said, "I came to beg you for your help. I know it's late. I know I woke you up. I know I shouldn't have let myself in." "How did you let yourself in, by the way?" said Nevada. "That gate's locked." "Oh, anyone can get in that," said the woman, momentarily losing the beseeching note in her voice and becoming almost chipper. "I just stood at my toolbox, reached over, and turned the latch." "Your toolbox?" said Nevada. "Yeah. I've got it out of my van. Never go anywhere in the van without the toolbox. At least, not my van. The thing's going to fall apart any minute." She was starting to sound downright chatty, and now that the initial surge of fear had passed, I was getting a little pissed off. "Who are you?" I said. "Monica," she said, sounding a trifle surprised by the question. Monica? Monica with a K, she said. Monica Dunkley. She now actually sounded a little bit annoyed, this intruder in our garden in the middle of the night. Surely you've heard of me, her tone implied. I was about to ask her who the hell she was, or who the hell she thought she was, when she added, You've heard of the Blue Tits? At my side, I felt Nevada relax fractionally for the first time since we'd been woken up. The mention of Helene's band suddenly and vastly reduced the odds of this being a random dangerous nutter in our backyard. You know the Blue Tits, I said. Know them? Monica was now officially deeply affronted. I'm one of them! Nevada tensed again. Dangerous nutter was immediately back on the menu, though, intriguingly, random could no longer apply. You're one of the band, I said, mentally running through the 4 names I knew. Helene, Ophelia, somebody Strack, and Dillis something. Well, not exactly one of the band. I mean, sort of. Of course I was. I just didn't play any instrument. You were in the band, but you didn't play an instrument? Yeah. I was the roadie. This time, I felt Nevada relax definitively. We knew our guest couldn't have been one of the players in the band, but roadie was entirely plausible. I drove the van, said Monica. I lugged the equipment. I set up everything for the gigs. I carried everything back after the gigs. I carried them back after the gigs when they were too drunk or stoned. It was beginning to sound like a potentially endless list of grievances from the underappreciated. Excuse me, Monica, I said, but what are you doing in our garden? In the middle of the fucking night, I didn't add. Oh! She was caught off guard for a moment. Didn't I say? No, you didn't, said Nevada sweetly. Someone is trying to murder my friend, said Monica, and I want you to find out who it is and stop them. She took a step forward into the beam of one of the garden lights, revealing that she had a classic mohawk cut, a thick slice of bristling hair sticking up from her otherwise shaved skull. Well, that explained the odd look of her head in the shadows. She looked from one of us to the other. The beseeching note was back in her voice, and her face was suddenly that of an anxious child. I said, Would this friend be Helene Hilditch by any chance? Howlin Helene, yes. How did you know? Because her boyfriend, Erik, beat you to the punch, I'm afraid, said Nevada. Beat me to the punch? It wasn't clear whether she didn't understand the expression or was merely baffled by its application here. Nevada put a hand on my shoulder. Erik has already hired him to look into the case. The obvious pride in her voice gave me a warm feeling deep in my stomach, though I wasn't wild about her calling it a case. Oh, said Monica. Now it was suddenly her turn to not have a clue what to say. Her shoulders dropped visibly as she relaxed. Then she smiled and said, Well, that was easy. She looked at Nevada. Were you going to offer me a drink? Nevada looked at the bottle of wine she was still brandishing in her hand. Well, that was one option, she said. We took Monica into the house, where the cats cautiously emerged from the bedroom to study the interloper who had caused them to flee from their own garden. After a quick glance, they seemed to come to the same conclusion we had. Possibly completely bananas, but apparently harmless, and left to go about their feline pursuits. Turk back out the cat flap to resume terrorizing the neighborhood, Fanny back into the bedroom to claim the most comfortable spot on the bed. Despite Monica's willingness, indeed eagerness, for us to open the bottle of wine Nevada had been brandishing and get properly stuck into it, we decided that coffee was a much better way to go. Indoors, Monica smelled even more strongly of beer. As we put the lights on, we got our first proper look at her. Monica was broad-shouldered and stocky, with a bland, chubby, pleasant face under that rather aggressive mohawk. She was wearing torn blue jeans and a black leather biker jacket, the standard uniform of punk, come to think of it, and what at first I thought was a red and black kilt, another approved punk accoutrement, protruding from the bottom of the biker jacket and extending halfway to her knees. But then I realized it was just the tails of a long tartan shirt. She was wearing black lipstick, and her eyebrows were sharp, narrow black crescents. She had a ruby-red Soviet star earring in one ear and a red hammer and sickle in the other. At least it isn't a swastika, I thought. It was interesting how thoroughly she seemed caught up in a punk time warp, though. I made the coffee in short order and got a mug of it into Monica's hand. She clutched it and peered at it with a mixture of fascination and bafflement, showing no inclination to drink the stuff. It was instant, but it wasn't that bad. Admittedly, neither Nevada nor I were drinking ours either, not feeling the need to pour caffeine onto our already jangled, woken up in the middle of the night nervous systems. Monica watched rather wistfully as Nevada put the bottle of rubbish wine, formerly her cudgel, back in the rubbish wine cabinet.
I was their roadie, she said dejectedly. I was the Blue Tits roadie.
Had she forgotten she'd already told us this? She looked at me.
Didn't she mention me? She turned to Nevada. Didn't Helene say anything about me?
She looked so forlorn that Nevada said, I'm sure she did. There was such a welter of names, you know.
Oh, I see.
She bought it so totally that I felt a bit bad about deceiving her, as a big smile creased her plump, childish face. But since we'd trooped in from the garden, I'd had a chance to come up with a question of my own. I said, How did you know who I was? Monica swiveled her head to look at me with sudden alarm. What? Sorry? How did you know that I was someone who might be able to help Helene with her situation? Oh, yeah. Do you know Erik's maid? Do you mean Bong Cha? Yes, his housekeeper or cook or whatever. I met her when I was taking Helene's gear over there. Well, anyway, she recommended you. She recommended that I come and talk to you. Did she now? Yes. She knew I was really worried about Helene and I wanted to do something to help her, so she said I should try you. A frown deepened the crease between her eyebrows. But she didn't tell me that Erik was going to ask you to look into it himself. She blinked her eyes at me in deep puzzlement. That doesn't make any sense at all. It does if you know Bong Cha, I said. She's a belt and braces kind of girl. More blinking in puzzlement. What? You mean like bondage? Nevada smiled a patient smile. No, he means that Bong Cha likes to make doubly sure that something is going to happen. She likes to be absolutely certain. Oh, I see. So she knew Erik was going to ask you, but she wanted me to ask you too, as a sort of backup. Exactly. Well, that was clever, said Monica. Was it? I thought. The lights in the garden suddenly went out, throwing the space beyond the windows into complete, inky blackness. It was abruptly 4 a.m, and here we were, wide awake and full of adrenaline, any chance of a good night's sleep shot to hell, wasting our time talking nonsense to a total stranger. Thank you, Bong Cha. Monica glanced once more at the cup of coffee in her hand, and then hunched forward with such a sudden lunging motion that I thought she was going to throw it across the room. The thought, it's instant, but it's not that bad, flashed through my mind again. But instead, Monica jerked the cup up to her mouth and proceeded to drain it in one long swallow, as if to confirm that it really wasn't that bad. I was glad I'd added some cold water to it, though, as she glugged it all down. Monica set the now empty cup aside and wiped her mouth daintily with the sleeve of her leather jacket. Then she looked up at us and said rather shyly, I suppose I better be going. She stood up and turned towards the back door, studying it with alert interest as if it presented an intriguing and novel enigma. Cue enormous relief from Nevada and myself. We'd both been wondering how long we'd have to spend entertaining our guest. Heavy quotation marks around entertaining and guest. This relief was replaced almost immediately, however, by a brand new worry. Please don't drive, said Nevada, beating me to it by a fraction of a second. Monica turned from her contemplation of the door and looked at us in surprise. Why not? You've been drinking. Have I? She frowned as she gave this question serious and nuanced consideration. Have I? Yes. I have. I think I have. I reckon you're right, I have. Been drinking. A bit. I think. She did some more blinking. Her eyes were actually rather large and beautiful. How did you know? Nevada opened her mouth to reply, shut it again, perhaps to prevent inhaling any more than she absolutely had to of the vastly potent beer fumes pouring off our guest, and turned to me helplessly. She's really good at spotting the signs, I said. Ah, said Monica, apparently deeply satisfied with my reply. Well, I better be off. But you're not going to drive, said Nevada. No, of course not, said Monica. I'll just curl up in the back of the van and go to sleep until I sober up. It won't be the first time, or I expect the last. I turned to Nevada. I was wondering if we should perhaps offer her our sofa instead of the back of the van. Nevada had no trouble following my line of thought, and she gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. No way. Fair enough. So we said our good nights, and Monica went out the back door, back through our garden and out the garden gate. There was a thump and a metallic clatter at that point as Monica apparently collided with something. After a brief pause, a scraping sound and some soft cursing from Monica, I realized that she was picking up the toolbox which she'd used to stand on and reach over the gate to get into our garden during her break-in. She'd apparently just left it lying there. The gate finally slammed shut, somewhat petulantly, and there was the sound of a car door opening, or rather a van door. Then the rattle and clatter of the toolbox apparently being thrown inside the vehicle, even more petulantly. And then the sound of the van starting and pulling away. So much for sleeping it off in the back, said Nevada. The vinyl crypt, known to the cognoscenti simply as Lenny's, had for many years resided happily, if that was the word, in a former bus garage in the hinterland between Highgate and Hampstead in North London. I'd had no idea that before that a shop of the same name, and indeed an associated record label, had been situated in Hammersmith. But ever since Helene had mentioned it the other day, I'd been itching to pay Lenny a visit. He and his shop had continued their peregrinations and were now located in Notting Hill, on one of the side streets off the famed Portobello Road. This latest iteration of the vinyl crypt was a basement establishment, apparently never heated at any time of the year. Perhaps in homage to its name, it certainly was in keeping with the freezing conditions that had prevailed at the one-time bus garage, an icy warehouse of a place which I was glad to see the back of. It wasn't freezing today, though. It was a glorious spring morning, and I savoured the walk to the shop after Nevada and Agatha had dropped me off in Agatha's taxi. Agatha Dubois-Keynes, sometimes known as Cleanhead, was tall, slender, elegant, and one of London's fleet of expert black cab drivers, although Agatha was also a black cab driver, as well as quite obviously being a woman, which were both fairly unusual in that profession. We, or rather Nevada, had hired her as soon as the first payment from Erik hit our PayPal account. If a sudden windfall of money isn't to be spread around to one's friends, I don't know what it's for, she opined. She was particularly pleased because she'd begun to fret about Agatha's ability to earn a living since Uber and its like had started making inroads on the official cab business in London. It has to be said, Agatha herself didn't seem as worried. Nonetheless, Nevada had immediately booked her and sent through a deposit on her services. And then, top priority attended to, she set about assembling an order from the Wine Society and searching online for treats for the cats. And don't forget to get something nice for yourself, she said to me, grinning. I think I'll nab that Liberty pressing of Idle Moments I've had my eye on, I said. It's got Van Gelder metalwork. I should hope so. So it was that a fully paid up and cheerful Agatha had driven an equally cheerful Nevada and myself across Chiswick Bridge, Hammersmith Bridge being currently subject to one of its intermittent closures, and over the strange, angular, somewhat homemade-looking flyover past the Tesla showroom and up towards Hammersmith, Brook Green and points north. They dropped me off on the far side of Holland Park and backtracked in the rumbling black cab so Nevada could ransack every charity shop in the vicinity of Shepherd's Bush. I was somewhat less cheerful than the women, because now that we'd accepted money from Erik, there was no way I could refuse to take this job on, and I foresaw problems with it, finding the record being the least of them. Because, despite the apparent robust confidence of virtually everyone involved, I was far from sure I could find Helene's would-be killer, and certainly not before they made another attempt, possibly a successful one. And then, whose fault would it be? On the other hand, if I did dredge up the identity of the killer, I just wished that they'd handed the whole mess over to the police. These were the thoughts weighing on me as I walked towards Lenny's shop, but I tried not to dwell on them as I sauntered down a street lined with cherry trees, all thick with pink blossom. It was a warm day, with a definite smell of spring and fresh growth and renewal in the air. All of which didn't stop Lenny wearing a coat indoors. He also, as advertised, had a beret of dusty blue rather than the raspberry one he often wore, possibly in tribute to one of Prince's finest songs. Lenny listened to classical and opera, but surely even he admired Prince. But it was the coat that was the real showstopper. It was a vicuña coat. I knew this because it was almost the first thing he said when I came to the door of his shop. "Do you know what a vicuña is?" he demanded, looking up at me from the stool where he perched behind the counter. As Nevada had mentioned, Lenny had made numerous attempts in the past to try and go out with her, despite him knowing full well that she was living full-time with me. And go out with her was a staggering euphemism. So we were certainly owed some form of payback for all that. Which is why I decided to have some fun with him and said, "Some kind of cheap synthetic fibre, isn't it? Like polyester?" But I regretted it immediately, because his face, normally a creepily perfect baby pink in colour, deepened several shades, and his mouth, always downturned even at the best of times, tightened sharply in a grimace that revealed narrow yellow teeth in need of an expert dentist. As it happened, I knew a terrific one just up the road. But there seemed to be more pressing medical matters at hand, as Lenny sucked in a series of sharp, shallow breaths. I found myself trying to remember how to spell the word apoplectic. Also, what was the essential first aid you were supposed to provide to someone having a seizure? Nevada would know, but I didn't. So I hurriedly added, "Just kidding. It's like merino, isn't it?" "It is not like merino," he snarled. But his colour improved sharply. "Merino is the wool of a variety of sheep. Vicuña is also technically designated a specialty wool, but it is actually taken from one of only 2 varieties of South American camelid living in the high alpine Andes." I wondered how these high alpine critters felt about their wool being taken from them, but Lenny was in full swing. He touched upon the Peruvian government's strict limitations on how much of the stuff was allowed to be harvested and exported, and the unsurpassed fineness and softness of the fabric. As he delivered this lecture, he pulled at his wispy grey beard. It was such an unusual shape that I wondered if it was intended to evoke the facial hair of a noble South American camelid. "And it sells for about $3,000 per metre," he concluded, pausing to fondle the lapel of his coat, as if to check that I hadn't somehow slipped it off him. I said, "Aren't you worried about being mugged on the way home wearing that?" He snorted. "There's such idiots around here, they'll probably think it's some kind of cheap synthetic fibre, like polyester." He gave me a low, gimlet look to make sure I didn't miss the reference. Opening pleasantries concluded, I said, "I'm looking for a record." This put a big smile on Lenny's face, as he prepared either to tell me with lip-smacking satisfaction that my quest was impossible, or, alternatively, that he knew of a copy, but he could only part with it for a price that was way north of extortionate. I wrong-footed him by adding, "But first, I'd like some information." He sighed and turned to the mini fridge he kept behind the counter. It contained a variety of deluxe refreshments, but solely for Lenny, never for the customers. Unless, of course, Nevada dropped by. "Information," he said, wearily, popping the door of the fridge open and peering inside. His beret, beard, and disgusted visage all now dramatically illuminated by the glow of the bulb within. With his face thus pointed about as far from my direction as it could be, he asked, "What do you want to know?" "Someone told me that you used to have a shop in Hammersmith." "Everybody knows that," he said, rummaging in the fridge. "Didn't you know that?" "And apparently you used to run a record label." Lenny's head and shoulders popped back out of the fridge. He looked at me for the first time with something resembling interest. "That's right. Crypt Kicks. Spelt with an X. Right, yes. So I understand." "A short-lived but highly influential label," said Lenny, grinning with satisfaction. He reached back into the refrigerator and pulled out a half-empty bottle of white wine and a long-stemmed glass, chilled and attractively frosted. He kicked the fridge door shut with the toe of a well-polished shoe and poured a glass of the wine. Then he looked up at me. "Some classic punk rock was released on Crypt Kicks. And if I was looking for one of those albums? Forget it. Forget it. I wish I'd kept some myself. I could have retired by now. Rare as hen's teeth. Haven't seen one for donkey's years." He paused, apparently straining to think of a third animal cliché to add to his menagerie. You don't stand a cat's chance of finding one, I thought, but didn't say. He contented himself with declaring, "No way. Forget it," and shaking his head. I said, "I understand you ran the label with someone else." "Well, I wouldn't say he ran it with me. He worked with me. Worked for me, actually, if you think about it." Apparently Lenny had thought about it quite a lot. "This is the guy with the weird name," I said. "That's right. Saxon Ghost," Lenny chuckled. "Do you know what his real name was?" "Finbury Stott." Finbury Stott! Can you imagine staggering around, saddled with that? I thought a little more forbearance should be forthcoming from someone called Lenny Nettleford. "No," I said. "Do you know how he came up with his name? His replacement name?" "I have absolutely no idea." "It was because he wanted to be the master manipulator manager, the behind-the-scenes A&R and production genius who nurtures artists and makes them rich and famous and, much more importantly, makes himself rich and famous in the bargain." I remembered what Helene had said. "Like Svengali." "Precisely." Lenny nodded with satisfaction and sipped his wine. He didn't offer me any, and indeed I would have been shocked if he had. And young Finbury Stott decided he should have a name to match his ambitions. So he took the names of two of his idols, two of the great rock impresarios, Phil Spector and that execrable McLaren person who managed the Sex Pistols, and he combined them. He waited to see if I got it. I didn't. So he sighed and said, "Spector? Spectre? Ghost?" "And the Saxon bit?" "Well, Norman McLaren, get it? Saxon, Norman. There's a sort of association there. People who've conquered this sceptred isle." "But the Sex Pistols manager was Malcolm McLaren." "I know!" Lenny began to croak with laughter. "The dumb bugger got it wrong. The putrid maggot-brained dolt got it wrong and didn't even realise." He laughed heartily, sniffed hard and croaked. "Norman McLaren actually being—" "A famous Canadian animator," I said, spoiling Lenny's fun. I saw his face beginning to shut down with sulkiness, so I added, "He's a favourite of Nevada's. She's a bit of a film buff." This meretricious use of my beloved's name got Lenny talking again, all right, and the wine must have helped, because he was waxing downright voluble. "So he set himself up as Saxon Ghost and helped me launch
the Crypt Kicks label. Right above my little shop in King Street used to be a kebab joint. Not the office upstairs, that used to be a bucket shop. Do you remember bucket shops? They used to sell cheap airline tickets. It went bust and I snapped it up. We ran the label up there, sold the records in the record shop downstairs, and distributed them all over London in the van. I used to have a van. I take it you're not still in business with him, Saxon Ghost. What? Christ, no. Jesus Christ, no way. That wanker? That absolute tosser? The record label only lasted about 3 years, and that was it. I mean it. That was absolutely that. Never again. I'd sooner get a blood transfusion from a syphilitic leper than go into business with Saxon Ghost again. I'd sooner stick my face into a ceiling fan. I'd sooner... He struggled to think of something else he'd rather do, but failed, shrugged, and drank some more wine. I take it you wouldn't know how I could get in touch with him then? Oh, sure. I had supper with him just the other night. At first I thought he was joking, but he took out a pen and wrote down a number. Here you go. Give him my love. I took the number, then had a quick look around the shop. It had originally been a residential basement, and quite a large one, with 7 or 8 rooms. These were all now stacked with records, including in the erstwhile bathroom. I found the punk section, but it consisted solely of 180-gram reissues of The Clash. That done, I rifled through the jazz with a clear conscience, finding a British Stereo Vogue issue of For Real by Hampton Hawes with Harold Land on tenor sax. Since it was the British release, it hadn't been pressed from the original Roy Dunan metal, but I trusted the Decca engineers had done a good job. The heavy LP slid smoothly out of the polyline sleeve, and I held it up to the light. The immaculate micro-groove vinyl contrasted beautifully with the pale green label. And Lenny had seriously underpriced it, as he confirmed with a purse-lipped frown when I paid. As I left the shop, he shouted after me, "There's a tilde over the N in Vicuña." Chapter 5. Richmond Park. I used the number Lenny had scribbled down for me. To my relief, indeed to my astonishment, it had the correct number of digits. It rang, and someone actually answered. A male voice. "Saxon Ghost." He pronounced the name with no apparent self-consciousness, but then he'd had many years to get used to it. I'd thought carefully about what approach I should take, and finally I gave him a variation on the cover story I'd used in the past. I told him I was researching Crypt Kicks records, which was true enough, for an article I was working on, which wasn't. This could scarcely have been more vague. But in our age of the internet and self-styled bloggers, when even real honest-to-goodness journalists were writing pieces which would never appear in a physical magazine or newspaper, the line between authentic practitioners and madcap auteurs had been hopelessly and probably permanently blurred. In any case, I needn't have worried. He agreed immediately to see me, which was a refreshing change. We arranged a time, and I took down his address and hung up with the feeling that this had been all too easy. But then, it was about time something was. I checked his location online and discovered he lived just outside the Richmond Gate exit from Richmond Park, on Star and Garter Hill, shortly before you reached the RSPCA monument. This latter was a lovely, elegant black and gold piece of decorative Victorian wrought iron that had once been a fountain. Nevada and I had always admired it, and we were delighted when it turned out to be dedicated to the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, preventing cruelty to animals being one of the few things the Victorians had got right. Saxon Ghost, crazy name and all, lived just down the hill from the former fountain, in the Royal Star and Garter development, stunning apartments in a meticulously refurbished Grade 2 listed landmark overlooking the magnificent green lungs of London. The easiest way for me to get there, and by far the most pleasant, would be to travel directly through those green lungs, which was to say, Richmond Park. It was a bit too far to walk, but it was perfect for a trip by bicycle. Nevada and I didn't own bicycles, but we knew someone who did. I set about making arrangements.
Nevada would come with me. Indeed, it would have made for an ideal excursion on a spring afternoon, but she and Agatha had already planned a girls' afternoon out, for which read more driving around in Agatha's cab and plundering charity shops all over London, thus serving the twin purposes of topping up Nevada's stock of vintage clothing while simultaneously topping up our friend's bank account. All thanks to the recent munificence of Erik Make Loud. I waved the two of them off, and then went next door to Ginny and Sue's with the bottle of wine Nevada had selected for them. It was the Duo de Mer Sauvignon Voigné, with the cute cartoon fish on the label. Not the most expensive bottle from our wine rack, but certainly not any of the random ones left over from parties and now considered useful only as blunt weapons. Anyway, Ginny accepted it gratefully. She'd received identical bribes in the past. "You two really need to get bikes of your own," she said, stashing the bottle in her refrigerator. I know. She closed the refrigerator and paused for a moment, looking at me with an uncharacteristically serious expression. "There was someone prowling around in your back garden the other night." "I know. Sorry about that. Did it wake you up?" "It woke Sue up. She heard them open your gate. She was thinking about calling the police, so she woke me up. I sleep like a hog, or... Wait a minute. Is it a log? A log. And so that took a while. And by then we heard you guys talking to whoever it was in the back garden. So we figured it was all right." "It was all right, wasn't it?" "As it happens, it was. But in the future, in any situation like that, don't hesitate to call the police." "That's what I told Sue. If it's a false alarm, we can always sort it out later." "Exactly. That's what I told Sue. That's what the police are for." "Exactly. So that's what we'll do." "Thanks." Having established this procedure as a matter of standard policy, I felt a slight easing of the generalized iron grip of apprehension that had locked around me ever since I'd been cornered into helping out Erik and Helene. "Who was it, by the way?" "The person in your back garden." "Friend of a friend." This was true enough. "Was she drunk?" "Drunk really isn't a strong enough word for it." We went out to Ginny's back garden and chatted while she unlocked one of their bikes from the steel anti-theft bracket I'd helped them fix to their wall. In our own garden, next door, Turk heard my voice and set up a piteous cry. She hated to be left out of anything. "She won't try and follow you, will she?" said Ginny. "I hope not. I'll keep an eye out and make sure she doesn't." "Thanks, Ginny." "Can I put some cat treats over the garden wall for her?" "Only if they're organic, handmade, and really expensive." Ginny laughed and held the garden gate open for me as I wheeled the bike out onto the narrow stretch of road that separated our houses from the Abbey. I thanked her, and she called, "Take care," as I paddled out into Abbey Avenue, turning right and heading for the park. I entered through Roehampton Gate, sped past tall trees in full leaf, fallen trunks lying among them in the grass, and across Beverly Brook, heading west towards Richmond. For a long stretch there were no cars on the road, and I was the only cyclist. Sunlight poured down on me from the vast blue expanse of the sky, and herds of deer paused and peered at me from where they were sheltering in the shade of the big trees. The trees in Richmond Park are fascinating. They are all oaks and chestnuts, but they have a distinctly Japanese look to them, all neat and uniform, and apparently all carefully pruned, with their clean-cut foliage beginning at a standardized height above the ground. The height being about the maximum distance a deer can reach when stretching up on its hind legs to feed. As if to demonstrate the principle, a deer stood up as I went by, rearing on its hind legs to rip at the lowest hanging leaves on a branch. There were lots of deer. I saw a stag standing alert and erect, watching a woman and her tiny dog walk past. Deeper in the shadowed woods were the bleached, contorted forms of fallen trees, like carefully planted modernist sculptures. The only other humans I saw were on foot, like the lady dog walker. Clean air, silence, sunshine, endless green vistas. As I often felt at such times, I wondered why I didn't get on a bike more often. As it happened, that question would soon be answered. While I rode along, I had time to think. I'd mentioned Lenny when setting up the appointment with Saxon Ghost. I still couldn't quite take that name seriously, though now I knew its origin, it had begun to seem somewhat touchingly human. And if I was Saxon, Mr. Ghost, I would have checked back with Lenny to confirm my visitor's credentials, and Lenny wouldn't have had any hesitation in telling him everything he knew about me. So I decided to come clean about hunting for the record as soon as I could comfortably do so after I arrived. I handed Saxon Ghost my card. He studied it carefully, then looked up at me and grinned. The vinyl detective, eh? I was right. He'd definitely been talking to Lenny, because I no longer printed that title on my business cards. He ushered me into his apartment. It was a big, open-plan space with thick, white carpeting on the floor. Our cats would have sunk luxuriously into it, and a leather sofa and armchairs upholstered in a black and white, zebra-striped pattern. These, along with a wide assortment of rampantly healthy-looking green plants, suggested something of a jungle vibe. But, if so, it was a jungle on another planet. The entire place had been decorated with what looked like props from Barbarella, exotic and retro-futuristic. The glass dining table, which was a strange, irregular fan shape, had a full cutlery set spread out on it. Gold knives, forks and spoons with pale blue handles, and a variety of streamlined decanters with different brightly coloured fluids in them, like the potions in a mad scientist's lab. I wasn't going to be accepting a drink from one of these any time soon. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided views which no doubt were referred to in the property prospectus as stunning. In this case, no lie, and let in a great deal of cheerful daylight. On the high white walls were huge canvases in silver metal frames that gleamed. Someone was doing a lot of dusting in here on a regular basis. The man standing amidst all this dubious splendour was dressed in a pricey-looking yellow tracksuit with a lavender trim and immaculate white sneakers that blended imperceptibly into the pile of the carpet. He managed the impressive trick of looking both fat and toned, like a muscular Buddha. His big blunt head was carefully shaved, as was his face. Unless he was suffering from some unusual condition, his eyebrows had been meticulously plucked until they were almost non-existent. He had an earring, but it was small, gold and unobtrusive. This all had the effect of focusing attention on his otherwise nondescript eyes, which were small and pale blue. Despite the extravagant campness of his surroundings and his clothes, the man himself seemed down to earth and oddly unpretentious, his accent that of an unreconstructed East London lad. "Is your bike locked up okay?" he said. I realised he must have watched me arrive from his window. How long had he been keeping vigil, awaiting his visitor? That suggested a lonely and rather empty existence. Or maybe he'd just been walking past the window and had spotted me. It would be hard to walk past a window in this place and not spot things. "Yes," I said. Ginny had provided me with a solid-looking bike lock. "It should be fine. Especially around here. Don't count on it, mate. Rich people are even more likely to be thieving bastards than anyone else." He grinned at me, revealing synthetically white and regular teeth. "Would you like something to drink?" My mind moved in a panicked flash to the mad scientist decanters. "Just water, please. Tap water is fine." We walked back to the living room area with my drink of water, and he indicated that I should sit on the zebra-striped leather sofa. I sank down into it, and it really did involve quite a lot of sinking, being somewhat too soft for comfort, as he settled into a zebra-striped armchair opposite me. From where I was sitting, I found myself looking at a section of the wall adorned with musical memorabilia. Framed award certificates, gold discs, and publicity photographs of music stars, some of them with a younger and slimmer but equally badly dressed Saxon Ghost featured in them. I hadn't really registered this display before because it had blended in with the general kitsch brightness of the place, especially those gold discs. There were an impressive number of these, and also award certificates, which I noticed were mostly for high sales rather than artistic achievement. All of which went a long way to explaining how Mr. Ghost could afford to be spending his later years in this luxury dwelling. "You looking at my Hall of Shame?" he said. "It's an impressive array." "Thanks."
Nothing here from the Crypt Kicks days, though, I said. He pointed with a lazy finger at another wall, and I turned to see, sure enough, an assortment of punk rock images in black and white, or shocking day-glow shades, including a photo of him standing with his arms around the shoulders of the Blue Tits, 2 girls on either side of him. It was at the center of the collection, in the place of honor, so to speak, and it was a big picture. So big that Helene was identifiable even at this distance, short, spiky black hair and a heavy slash of black eye makeup. That, at least, hadn't changed. She's not in the picture, I said. Who? Monica Dunkley. I didn't think he'd get it, but he roared with laughter. You're so right, mate. You are so right. She always thought she was a member of the band, Monica. Like the Fifth Beatle or something. Fifth wheel, more like. You've really got a number. You've been speaking to her, then? Mohawk Monica? Yes, but not getting a lot of sense out of her. That sounds like Monica, all right. So what's the thrust of this article you're writing? What's your angle? I took the plunge. Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not really writing an article. I am researching the label, but it's more because I'm looking for a record. The vinyl detective, eh? Yes. So basically, you blagged your way in here under false pretenses. Yes, you could certainly say that. He was giving me a cold, hard stare. But then his face softened and he chuckled. Relax, son, don't sweat it. That's what I've been doing all my life, blagging my way into places I don't belong. That's how I got where I am now. He stared around contentedly at the cheesy opulence of his nest, his gaze finally returning to me. So you're looking for something on the Crypt Kicks label? That's right. Got to be the Blue Tits' first album, isn't it? I wasn't quite able to conceal my surprise, and he smiled with satisfaction. Well, it couldn't really be anything else, could it? All of those Crypt Kicks releases are rare. The only one is really sought after. He studied me shrewdly. And it's worth a few bob now, isn't it? I'll be happy to pay a fair price for a copy, providing it's in good shape. He chuckled. There speaks the true professional at work. Sorry to disappoint you, son, but I don't have one. That's a pity, I said. Can you believe that once upon a time I had boxes of that LP? Boxes of them! Yes, I said. I could easily believe it. You withdrew it from sale, didn't you? That's right. We just got rid of them, you know? Just dumped the records, just threw them away. Despite myself, I felt a pang when he said this. The music wasn't my cup of tea, but all the same, what a waste. Poor little records. I saved a few, though, said Saxon Coast. You saved a few copies of the record? I saved a few boxes of the record. We looked at each other. The room suddenly seemed very quiet. I said, What happened to those? I put them aside because I thought one day some idiot might pay a lot of money for them. I said, So what happened? One day some idiot paid a lot of money for them. You wouldn't happen to know the name of that idiot? As it happens, I would. Saxon Ghost paused. Well, sort of. Sort of? He shrugged. It was Fanzine Frank. I don't know his real name. I mean, his real name was Frank, but I don't know his last name. Who was he? Well, as his name suggests, he used to publish a fanzine. All right, publish is a bit of an exaggeration. Used to put it together in his bedroom and get it photocopied somewhere. No doubt for nothing, if I know Frank. Then he'd staple it together very crookedly with the help of his mum and bring copies up to our shop. The one in King Street. Right. He'd drop off new copies and collect any money for the last issue if that had sold, which, amazingly, it generally had, and then he'd go away again, come back with the next issue and so on. Go away where? I said. He frowned. Sorry, I don't know. Croydon, maybe? Somewhere south, I think. Can't really remember. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, I said, lying. It was
Punk music fanzine, I take it? Well, it was at first. General punk fanzine. But it very rapidly became just about the Blue Tits. Very taken by the Blue Tits was Frank.
And you sold him all the surviving boxes of their first album?
Yeah, years later this was. He shelled out a hefty price for them.
So you were still in touch with him years later?
I was, but I'm not anymore. Sorry, mate.
Dead end. I sensed our meeting drawing to a conclusion, and not a conclusive one. I took one last shot. Are you still in touch with anyone else from those days, from that circle? He didn't pause to give it much thought.
Nah, not really.
Well, that was that. I began to compose my exit line, and then he said,
If you find a copy of the record, are you going to keep it for yourself or sell it on?
I've already got a buyer. He nodded.
Not your kind of music, then?
Not really, no.
It's a pretty good album.
So I understand, I said.
Musically, it's miles better than any of the other stuff we released.
I wasn't going to let him get away with this. But you're the one who ordered it withdrawn, aren't you? He nodded, placidly.
Yeah, for exactly that reason. It was way too good.
I understand Helene Hilditch's guitar playing was particularly outstanding.
Yeah, that was pretty much the whole problem. She played a hell of a guitar for a little teenage girl. It broke her heart when we scrapped everything she did and re-recorded it all. Did it all over again, the same, but worse, if you know what I mean. It was a crying shame.
He looked at me.
Don't get me wrong. If I had to make the same decision today, I wouldn't do anything different. It was just the right decision, business-wise.
But not music-wise. He shook his head.
Nah. Even I could hear that she was something special. I hated that stuff, but even I could tell.
You hated punk rock? I was startled by this disclosure.
He shrugged. I could see its appeal. And I could tell the authentic stuff from the fake stuff. You know, like when someone just phones it in, but I didn't enjoy it.
And what kind of music do you enjoy? He looked at me for the first time with a gleam of real interest in his small eyes. Instead of replying, he reached for a remote control and pressed a button. A section of what I had thought was solid wall slid upwards with a faint humming sound and disappeared into the ceiling, revealing an alcove. When I saw what was in the alcove, I almost jumped off the sofa. It was a hi-fi system, and quite an extraordinary one. The turntable was a Jean-Michel gyro deck. Its design, which looked like a space station, was entirely in keeping with the science fiction vibe of this pad, but it was also a hell of a piece of kit. On either side of the turntable were B&W Nautilus loudspeakers. These were the ones that resembled giant snails on an alien planet, quite possibly hostile giant snails. Saxon Ghost had gone for the bright blue models, which I thought showed considerable restraint, since they also came in red. These beauties cost over 50 grand a pair. There was also a rack of Macintosh amplifiers, which probably cost the same or more. More importantly, there was a shelving unit full of LPs. I was on my feet and heading over to them before I remembered my manners. Do you mind? I said.
Be my guest.
I made a quick survey.
Jesus Christ, I said. What is it?
These are all Decca SXLs and Mercury Living Presences.
Of course they are.
I carefully extracted a Decca Stravinsky Firebird. It had the colour printing on the back cover. And first pressings.
Naturally.
Are they all classical music?
Nothing but the best for Saxon Ghost,
he said smugly. He was grinning broadly now. I began to slip the inner sleeve out of the cover. May I?
Help yourself.
I took out the inner sleeve. It was an original Decca one, of course, and I carefully drew the record out of it. It was perfect. Nothing but the best indeed. I put the record back and came and sat on the sofa again. Nice collection, I said.
Thank you.
Just one thing, I said. He was instantly wary.
What? Some of those vintage inner sleeves with poly liners have a nasty tendency to bond with the playing surface of the record. What do you mean, bond? Stick to it, creating a residue on the vinyl that you can't remove and which makes a lot of noise when you play the LP. Fucking hell! It was his turn to shoot to his feet. Are you serious? Absolutely. You often find it with a collection where the records haven't been played for years. They should be perfect, untouched, but the plastic sleeves have been slowly merging with the vinyl. It's tragic. Fuck! 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 He was over by the hi-fi now, staring at the shelves of records. What do I do? Replace them with Japanese Nagoka-style sleeves. Or don't even replace them. Keep the old ones and just stick the new sleeves inside them. They'll be fine. He was gazing at his record collection like a worried parent watching for a playground accident. Where do I get these sleeves? I've got a load of them. I could send some over to you. He turned to me. How much? Even in the midst of his anxiety, he was always the businessman. No charge, I said. Are you sure? Consider it a thank you for your time, I said. All right. Thank you, mate. He turned back to his records. I'll send a courier over to your place to pick them up. Perfect, I said. He ran his hand over the spines of the records. Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Sure. Just take the records out of the sleeves and put them back. Put them back? I nodded. Once you've taken them out, you'll have interrupted any adhesion process that's begun, and they'll be fine again for a while. Okay, excellent, thanks. He began to take records off the shelf. Do you want me to give you a hand? I offered. I would have, too. When a brother in vinyl needs help, you don't hesitate. Nah, that's all right, mate. Cheers, though. Much appreciated. He came out of the alcove to face me as I got up from the sofa, ready to go. Listen, he said. There actually is one person I'm still in touch with from the old days. Tanya Strack. You know, tongue strap, as was. I'll give you a number and set up a meeting if you like. I'd really appreciate that. Thanks. No problem. No problem at all. I don't think she's that likely to have a copy of the LP, but she was always very shrewd with investments, so she just might have one salted away. Okay, great. And if I can think of anyone else who might be helpful, I'll let you know. Thank you, I said. He shook my hand warmly as I left. Never mind the poly sleeves and the vinyl. It looked like Saxon Ghost and I had bonded. The glorious weather had, if anything, improved by the time I took my leave of Mr. Ghost, pedalling through the gate and into Richmond Park. If I exerted myself mildly, I could be home in 15 minutes, listening to music and fending off the cats while I started to get supper ready. I wondered if Agatha will be joining us, and I started to plan a contingency menu as I cycled briskly along. I was so deep in culinary scheming that I didn't hear a car pull up behind me. But all at once, I felt its presence, looming at my back. The car was moving fast, far too fast for this strip of Park Road, where the speed of vehicles was rigorously restricted to protect the wildlife. And, in theory, the cyclists. But this joker wasn't having any of it. I glanced quickly over my shoulder and glimpsed a low-slung, yellow sports car, moving fast and closing in on me inexorably. The person driving was wearing sunglasses, and through the tinted windows I couldn't even determine if it was a man or a woman before the car was upon me. I was now pedaling as fast as I could, veering hastily towards my right. Not hastily enough for the yellow car. It ploughed past me, nudging my rear wheel with its right bumper. It was the merest of contact, but it was enough to send me flying. I found myself instantly airborne, separated from the bike as we tumbled through the air. The bike and I landed in a ditch along the side of the road. I hit the ground hard enough to have the wind knocked out of me, and lay there for a moment, shocked, hurt, and somewhat stunned, but not appreciably injured. The bike clattered down beside me like an afterthought. I rose, shakily, to my feet. The yellow car was buzzing swiftly away in the direction of Roehampton. I thought of Helene Hilditch and her own close encounter, and that made me think of taking a picture of the car. I reached for my phone, but by now my assailant was just a dwindling yellow spot in the distance. I turned my attention to the bicycle lying beside me. Once I determined that I hadn't suffered any serious harm, my main concern was that Ginny's bike might be damaged. But, as far as I could tell, it was okay. From the shade of a nearby tree, a group of deer watched warily as I got on the bike and set off on the road again. My knees were trembling so much that pedalling was a challenge, but I gradually got back into the rhythm of it. I couldn't stop myself glancing back over my shoulder every few seconds, though. Chapter 6. Sledgehammer. As I emerged out of the park into Abbey Avenue, my body began to ache in earnest, and I realized that I hadn't got off as unscathed as I'd imagined. Some extensive bruising, at the very least, was clearly on the cards. By the time I reached our road and turned into it, an enormous weariness had settled over me to accompany the aching. I got Ginny to inspect the bike while I told her what had happened. "Some people drive like maniacs through there," she said. "They're supposed to proceed at a crawl, not just because of cyclists, but because it disturbs the deer." I reflected that the deer hadn't seemed too disturbed as they watched my near demise. Ginny shook her head. "Some bastards are just too impatient," she said. Nevada had a different theory when I told her about the incident. After cursing fluently in several languages, she said, "Maybe someone doesn't want us looking into Helene's situation." That thought had crossed my mind. But it could just be like Ginny said, some inconsiderate idiot driving too fast. She put her arm around me. "Is that really the way to bet?" "I don't know. I do know that I'm not entirely delighted to be involved in this situation." "I know, love," said Nevada. "So from now on, we stick close together. When you go somewhere, I go along. Next time something like this happens, I'm going to be there." That's one reason I'm not delighted with this situation. I want you in danger even less than me. She kissed me. "But I can take care of myself. More importantly, I can take care of us." This was undeniably true. "I don't suppose you took a picture of the car?" "You know what? I didn't even think of it until they were well out of range." "Not like Helene when she was almost run over." "Not like her at all," I said. Nevada nodded thoughtfully. "She showed surprising presence of mind in that situation, don't you think?" "I do think. What are you thinking?" "But maybe she wasn't entirely surprised when that happened." I said, "You think she might have been expecting it? It, or something like it?" Which would mean that there's more to this whole situation than she's telling us. That maybe she knows more than she's letting on. It was my turn to lean over and plant a kiss. "You have no idea what a relief it is to hear that," I said. "Because you had your own doubts about Helene?" "Well, mostly because I thought you two had bonded so firmly, what with being old school chums and all, that you might be a little blind to her flaws and shortcomings." "Oh, no," said Nevada. "I know where my loyalties lie." She took my hand. "With you. Well, with you and the cats. Well, you and the cats and Tinkler and Cleanhead. Speaking of Agatha, would you mind if she joined us for supper?" I suspected she might. There should be plenty of food. "Excellent," said Nevada. "That's the kind of food we like. Plenty. She should be here soon. She just popped home for a change, and when she arrives, she's going to swing for her supper." "Sing for her supper." "Swing." Nevada went into the hall and came back proudly holding a brand new sledgehammer. Our local supermarket had had its ups and downs with Nevada. When it ceased stocking her favorite budget wine, the fabled Jaboulé Parallel 45, she'd come close to enacting a total boycott, or perhaps just a blood feud. But lately, it had been back in her favor, not least thanks to the rich assortment of cat-related treats which could be found there. The store also provided free newspapers when you spent over 10 quid. And it was in such a free newspaper, a copy of The Guardian, that she had found the ad for stylish garden furniture, which had led to a complete revamping of our lifestyle. Once we'd acquired an outdoor sofa and chair set, we'd begun to sit out in the back garden on a regular basis, and while sitting out there, sipping wine, Nevada had started actively scheming on further ways to renovate our garden. The latest of these strategies was to remove the unsightly slab of concrete that ran from the garden gate to the door of our shed. Nevada correctly reasoned that if we smashed up the concrete and exposed the earth underneath, we would magically have the wherewithal for a large and handsome flower bed. First, though, we had to smash the concrete, which is where the sledgehammer came in. The sledgehammer and Agatha. Agatha turned up half an hour late, coming in through our garden gate wearing jeggings, sneakers, and a large white t-shirt with bold black lettering that read, "I went to Canterbury, and all I robbed was this lousy grave." I'd seen this garment before. Indeed, I owned a similar one myself, and it brought back a lot of memories, not all of them good. Nevada greeted Agatha holding the sledgehammer, an iron pry bar, and 2 pairs of industrial goggles. "Do you want the hammer or the bar?" "The hammer, of course," said Agatha. "Okay, well, get your eye protection on. We don't want any ocular tragedies as a result of flying chips." "Speaking of chips," said Agatha, putting on her goggles. Nevada was already wearing hers. "You'll get your supper when we've wrought sufficient mayhem on this concrete, young lady." "Can I help with anything?" I said. "You just get in the kitchen and get cooking," said Agatha. "And make it good. Now, stand back." She grabbed the waist of her t-shirt and peeled it off over her head, revealing a black sports bra. At that exact moment, the front doorbell rang. I went back inside the house as Nevada handed Agatha the sledgehammer. I opened the front door to find Tinkler standing there. His timing really was genuinely extraordinary, since he was deeply and hopelessly besotted with Agatha. "Hey there," he said. "What's happening?" Not much. Queenhead is in the back garden taking off her clothes." "Oh yeah, ha ha, very funny. Holy fucking mother of God!" He dashed through the house to the open back door, from which the sound of metal impacting on concrete had begun to ring. I showed him out into the garden, or rather followed him as he charged into it. "Look who's here," I said. "Tell him to stand well back, especially when I'm swinging this thing," said Agatha, bringing the sledgehammer down again on the concrete, which had already begun to crack under the impact. As soon as any crack was sufficiently big, Nevada got in there with her pry bar and began to enlarge it. Not to be outdone, she too had stripped down to her bra. The 2 young women, semi-topless, wearing goggles and wielding heavy-duty tools, looked like they were posing for a particularly niche fetish calendar. Tinkler's eyes were just about on stalks as he watched them. I was in the odd position of finding this both creepy and totally understandable. We stood in the doorway, watching the women smashing the concrete. Fanny and Turk came and joined us, observing the spectacle with embarrassed astonishment at such foolish human behavior, indulging in physical labor, and for an abstract, future purpose too. It was as baffling as eating vegetables. Tinkler murmured in my ear, "They don't expect us to help, do they?" "No. As a matter of fact, I've been relegated to the kitchen." "Excellent. Can I come and help you?" "I wonder, can you?" "Well, I can drink wine and offer unwanted criticism." "Sounds like a winning formula," I said. "Come on." But I'd hardly got started on supper, salmon fillets with courgette and turmeric sauce, when the doorbell rang again. "Christ," I said. "Who is it this time?" "Well, it's not me," said Tinkler, "so you're safe." He moved to the window and looked out. "Holy shit," he muttered. I went over and looked out with him. It was Helene Hilditch. "And no Erik," said Tinkler forlornly. I left him in the kitchen. Since there was no Erik, he wasn't particularly interested, and went to let Helene in. Tonight, she had red eyeliner instead of black, no hat, faded blue jeans, and a black leather jacket instead of the duster. The jacket reminded me of something, and I tried to remember what it was. We exchanged standardized greetings. "Sorry to just drop in on you like this," she said. "Don't worry. It's the evening for it." I nodded at Tinkler in the kitchen, who waved. "Hi, Helene." "Hey, Jordan." "No Erik." "No. Sorry." She turned to me and spoke in a low voice. "I came by myself because I wanted to talk to you. Alone." "Okay."
Is there somewhere?
She shrugged expressively. Tinkler was in the kitchen. The living room was echoing with the mayhem of the wrecking crew in the back garden. That left the spare room jam-packed with Nevada's stock of vintage clothing and my overflow vinyl. Or the bathroom, or bedroom, none of which seemed suitable. So we stepped back out the front door and stood in the little sheltered area which consisted of our front gate and the raised flower beds and concrete planters on either side of it. I closed the door behind us, and almost immediately there was a rattling of the cat flap as Fanny emerged to peer at us. Helene and I sat down side by side on one of the planters, and Fanny jumped up and rustled through the flowers behind us before settling down to keep an eye on me.
There was something I wanted to say, said Helene. I didn't tell you the other day because I was ashamed.
I waited. She carefully studied her fingernails. They were varnished a glossy black, but trimmed quite short. Guitarist nails.
Do you remember when I said Saxon Ghost might have another reason to get rid of me, besides me not having slept with him?
I nodded. I did remember. But all this sounded very different and rather odd now that I had met the man himself. In this new context, it seemed utterly implausible that Saxon Ghost would be capable of killing anyone. But then, you never can tell.
You see, said Helene, the thing is, I outed him.
Saxon's gay. The Barbarella home decor made more sense than ever. But Helene was shaking her head.
No, he's illiterate.
Illiterate?
Yeah. He can't read or write.
Jesus Christ. How was such a thing even possible in our century?
At least, he couldn't back then. He never learned. He left school like that. That's why Lenny looked after all the paperwork for the record label. It was Saxon's dark secret. He was ashamed of it, and he didn't want anybody to know. Went to great lengths to make sure nobody found out. He developed all these strategies for making people think he could read.
Christ.
But I found out, said Helene. And I told everyone. He was furious.
Hardly surprising, I thought.
And I don't think he's ever forgiven me.
I turned this new information over in my mind. Was it sufficient motivation for murder, let alone after 4 decades? I tried to imagine the scolding humiliation Saxon must have experienced when his secret was revealed, and concluded that, in principle, it certainly was. On the other hand, having got to know him a little, it just didn't feel right. He seemed too content, too comfortable in his own skin.
Helene was saying, I really don't know why he got quite so upset. I mean, being unable to read or write was deemed kind of cool back in the punk scene. I think he even got laid on the strength of it. Still, he never forgave me.
She leaned back, and her black leather jacket creaked, and suddenly I remembered what it reminded me of. Or rather, who it reminded me of. We had a visitor the other night, I said. Actually, in the middle of the night. Her red-rimmed eyes flickered at me with interest.
Who was that?
Monica Dunkley. Helene stared at me blankly for a moment and then said,
Oh, Monica. What did she want?
She seemed very concerned about your safety.
That's sweet. She's an odd girl, though. Don't you think so?
I did think so, but something in her tone irritated me. I said, You didn't mention her when you were talking about the band.
Well, she wasn't part of the band.
She certainly seems to think she was.
Well, not really. Not properly. She laughed and said, At school we used to call her Limpet Lass. She was never really part of our circle, and she was never really welcome in it, but she always used to hang around with us, clinging to us like a limpet clings to, whatever it is that limpets cling to.
Rocks, I thought. Docks, piers, submerged munitions.
So, when we formed the band, we decided that if she was going to be clinging to us, she might as well at least be useful. So we made her the roadie.
I thought this was rather cruel, though practical. As if picking up on this, Helene looked to me and said,
She was downright delighted.
Delighted.
To be invited along for the ride. To be part of the Blue Tits experience. It gave her her moment. Her chance to achieve her little footnote in history, which I very much doubt she would have got a shot at otherwise.
And you've stayed in touch all these years?
Sorry?
Well, she obviously knows about you and Erik and your recent troubles.
Oh, yes, well, she's been very helpful whenever we need stuff moved. I've had most of my musical gear moved over to Erik, so it's handy for gigs at the pub, jam sessions, and so on.
So Monica was still doing her menial duties as a roadie. Again, a little cruel. But there didn't seem much to gain from pointing this out.
Anyway, she said, I wanted to tell you about Saxon so you could put him at the top of your list and maybe check him out.
I've already gone to see him, I said. Her eyes widened in surprise, the red makeup heightening the effect.
Really?
Yes.
What did you think of him?
I didn't feel any need to tell her that I just spent a portion of my afternoon digging out my spare Japanese inner sleeves to save his record collection. He seems to have done very well for himself.
Oh, yes. Financially, he's done very well for himself financially. Made a lot of money out of us, while we didn't see much of it at all.
This was a common complaint among musicians, and generally a justified one. She peered at me.
Do you think he might be behind it?
I shrugged. I'm keeping an open mind. Meanwhile, I'll go on looking. For the LP. I didn't need to add, and for your would-be killer.
Fair enough,
said Helene.
Who's next?
Do you remember someone called Fanzine Frank?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. He was all over us like a rash, very creepy, very into the Blue Tits. You know, he was absolutely our biggest fan.
She made this sound like a pathological condition. Do you know his full name? She pondered.
Frank something beginning with F. Yes, definitely something beginning with F.
This wasn't much help, and to her credit, Helene realized it.
He's still around, you know. Still putting out the fanzine. An old-fashioned paper fanzine, if you can believe it. The internet age doesn't seem to have made any inroads with Frank.
Do you have any copies, I said, of the fanzine?
Oh, Christ, no. I never hung on to any of those. But he's definitely still active. He's always pestering me for interviews.
Do you have his number then, or his email address?
Nope. Sorry. I don't have any of his contact details, and I make damn sure he doesn't have any of mine.
Then how does he get in touch, I said, when he pesters you for an interview?
Through Monica, usually. Monica and Frank are as thick as thieves.
Okay, I said. Great, can you give me her number? It hadn't occurred to us to get it the other night when she broke into our garden.
I'll text it to you.
Speaking of the garden, Nevada chose that moment to open the front door. Possibly, in the interest of decency, she'd put her shirt back on and her safety goggles were hanging around her neck.
Helene! Nevada!
The two women flung themselves together.
What are you doing out here? Said Nevada.
Just filling me in on some details, I said.
Well, come out to the back, Helene, and let me fill you in on some details.
Accompanied by Tinkler, we led our guest through the house and out into the garden, where we introduced Helene to Agatha, who had put her grave-robbing T-shirt back on. The evening had suddenly turned a mite chilly.
It turns out,
Nevada and Helene went to the same school, Tinkler told her. Isn't that incredible? I mean, who would ever have thought that Nevada went to school? Nevada, who had donned some heavy gloves, was busy picking up fragments of concrete rubble and putting them in a plastic sack. But now she paused to thump Tinkler on the arm with one of those heavily gloved fists, then returned to putting rubble in the sack. Tinkler massaged his bruised arm. "Women like hitting me," he said, "which is lucky, because I like being hit by women." Helene was inspecting the shattered slab of concrete with approval, and with the encouragement of the other women, she picked up the sledgehammer and hefted it. Agatha gave her goggles, and Helene put these on and began to swing enthusiastically at the concrete with the hammer as Tinkler and I hastily retreated inside again. Chapter 7. Tanya's Tower. Saxon Ghost proved to be as good as his word. He set up a meeting for me with Tanya Strack, tongue strap in her Blue Tit days, and he didn't waste any time about it. To my amazement, I found myself booked into her busy diary the very next day. I got a text in the morning giving me a whole hour's notice, with the ominous rider that if I couldn't make that meeting, she wouldn't be able to see me for several weeks at the earliest. I was making coffee in the kitchen when the text arrived, and I was making coffee and cursing colourfully by the time I'd finished reading it. As it happened, however, an hour's notice wasn't impossible, because it turned out that Tanya lived nearby, on Upper Richmond Road, close to East Putney Tube Station. I drank my coffee, left a note for Nevada, who was still sleeping peacefully after a hard evening of concrete smashing with the girls, and put out some biscuits for the cats. They were busy snaffling these up as I left the house and set out on a brisk but pleasant walk through the common, where the morning's tide of commuters had given way to assorted dog walkers. I took the path through the woods, the scenic route, past the water meadow, and caught the train from Barnes Station to Putney, a journey of only about 3 minutes. I found myself walking along Upper Richmond Road with almost a quarter of an hour to spare. Unfortunately, all the charity shops were down the other end of Putney, heading towards the bridge. Here it was all estate agents flogging stratospherically priced properties, and bars selling coffee or booze. I was pleased to see that the Brazilian Naval Commission was still present. I found its somewhat surreal presence in this London suburb, in the throes of transforming itself from dodgy to posh, rather reassuring. As I approached the shadow of the looming railway bridge running into East Putney Station, the nature of the neighbourhood began to change. The bars and restaurants fell away, and the blocks of luxury flats began. Stratospherically priced indeed. Tanya Strack lived in a new luxury development called Plaza Gardens, in the modestly named Grand Tower, a building of curved glass and white stone, with a stack of triangular balconies jutting dramatically out from one of its narrower sides. I was just about to enter this architectural fantasia when my phone rang. It was Nevada. "Where the hell are you?" "I wake up and find a note." "I'm only just up the road in Putney." "It doesn't matter where you are." "Something could happen anywhere." She was genuinely angry. "We agreed after yesterday that you wouldn't go it alone." "I'm sorry," I said. I told her about the sudden summons to a meeting, and gave her Tanya Strack's address. "I'll meet you there," she said. Her voice softened a little. "And then we can do the charity shops on Putney High Street." I was able to orient myself when I got out of the elevator on Tanya's floor and realized that she must be the proud possessor of one of those dramatic pie wedge balconies. As I walked along the hushed carpeted corridor towards her apartment, the front door opened and a woman stepped out. She was poised, stylishly dressed, black with feline eyes. She regarded me with a steady, assessing gaze and wasn't impressed. I stood aside to let her pass, and she conferred a cloud of subtle perfume on me, murmuring something polite-sounding but indistinct as she went by, heading for the elevator. She didn't touch me, but I felt the force of her passing. I suppose you'd call it charisma. Tanya Strack stood waiting for me in her open doorway. "Who was that?" I said, indicating the disappearing figure. "Cecilia Tyburn McAllister Thames. She found some time in her busy schedule to drop by for a brief discussion of my political career.
or rather, the absence of it. She smiled at me with a cynical look in her eye. She's a force of nature, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't like to hazard a guess. She chuckled, leading me into her flat. Cecilia's an Oxford graduate, a political fixer, and now seated on the boards of a number of large companies, not to mention in the House of Lords. But I knew her back when she was going to her first Sex Pistols gig and didn't have the nerve to shove the safety pin through her nose. Perhaps it's just as well. It might look a bit dodgy in her photo in Hansard. I did my best to chuckle politely, too. We sat down, me on the sofa, her on the chair, just like with Saxon Ghost yesterday. But there, the resemblance ended. The sofa and chairs were upholstered in what looked like, and may even have been, real silk, in a blue and white fleur-de-lis pattern. The whole place was similarly tastefully and expensively furnished, but it somehow didn't feel like anyone lived here. It was all too clean, too orderly, like a high-end hotel. I imagined that if I went into the bathroom, the soap would be stylishly wrapped in paper. The sliding windows, floor to ceiling, of course, led out to the balcony and let in plenty of daylight, while also providing a spectacular view of the dodgy downtown Putney. The walls of the apartments were hung with paintings of Queen Elizabeth I, including a familiar one featuring her with those giant sleeves and a tiny white head. There was also a grand panorama with good old Gloriana in the foreground and a vast fleet of ships, like crude cutouts on an equally unconvincing English channel, presumably prefatory to kicking the shit out of the Spanish Armada. There were a couple of hefty colour art books about the period resting on a coffee table, and the whole place was decorated with a fixation on the Elizabethan theme, the only exception being a large framed poster depicting my host photographed from the waist up and with her arms folded, looking stern but relatable against a white background with some giant red numbers looming behind her, which were the frequency of a London radio station. Talking Tough with Tanya, announced some lettering at the bottom. Apparently, Ms. Strack was a power in talk radio. I'd had no idea. But then, I only ever listened to music radio. Tanya Strack had gained weight since the Blue Tit days, but her sleekly tailored business suit did a remarkably good job of concealing this. She sat sideways to me in her chair so that she was in three-quarter profile, not unlike her pose on the poster. Her hair was short and black, contoured closely to her head like a helmet. This, along with her sharp nose and round, rimless spectacles that enlarged her eyes, gave her something of the appearance of an alert corvid. So Saxon said you were interested in interviewing me. Well, in having a chat, I said. It's not exactly an interview. Oh, I see, said Tanya. And I felt our encounter go through a sudden and profound gear change. Nothing perceptibly altered in her appearance, but I sensed what little interest she had in our meeting draining rapidly away. Her eyes dropped for an instant to a small table beside her chair. I saw her phone was lying on it. She was checking the time. It seemed that mine was running out, and swiftly. I needed to make some kind of connection with her right now. And somehow, I knew just launching in with questions about her days as a punk rocker with the Blue Tits wasn't going to work. Unfortunately, she didn't have a record collection I could rescue. I stared at all the Elizabethan paraphernalia, racked my brains, and took the plunge. Her court astrologer used to live up the road, I said. Tanya Strack's eyebrows went up, but nothing else about her face altered. I beg your pardon? Elizabeth's official astrologer was a necromancer called John Dee. I know who John Dee was. Well, he was a local boy, I said. Used to live just up the road in Mortlake. Her eyebrows came down now, knitting together skeptically. Are you sure? Oh, yes. She picked up her phone and did a quick search. My God, you're right. Just up the road. His house survived for centuries. It was once a girls' school. Then some Philistines demolished it, and now there's a block of flats there. I wondered what had been demolished to create the very block of flats we were now sitting in, but I didn't spoil the vibe by bringing that up. The new building is called John Dee House, Tanya grinned, presumably to placate his spirit. She was still staring at her phone with happy concentration as she scrolled down a website. Still might be worth a visit, though. He was buried in the chancel of the church next door. A lot of that is gone, too. But the church tower survives. It very definitely might be worth a visit. She tore her gaze from the phone and looked up at me. Her face had come to life in some subtle way, and she no longer looked like she was posing for her poster. "Thank you for that," she said. "Saxon told me you were a useful chap to know, and he's always been a first-rate spotter of talent." The reason I knew about John Dee, homeboy and sorcerer made good, was that both Valerian and Black Dog had written songs about him. The 1960s music scene had been rife with occultism. Personally, I didn't believe any of that malarkey, Tinkler's ability to psychically sense Agatha's sports bra notwithstanding. Tanya made a show of switching off her phone and setting it aside. "Now, what can I do for you?" I figured that straightforward honesty was the way to go, or at least a minimum of lying. "I'm trying to get hold of one of your records, and I know it's a long shot, but Saxon thought it was just possible you might still have a copy." "One of my records?" "One of the Blue Tits albums." "Ah, I see. Which one?" "The first one." "You don't mean on CD, do you?" "No," I said, "on vinyl. And I'm actually looking for a first pressing. You know, the one which was withdrawn from sale." "Oh, yes. That thing. Why would you want one of those?" "Because it's now very rare and worth a lot of money, and I have a buyer lined up who's willing to pay through the nose for a copy." When I said this, I saw Tanya loosen up perceptibly and completely. We had now established that it was money I was interested in, and that was a motive she could understand. "No, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think I've seen one of those for years. I don't know why Saxon would even think I might have one." "Like I said, he did say it was a long shot, but he thought you might have kept one stashed away as an investment. He said you were very shrewd like that." She liked this. "Oh, well, that's very kind of him. And he's right, I certainly might have hung on to one if I'd had the slightest inkling that it might ever be worth anything. But one just can't foresee how things are going to turn out. Can one?" "Amen to that." "I'm just sorry that you had a wasted journey." She did indeed sound sincerely sorry, but her mention of being an aspiring politician suggested that I shouldn't take any sincerity too seriously. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" "Yes, possibly. Do you remember a guy called Fanzine Frank?" "Frank Fuston, yes, of course." Fuston, a surname. I asked her to spell it, and she said, "Would you like his address or phone number?" This was a windfall. Of course, Monica the roadie allegedly knew Fanzine Frank, and Helene had promised to give me Monica's number, but I had the sense that anything that depended on Monica coming through was a distinctly dodgy prospect, whereas this was definite and here and now. "Yes, please. Both, please. You're still in touch with him, then?" "Oh, yes. He lives not far from me." "He lives in Putney?" Better and better. "No, not far from my home. In Epsom." She looked around the sunlit apartment, which must have cost a cool $500,000 at least. "This is just my little pied-à-terre for when I'm in town." Well, that explained the anonymous feel of the place. She didn't really live here. "It's very handy for Putney Station," she said, "which runs straight into Waterloo. Excellent transit links, you know." I said I knew, and thanked her for Frank's details, which she was now busily texting me. "I really appreciate your help," I said, "and Saxon's." "Saxon Ghost is a lovely man," she declared. She said the name with an utterly straight face, but again, that might have been the politician in her. I decided to take a chance on something. "This is rather a delicate matter," I said. She immediately leaned forward, all ears. "Yes?" "What is?" I hesitated for a second, not faking my diffidence about this. "Someone told me that Saxon was illiterate." She considered this. "That's such a cruel word. But it's true, he was. Was. Back in the days when I first knew him. But he's overcome that handicap now, thereby showing, I think, great personal courage and determination. It is truly amazing what people can do, don't you think?" We were well and truly in party political broadcast territory here,
but I said I agreed anyway. In fact, Saxon offered to help me out, said Tanya. He was going to be my czar for adult literacy, which was going to be one of the major campaign issues I intended to focus on when I ran for office. Her mouth tightened. Of course. All that's off the table now, she said bitterly. I emerged from the Grand Tower into the sunlight of Upper Richmond Road and turned right, heading back towards the High Street. I was a little surprised that I hadn't heard from Nevada yet. I'd expected her to be waiting outside the building for me. Indeed, I thought she might have crashed our little party. Not that it would have done any harm for her to arrive during my interview with Tanya. When Nevada wants to turn on the charm, even hardened radio talk show hosts with thwarted political ambitions and an Elizabethan history obsession have been known to melt. I was halfway to the junction with the High Street when my phone rang. I was relieved to see it was Nevada. I just came out of Tanya's building, I said. I know, I saw you. You saw me? You're here? I lowered the phone and began to turn my head. Don't look around, said Nevada quickly. I pressed the phone to my ear again. What's going on? I don't want to be seen. Someone is following you and I don't want them to know that I'm onto them. I'm being followed. Christ, I felt like I'd caught a shameful disease. Just keep walking. Look natural. I'll do my best, I said. I came here to meet you and I was just approaching that tower. Tanya's tower. Yes, I was just approaching Tanya's tower when I saw you come out of it. And I saw this van that was parked, quite illegally, I might add, pull away and follow you. And what kind of van? A white one. Of course. You couldn't be much more anonymous in terms of vehicles in London than by driving a white van. They were everywhere, which led naturally to my next question. Are you sure they're following me? There were so many white vans driving in so many random, different directions, I wasn't sure we could be sure of anything. Well, said Nevada, patiently, they started their engine and pulled away when you came out, and they had to turn around almost completely to follow you, so they clearly hadn't been planning to set off in that direction. I think they were just waiting to see which way you went. But it could just be... No, I don't think it could just be a coincidence, she said, deftly anticipating my argument. They drove only a little way ahead of you, and then stopped and waited for you to walk past before they drove ahead and stopped again. Jesus. Where are they now? Just behind you. What should I do? Take the next turning on your right, and we'll see if we can flush them out. Chapter 8. White Van. The next turning on my right proved to be Oxford Road, SW15. I had hardly started to walk down it when a battered and somewhat grimy white van rattled past me and pulled up a short distance ahead. I'm with you now, said a voice behind me. I turned around to see Nevada, who fell into step at my side. We walked slowly towards the shabby white van together. I said, What do you want to do now? This could go on all day, and I'm getting impatient, said Nevada. Let's put a stop to it, shall we? Right, you take the driver's side, I'll take the passenger side. Go. She broke into a run, and I followed her. We peeled apart and reached the van just as its taillights flashed red and the engine rumbled shakily to life. I realized why Nevada had taken the passenger side. It meant that she was standing in the road beside the car and blocking their getaway, a much more dangerous position. But from where I was standing, I could see inside the van. I could see the driver. Monica Dunkley. She was wearing a plaid cap that concealed her mohawk, but it was her all right. She wound down her window, frowning, and said with a note of accusation, You two scared the shit out of me. We got Monica to leave the van in the Sainsbury's car park while we took her off for a chat. We found a trendy little coffee shop. In this neighbourhood, the real challenge would have been not finding one, and took a quiet table at the back. All right, I said. Why were you following me? I wanted to talk to you. Nevada wasn't buying this. So why don't you just get out of the van and say that? After the other night, I wasn't sure you'd want to talk to me. Monica dropped her eyes and rubbed industriously at a stain on the table with her thumbnail. Especially after I promised not to drive my van away, and I did. You know, you didn't want me driving, and I promised not to because I was drunk in that. So because of that, you were ashamed? Said Nevada. Yeah. Something like that, I suppose. A bit. I said, so today you were just planning to drive around following me? I wasn't really planning anything. I was trying to make up my mind. I thought if I could make bumping into you look like an accident, oh, what a coincidence, fancy meeting you here sort of thing, then it wouldn't be so bad. Me turning up like that. Not like you were stalking him. Yeah, not like that. So you were just waiting outside Tanya's place, were you? I said. Waiting for me to come out. Yeah. How did you know where she lived? Said Nevada. Oh, I've stayed in touch with Tanya. I've tried to stay in touch with all the girls, and I've managed pretty good. Except with Ophelia. She's dropped off the radar. No one's quite sure where Ophelia has got to. All this was massively missing the point, I thought. I said, but how did you know I'd be at Tanya's in the first place? How did I know you'd be there? Yes. Well, you'd gone there to have a chat with her. Yes, but how did you know that? Saxon told me, said Monica. I almost said Saxon ghost, but there could hardly be two. Saxon told you that I was going to see Tanya. Yes. And he told you exactly what time I was going to be there. Well, Tanya told him, and then Saxon told me. Nevada leaned a little closer towards Monica. This could have been friendly, or it could have been menacing. Take your pick. And you just happened to call up Saxon Ghost and ask about us? No. He called me. He called you? Yeah. Just out of the blue, he calls you up? Pretty much. He does that from time to time. It was a... booty call. A booty call, said Nevada. For the first time since she'd spotted the white van, she seemed wrong-footed, not to mention disarmed. Yeah. We used to have a thing going. Back in the day. Back in the Blue Tits day. We still hook up now and then. This wasn't as unlikely as it initially sounded. I remembered Helene saying that Saxon hadn't managed to sleep with any of the girls in the band, but it seemed entirely possible that he might have scored with their roadie. If at first you don't succeed... In fact, thinking about it, Saxon and Monica were a fairly plausible couple. They were even a little alike physically. I also remembered how he had instantly known who I was talking about when I mentioned her name. That sounds like Monica, he'd said, as if he knew her rather well. I'd assumed all this was just fond memories, but it made a lot more sense if they were still in touch. So to speak. And so, in the course of this booty call, said Nevada, you just got talking to Saxon Ghost about us? Monica bobbed her head. I wanted to see you guys again, but I couldn't come by your house. Not after I disgraced myself the other night. I told him I'd like to, sort of engineer an encounter, and he told me about this meeting you'd arranged with Tanya, and I said if he could find out what time it was, and he did. She smiled at me. So I could hook up with you. Then she glanced worriedly at Nevada and hastily added, I don't mean hook up, hook up. No, of course not, said Nevada diffidently. One booty call at a time. But under the table her hand found mine and clasped it. So that's it, Monica shrugged. I came along this morning so I could be there after your meeting with Tanya. How did it go? My first instinct was to be cagey, but, thinking about it, there was no harm in telling her, and I wondered if she might be able to add some useful insights of her own. It went pretty well, I said. She was able to give me contact details for Frank Fuston. Fanzine Frank? Oh, I could have given you those. Why? Do you want to go and see him? I thought I'd have a chat. You're barking up the wrong tree there. Really? You think so? Yeah. Fanzine Frank would never try and kill Helene. He loves Helene. In fact, he loves all the girls, but especially Helene, I reckon. She's like his little favourite. Okay, said Nevada. So if he isn't a likely suspect, who is? Monica shrugged truculently and stared at me. I thought he was the detective. Isn't that what he's supposed to be finding out? Nevada shot me a look compounded of annoyance and despair. But that's part of being a detective, I said patiently. Talking to someone who knows all the principles, all the people involved. Someone who might have insight into their situation. Someone like you. Monica bought into this with gratifying speed. She immediately began nodding her head in vigorous agreement. Yeah, that makes sense, she said. That makes sense, all right. So what would you like to know? If Fanzine Frank doesn't want to kill Helene, who does? Hello? Tanya, for a start? Tanya Strack wants to kill Helene. I'm not saying that, said Monica, although she just had. I'm just saying she has a motive. And what would that motive be? Well, you know about Tanya's big plans. I said, why don't you just assume we know nothing about Tanya Strack except that she used to be in the Blue Tits and play the... I realized I'd forgotten what instrument Tanya had played in the band. She was the lead vocalist, said Monica with comfortable condescension. I could see that it gave her a warm and gratifying feeling to be in a position to tell us things we didn't know, which was fine with me. Those were exactly the kind of things I liked being told. She was the singer in the band. That's right. I remember now, I said. Helene said she couldn't get into the school choir. She wasn't good enough. Monica giggled. It was a surprisingly girlish sound, coming from this rather hulking middle-aged woman. She was rubbish. And anyone could get into the choir. Even I was in the choir. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. That was back at Emily Kelso, she said. We know, said Nevada. The Emily Kelso Academy for Young Ladies. We know. I noticed that Nevada didn't volunteer the information that she too was an old girl of that famed institution. Clearly she didn't want to send this conversation off on a tangent. But evidently it was off on one anyway. You should really look into that place, said Monica. The school, I said. Why? Because there were a lot of people there who were really pissed off at Helene because of her starting the band. She got up a lot of people's noses. Not to mention all the grief the school got when the newspapers found out that us Blue Tits were all from there. I noticed she'd upgraded herself to band member status again. We brought the place into disrepute. In fact, the headmistress got sacked because of it. She was nodding enthusiastically now. I never thought about that before, but that's someone else who might have a grudge against Helene. The headmistress of Emily Kelso. She'd have to be a ripe old age by now. Still, we shouldn't be ageist about prospective murderers. Yeah, but not just her. There were loads of people at that school, both pupils and staff, who got really ticked off because it was what she did, because of what we did. It was a long way from being ticked off to attempting murder, I thought, but Monica clearly had embraced this new notion. You should really look into that place, she repeated. We will, said Nevada. But you were going to tell us about Tanya Strack. You asked me about people who might want to kill Helene, said Monica in an aggrieved voice. Not just Tanya, or do you want me to just concentrate on Tanya and not bother mentioning anyone else? She gave us a look that would have done credit to a sulky child. See if I care, it said. No, I said wearily. Please tell us about anyone who you think might be a likely candidate. Well, there's the Bride of Frankenstein, for a start. Who? Bill Bridenstine. That was just our nickname for him. This was a relief. After the Saxon ghost experience, I'd been ready to believe anything. Who is Bill Bridenstine? Said Nevada. She looked at me. The name rings a bell. TV chat show host, I think, I said. That's right. Monica was nodding vigorously again. And why might he want to kill Helene? Said Nevada. Because of what happened, said Monica. Nevada and I glanced at each other.
This obviously wasn't going to be easy, but I was willing to do what was necessary. And what happened? I said. With the uttering of these magic words, Monica began to tell us the whole sordid story. After Saxon Ghost had re-recorded and re-released the Blue Tits' first album, the band suddenly found themselves with a hit on their hands. Saxon had then proceeded publicising them to the hilt. One of his coups had been getting them on Bickering with Bridie, an early evening chat show on Thames Television that went out nationally. As the title suggested, the show's appeal, if that's what you could call it, consisted of the gladiatorial spectacle of the host Bill Bridenstine being obnoxious to his guests. If those guests in turn got a little combative, so much the better. But one bitterly cold grey autumn evening in 1977, when the members of the Blue Tits walked into his studio, Bridenstine got more than he'd bargained for. One thing you have to realise, said Monica, is what television was like back then. There was no political correctness. There was no health and safety. And long lunches were the order of the day. Lengthy, lavish, expense account lunches. So old Billy Boy wanders in to get ready for the show, and he is well refreshed. Very well refreshed indeed. Monica looked at us. Pissed, she said, in case we hadn't got it. Out of his skull. He could still walk and talk, and if you didn't get close enough to smell him, you might even think he was sober. But if you came within 10 feet, you could smell the whiskey coming off him in clouds. Not beer, then, I thought, remembering Monica in the garden the other night with her own adventurous aroma. And if you got a bit closer, you could see his eyes. The lights were on, but there was no one home. You know what I mean? None of which meant he wasn't functioning. He was. This was his standard mode, apparently. This was how he did his show every week. He figured that he was such a pro, such an old hand, that he was good enough to do it pissed. But he hadn't met the Blue Tits. Monica giggled again. He had us down as just a bunch of brainless little sluts. And his plan was to slut-shame us. Show us up for the morons we were, condemn our general moral depravity, and, with a little luck, get us to flash a bit of tit. Then it would be job done, back to the bar for a quick one, while groping his secretary before getting a taxi home. Monica grinned a wolfish grin. But it didn't work out like that. For one thing, any one of us had twice the brains he had, so together we had 10 times the brains of Bill Bridenstine. I noticed that Monica was firmly part of the band now. It might have been different if he'd bothered to read the notes his researcher had prepared for him. That would have cut into his drinking time, and the almighty Bridenstine decided he could just wing it. So he didn't know we'd all gone to a private school, and his first salvo was about how we were a bunch of uneducated yobs, which went badly awry when Ophelia started making insulting comments about him in Latin, with the correct declension of all nouns, pronouns, and adjectives. And there were some very good adjectives. Her smile was beatific now, as she savoured the treasured memory. The audience started howling with laughter. This was all being transmitted live, you know, in front of a live audience. And suddenly, they were on our side. And Bridenstine really didn't like that. So he started trying to regain lost ground. Then, he started getting nasty. But we just wiped the floor with him. Made him look like an absolute tool, such an absolute tool that his career never recovered. All right, so that explains why he might have a grudge against the Blue Tits in general, said Nevada. But why Helene in particular? And why would he go to the lengths of trying to kill her, I wondered. None of this sounded plausible to me. Because she said the C word, said Monica. What? Helene dropped the C-bomb. You mean she called Bridenstine a cunt? Live, on national television. Can you believe that they didn't have some kind of transmission delay so they could censor things like that? But they didn't. And Helene said it. The worst word of all, never mind fuck or shit or piss.
This was like the ultimate taboo. And millions of people heard her say it. The next day it was all over the newspapers, all over them. The Blue Tits owned the front pages. Monica's big, nostalgic smile grew bigger. Saxon was so pleased. You can't buy that kind of notoriety, he said. And notoriety sells records, he said. And boy, did it ever. When I told you before that the album had been a hit, I meant it was a indie label punk rock first album kind of hit. But now, it went through the roof. It totally made our careers. Her smile changed to something much nastier. And it totally destroyed Bill Bridenstine's. No more expense account lunches for darling Billy. He lost the show, lost his job, went from being one of the top television personalities of the day to being a pariah. Last I heard, he was working on local radio, reporting about sheep shagging in the Outer Hebrides or somewhere like that. There was a genuine note of pride in Monica's voice. And all because one little girl said one little word. Okay, I thought. Now that might just be a motive for murder. Monica slapped her hands down on the table in an authoritative fashion, as if drawing a line under the previous discussion. But anyway, I wanted to tell you about Tanya. She gave her head an impatient little shake as if to say, I haven't got all day, you're wasting my valuable time with these constant detours of yours. Now, Tanya Strack has definitely got form with Helene. I'm not talking about something that happened 40-odd years ago. I'm talking about now. Okay, said Nevada. Keep talking about now. Please. Monica looked at me. You said you didn't know what Tanya had been up to since she left the band. That's right. Though I did see a poster in her flat. She's on the radio? Has she her own show? And not about animal molestation in the Western Isles, I thought. She does. And she's very popular with a certain segment of the population. The thing you have to understand about Tanya is that she's got very right-wing in her old age. And that plays really well in some quarters. So she has this show, and she is doing very nicely with it. She has a highly successful career. And Tanya also has a shitload of money, both from the radio gig and from her investments. She invested every penny she ever made from the Blue Tits. Not like some of us. Some of us pissed it up the wall. But Tanya always had her head screwed on. She put her money into real estate. In London. In the 1970s. Can you imagine? I could see that Nevada was indeed imagining. Enviously. Well, this explained how Tanya could afford a house in Epsom, plus a Putney pied-à-terre. Monica blinked and looked at us. Where was I? She said. I was going somewhere with this. Motive for murder, said Nevada succinctly. That's right. But a successful career and a shit ton of money just aren't enough for our girl Tanya. She also wants a career in politics. She's not going to get one. Isn't she? Said Nevada. She was intrigued now, and so was I. No, because Helene won't let her. Helene really hates how reactionary Tanya's become. She says it's like a betrayal of everything we stood for in our Blue Tit days. It's bad enough having Tanya pump out her poison on the radio, but going into politics? Running for Parliament? That's where Helene draws the line. She told Tanya she wouldn't let her do that. And how does she propose to stop her? Said Nevada. She proposes to stop her by publishing her memoirs. Helene has been threatening to publish her memoirs for yonks. But she said if Tanya didn't back down, she'd really do it this time. And Helene promised her these memoirs would be warts and all. She actually said genital warts and all. Good old Helene. I said, so did Tanya back down? This was beginning to shed light on some of the things she had said to me, and the bitter tone in which she'd said them. Oh, yeah, you bet. because Helene knows about all the skeletons in the cupboard. She knows where all the bodies are buried. She knows where all the skeletons are buried. She could really dish the dirt, presumably on top of the buried skeletons, because Tanya wasn't always a tight-arsed little Tory. She used to be quite a fun merchant. She got up to a great deal of mischief, and I mean serious mischief, when she was still one of the girls. She nodded her head in agreement with herself. Now, Tanya's never pretended she wasn't a blue tit. In fact, she's found it quite useful for her image. Gives her a bit of street cred, former punk rocker, adds a little spice to the biography. But there's such a thing as too much spice. And if Helene really dished the dirt on her, it wouldn't just torpedo Tanya's hot little political dreams, it might well finish off a radio career too. Monica nodded decisively. So that's where things stand. If Tanya wants to fulfill her true blue dreams, it will be over Helene's dead body. Chapter 9. May Fair. I used the number Tanya had given me for fanzine Frank and commenced what turned out to be a long game of telephone tag. As I was busy leaving messages for him and he was busy leaving messages for me, it became very clear that nothing was going to happen in a hurry. So I discussed our options with Nevada, and we decided that I should set up meetings with the other members of the Blue Tits. They were the prime candidates to still own a copy of the suppressed first album. And these former bandmates also might be able to shed light on who would have a sufficiently serious grudge against Helene to want to kill her. Plus, of course, they might want to kill Helene themselves, said Nevada, the way that Tanya does. The way that Tanya allegedly does. As alleged by Monica the roadie. When you put it like that, I said, it sounds a lot less likely. True. But if what she said was right about Tanya's political aspirations having been deliberately stymied by Helene, then that's genuinely a motive for murder, I said. Yes. But it won't do Tanya any good if she kills Helene and then the dirt gets published anyway. Nevada shook her head. I get the feeling that this dirt hasn't been written down yet. I mean, Helene doesn't exactly give the impression of being a dedicist memoirist who's been sitting in a cork-lined study for long hours, devotedly recording the minutiae of her earlier life. No, she certainly doesn't give that impression. I mean, we can check with Erik, said Nevada, or indeed with Helene herself, and find out for certain. But my impression is that at the moment, all those juicy punk rock scandals still only exist in Helene's head. Which would explain the urgency of someone wanting to kill her before she has a chance to write them down, said Nevada. Exactly. We looked at each other for a long moment as the penny slowly dropped. Perhaps drawn by the sudden silence, Fanny came trotting in and made a high-pitched plea for food. For once, we ignored her. We have to get in touch with Helene, I said. Right now, said Nevada. She had already picked up her phone. I'll call Helene. You try Erik. I grabbed my own phone and dialed Erik's number. As I did so, Nevada frowned and turned to me, shaking her head decisively. Voicemail. Should I leave a message and tell her? We think someone, Tanya being the top candidate, but come to think of it, it could be anyone from the old days, is trying to kill you because of what you might reveal in your memoirs. So you have to write said memoirs right away and also arrange for them to be immediately published if you should die, and also widely publicize the fact that... Let's try and talk to her in person first, I said. Right. Nevada began speaking brightly into the phone. Helene, this is Nevada. Agatha and I had an utterly lovely time smashing the crap out of that concrete slab with you the other night, but that's not what I'm ringing you about. I need to talk to you rather urgently, so do please call me back as soon as you get this message. While Nevada was busy being charming to Helene's voicemail, I wasn't getting any voicemail at all on Erik's number. It just rang and rang and rang. Maybe he hadn't even set up voicemail, it being too much for his rock-star brain. But wait a minute. Hadn't I left messages for him before? I was sure I had. So perhaps Erik had changed his phone provider or his package or something, and his voicemail had dropped off into oblivion.
because ensuring that it wouldn't drop off into oblivion had been too much for his rock star brain. This was incredibly frustrating, and I was beginning to get angry, and Nevada was starting to look at me anxiously, because now the anger had turned to fear. Erik's lack of voicemail and the endlessly ringing phone had suddenly taken on a far more sinister connotation. "Is something wrong?" said Nevada. There's no answer. No answer and no voicemail. "Maybe," said Nevada. But at that instant, the phone was answered. "Hello? Erik's phone?" said a clipped and supercilious voice. I was speechless for a second. "Tinkler, is that you?"
"Oh, hi!"
"Why are you answering Erik's phone? And what's with the stupid voice?"
"I thought it might be somebody important calling."
"Well, tell Erik if somebody important is likely to call him, he should get his fucking voicemail fixed."
I know, said Tinkler. "It's a complete bummer, isn't it? You see, what happened is that Erik's phone provider notified him that anyone with the Superphone Plus package was going to be charged a penny every time they accessed their voicemail. Tinkler. So, in a towering fury, he cancelled the Super Voice Plus package and reverted to the standard Phone Plus package, thinking that would include voicemail. I mean, you would think that it would include voicemail, wouldn't you? Being Plus and all, but Tinkler, is Erik there? If he was here, he would have answered his own phone, wouldn't he?" The superciliousness began to creep in again. "Where is he?" I said. "Out in the garden." "Well, go and get him." "I can't do that,"
said Tinkler, and his voice dropped to a low, conspiratorial tone. "He's gone out to the boulder, and when he goes to the boulder, he likes to be left alone." "The boulder?" "Erik's drug stash." "Tinkler, are you guys stoned?"
"Not as stoned as we're going to be, my friend. Not remotely as stoned as we are going to be."
"Tinkler, listen to me. This is very important."
Yeah.
"No, seriously, Tinkler. Tell Erik that Helene has to start writing her memoirs, or at the very least, put down all the most scandalous and salacious stuff." Nevada was nodding in fervent agreement as she listened to me. "Put it down on record," I said, "and make sure she names names, so that if she is, heaven forbid, killed—" "Sorry," said Tinkler. I nodded off for a moment. "You said something about Scandinavian Sally stuff, and what, a record of names?"
"Tinkler,"
I said through clenched teeth. There was a gurgle of laughter on the other end of the line.
"Just messing with you, bro," said Tinkler.
"You are so easy to wind up." "Tinkler, for Christ's sake." At the edge of my vision, I could see Nevada making throat-throttling motions with her hands.
"Okay, relax," said Tinkler.
"You want me to tell Erik, to tell Helene to make a summary of all the juiciest bits from the memoirs she's planning to write, all the reprehensible stuff that might piss other people off, and they might want to prevent her disclosing, and arrange so that it's put in the public domain if anything happens to her?" Nevada stopped making strangling gestures and stared at me. I imagine I made an arresting sight with my jaw on the floor. "Tinkler," I said, "that's exactly right."
"So you reckon that could be the motive behind the murder attempt?"
"Yes," I said. "We think it might be." Nevada was nodding enthusiastically again.
"Good call," said Tinkler. "Helene will have to make damn sure that everybody knows she's done that, though, or it won't be any protection for her."
"Yes."
"I'll suggest the enthusiastic and extensive application of social media. Finally, it will prove useful for something."
"Yes."
"Anything else?"
"No."
"Can I go and get stoned with my friend now?"
"Only if you tell him to fix his voicemail."
"That comes under the heading of anything else. Learn to be orderly in your presentation of entreaties. Ciao."
Tinkler chortled and hung up. I looked at Nevada. Tinkler is on the case. Is that a good thing? In this one instance, apparently, yes. Richmond is an affluent suburb of London with a rather lovely bridge across the Thames that I'm very fond of, and not just because Piero Piccioni wrote a great song about it. There's also an excellent selection of charity shops there, especially just across said bridge, and a load of good pubs and cafes and restaurants. Most importantly, it is just a quick bus or train ride from our place.
This morning, Nevada and I had caught the train. It was Saturday, and we set off early, or at least early by Saturday morning standards, because it was the Richmond May Fair. We paused at Paul to get some sandwiches, and at Oxfam so I could check out the records and Nevada could sneer at the clothes. Then we turned off the quadrant and headed down Duke Street towards Richmond Green, which was where the Mayfair was held every year. They were still setting up, which was the point of getting here at this time. Early birds, worms, and so forth. Some of the stalls were devoted to selling food or new items or running raffles. These were just a waste of space as far as we were concerned. We wanted second-hand stuff, potential treasures. As we walked towards the green, I felt the buzz of excitement, and I knew Nevada felt it as well. But we had something else on our agenda today, too. "Have you got time for a quick look around before we go after him?" said Nevada. "Of course we have. I don't know if he's even here yet." Nevada nodded happily and peeled off to check out the possibility of designer clothes discoveries, while I made a beeline for the record stall on the far side of the green, run by Patrick the Cat Protector. We called him that partly because I could never remember his last name, but mostly because his profits went to the charity Cats Protection, a worthier cause it was hard for us to imagine. Patrick was reliably here every year, but nonetheless every year I was relieved to see him because he wasn't getting any younger. His stall consisted of a couple of folding tables covered with cardboard boxes full of LPs. Those were my kind of cardboard boxes, plus more on the ground under the table. Patrick also brought large sheets of plastic with him, and waited beadily to drape them over his boxes at the first sign of rain. Most years he wasn't disappointed, but today it was fine and dry. He saw me coming and waved. He was a small, smiling man with rather feverish eyes, who had a habit of wearing button-up sweaters with a proper shirt and tie on underneath. I handed him the bag I'd brought for him, full of LP inner sleeves and outer covers, which I'd removed from records I'd bought over the last year. I had my own very definitive ideas about how a well-dressed piece of vinyl should be clad, and it was much more gratifying to recycle my cast-offs via Patrick than to just bin them. Anyway, it was an impressively large bag, and he accepted it gratefully. I then set about searching through the boxes. Patrick the Cat Protector was strong on big bands and jazz vocalists, and there was nothing wrong with that. Almost immediately, I found a British grey label mono Warner Brothers pressing of a Joni Sommers album arranged by Neil Hefti. What's more, it had a deep groove, which was very unusual, if not downright weird for British pressing. I bought it immediately. "No original blue notes, I'm afraid," said Patrick, as he made change for me. No surprises there, then. "Any punk rock?" I said. "There's some UK subs in that box." "Nothing by the Blue Tits?" "Not likely. Their stuff sells really quickly." "No chance of a first pressing of the first album?" Patrick sucked his lower lip meditatively. "I might have one back at the house." This being his standard answer to all such inquiries. The thing was, he quite often did have a copy back at his house in Sudbury. Before I could take this thought any further, a shadow fell across the box of LPs I was looking through. "My spies told me you'd be here." I turned to see Saxon Ghost beaming at me. He was wearing oxblood Doc Martens, jeans that looked uncomfortably tight for a man of his girth, and a biker's jacket of classic design, except that it was fashioned from white leather. I never dreamed that such a thing could exist. In a well-ordered world, it probably couldn't. We shook hands, and I said, "By your spies, you mean Monica?" "Yeah. She said she rang you up and told you about Bridenstine." So he knew about our plans to try and meet Bill Bridenstine today. "That's right," I said. "That was very helpful of her." "Wasn't it just? And very handy that he's turned up here, what with you wanting a word with him and all." There was a somewhat needling quality to the way he said this, and I sensed that our friend the ghost wasn't happy about something. "Anyway," he said, "I knew you'd be here, and I thought I'd pop along and say hello." "Hello," said Nevada. We turned to see her approaching us, carrying a very large paperback book. As Saxon inspected her, His odd little eyebrows crept up on his forehead. I said, "This is Nevada, my other half." Saxon's eyebrows crept a little higher still, and I sensed my status had just received a sudden upgrade. "Hello, Nevada." "I'd say something about unusual names, but I'm called Saxon Ghost, for Christ's sake." We all laughed, and Nevada said, "Well, fancy meeting you here. I come along every year." This made perfect sense, since he was a local. "Also, like I was just telling you a bloke here, Monica said that you were going to be about, so I thought I'd pop along." "Mr. Ghost," said Nevada. "Call me Saxon, love." "All right, I will, but only after noting for the record that Mr. Ghost is the coolest name ever. Saxon, I wanted to say thank you for the very welcome injection of funds you provided for us." Nevada had looked at our account the previous day and had given a little shriek. "We just got £500 from Saxon Ghost," she told me. "What?" "Apparently, according to the accompanying message, you saved his record collection." "Well, I suppose you could say that." "Well, he certainly said that." Now Saxon Ghost was smiling at us and said, "My pleasure, love. Saxon Ghost always pays handsomely for services rendered." He looked at me. "You were right about those polyline sleeves. One of them had already started to stick to a record. The Curtis Bruckner Symphony No. 4. Like you said, the bugger left marks all over the playing surface." I said, "If the adhesion process has only just started, you might be able to remove them by washing with a really good record cleaning machine. And I mean a really good one. You're welcome to use my moth, but I'm way ahead of you, son. I've got an ultrasonic cleaner all lined up. But in any event, the point is, you saved my record collection." "You didn't have to pay us £500, I said. Nevada seized my arm. "Don't try and talk the nice man out of his generous gesture, honey. It's rude. And besides, I've already used the money to book a holiday." Saxon laughed. "Going somewhere nice, love?" "Wine tour of the Rhone." "Lovely. You didn't know then, mate?" The latter was directed at me, based on the fact that I was gaping at Nevada. "No," I said. "It's a surprise," said Nevada complacently. I said, "What about... I've already booked Agatha to look after the twins." "You have kids," said Saxon. "We have cats," said Nevada. "Considerably less chance of social services being called in when you abandon them to go off on a wine tour of the Rhone." "And did Agatha say yes to cat-sitting?" I said. "Oh, yes. Thrilled at the prospect. But that's only because I didn't tell her where we're going. We'd better brace ourselves for some serious sulking when she finds out." She looked at Saxon. "Cleanhead will be upset about missing out on the wine tour." She took my hand. "But I wanted it to be a romantic little number for just we two." "Cleanhead is Agatha?" "Yes, sorry. Force of habit." "Got a shaved bonce," says she. "She does at that. Looks rather good on her, too." Saxon Ghost eyed me sardonically. "Did you name her that, then? After Eddie Cleanhead Vinson?" Nevada was staring at him. "Yes, he did. How did you know?" "Well, he's Mr. Jazz, isn't he? Never mind me being Mr. Ghost." "And how did you know that?" I said. "Had a look at your website." He smiled at me. I realized how easy it would be to underestimate this man, and also, possibly, how dangerous. He turned and looked around the green, which was now filling with people as the stall holders finished setting up. "Any sign of him yet?" he said, smiling. "Who?" said Nevada. "Bill Bridenstine. Monica told you he was going to be here, didn't she?" "Ah, yes. Yes, she did." Saxon Ghost turned and looked at us. The smile was gone. I sensed we were about to get to the nub of the matter. Something had pissed off Mr. Ghost, and now he was going to tell us about it. "But what I don't understand is why you want to talk to him. He won't have a copy of that Blue Tits record you're after. He's just about the last person in the world who's likely to have a copy." This was certainly true, given the havoc the band had wreaked on Bridenstine's career. I decided it was time to come clean. "I'm not just looking for the record," I said. "Yes, mate. I know, mate. So I understand." You're looking for some nutcase who's been trying to top Helene Hilditch.
Monica told you that too, did she?
Good old Monica.
Yes, said Saxon.
But why didn't you tell me that? I could help you try and find out who's doing it. I mean, it's fucking awful. Someone trying to kill Helene? Why didn't you tell me?
I braced myself and started to speak, but Nevada beat me to it. Because you were a prime suspect. Saxon stared at us.
Me? Why?
He seemed genuinely perplexed, not to mention hurt. I braced myself again. Because Helene revealed to the world that you couldn't read or write, I said. He shrugged.
Well, that was true, mate. I couldn't.
But it must have been incredibly hurtful, said Nevada, to be exposed like that. Saxon smiled ruefully.
Oh, yeah, I'll say. And I won't pretend I wasn't angry.
His smile faded, and he looked me right in the eye.
And I might even have said at the time, in the heat of the moment, said that I wanted to murder her or something along those lines.
But actually, I reckon she did me a favour.
It hurt like hell at the time, and it was total humiliation, but at the end of the day, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. Made me get my finger out and finally learn to read.
He reached over and took the book Nevada was holding, then held it up in front of his face like a revivalist preacher ostentatiously presenting a Bible, and proceeded to read the cover blurb.
One of the best film biographies ever written. And then there are those 3 dots that you call an ellipsis, and then Joseph McBride has written the biography that John Ford deserves. There can be no higher compliment than that.
He handed the book back to Nevada and smiled at us. I don't suppose you'd consider reading the rest of it, just like that, said Nevada. It would save me the bother. Saxon chuckled.
That's the sort of thing Monica says. She loves me reading to her, she does.
So you two are quite an item, said Nevada. The sunlight gleamed in highlights on Saxon's shaved skull as he shook his head decisively.
No, not really. She's too unstable for a full-time relationship.
Any inquiry by us about just what intriguing form Monica's instability might take was cut off by a sudden blast from the public address system. Welcome to the Richmond May Fair, announced a smoothly booming voice, full of contrived cheer and bonhomie. And what a lovely day it is for it, too. Ah, the month of May, the fairest month of all. The voice now took on a tone of unctuous profundity. As the bard would say, as full of spirit as the month of May. We were all looking at each other. Is that him? Said Nevada. Saxon Ghost nodded.
In the flesh, Billy Bridenstine, the bride of Frankenstein himself.
Love, whose month is ever May, continued the voice. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May. Christ, I thought, he's really hammering this Shakespeare theme into the ground. And while you're savouring the darling buds of May, be sure to try one of the delectable Mayfair burgers from the Richmond Burger Bar tent, and let the rough winds shake you some toothsome candy floss from the Surrey Sweet Society. Though please remember that children are only allowed to use the bouncy castle while under the supervision of at least one adult. I had now isolated the exact source of this booming hucksterism. A distant platform, where we could see a man standing proudly holding a microphone. I looked at Nevada. I suppose we better go and introduce ourselves.
And I better make myself scarce,
said Saxon.
What with me being instrumental in the fact that Mr. Bridenstine's career now consists of playing second fiddle to a bouncy castle.
I have to say he didn't sound contrite. Indeed, he sounded positively gleeful. Chapter 10. Bride of Frankenstein. Bill Bridenstine was tall, perhaps 6'6", and big and rangy with broad shoulders.
The ruggedness of his physique was strangely at odds with the sort of prissy outfit he was wearing: moccasins with tassels, tight white trousers, and a lemon-yellow V-neck sweater with a powder-blue paisley cravat at his throat. Hanging outside the cravat was a gold cross on a thin gold chain. His face was ravaged, knobbly, and a startling shade of red, except for the broken blue veins in his cheeks and nose. That nose was a remarkable thing, looking like the sort of misshapen potato that would never make it through the cosmetic quality control of a supermarket selection process. His hair was a dyed dead shade of black, like shoe polish, and worn in what would have once been called a duck's ass cut. Looking at that nose and the fine mesh of blue veins, I couldn't help remembering what Monica had said about him being a heavy drinker. We'd approached him in full charm mode and asked if he would grant us an interview. He'd been enthusiastic, right up to the point where I'd mentioned the Blue Tits. Now, he was shaking his head. "Sorry, I'm just too busy." "It won't take long," I said. "I'm sorry, but I simply don't have the time." "We could fit it in whenever." "I just simply don't have the time." "We can pay you," said Nevada. "Pay me?" Bridenstine turned to the woman who seemed to be in charge of the public announcements with him. "Alana, let me see the script schedule." Alana was tiny. I suppose the polite word would be petite, but she was almost childlike. She had a deep tan and tawny hair worn in a long braid, tied with red ribbons. She wore khaki shorts and a t-shirt with the stylized cartoon image of a fish on it. More Christian iconography, I thought. She was barefoot, and her toenails were painted red to match the hair ribbon. Bridenstine and Alana went into a huddle over the script schedule, a rather grand name for a piece of paper with a scant few notes jotted on it. After much frowning and calculating, the great man allowed that he might be able to sit down with us and answer a few questions. 3 minutes later, we were seated in the cool, quiet shadows of a pub in a side street near the Richmond Theatre. "What would you like to drink?" said Nevada. "Just a soda water, please." "Are you sure?" Bridenstine grimaced. "Oh, certainly. My drinking days are behind me. Far behind me. I haven't touched a drop for years." I was intrigued to get his version of what had occurred on that autumn night at the television studios, when the Blue Tits had shocked the nation and shattered his career. Monica's account would inevitably have been partial. "Have you seen it?" he said. "Sorry, no, long before my time," I said. "Our time," I corrected myself, including Nevada, who was taking a back seat in our interview while she carefully studied the pub's wine list. Apparently, she had yet to find anything that met her exacting standards. "Why don't you watch it on the internet?" said Bridenstine sourly, and I cursed myself for not having thought of doing just that. I considered saying that I hadn't known it was available, but I decided that would just dig me deeper into the unprofessional interviewer hole. Anyway, Bridenstine was already in full flood with his own less than fond recollections of the Blue Tits. "They turned up late, and I knew they were going to be trouble. You can always tell. There was hardly time to get them through makeup, not that any amount of makeup would have improved the look of that lot. As soon as we went on the air, it was like feeding time at the monkey house. Now, as a television professional, I pride myself on my ability to control a live studio situation. But this lot were uncontrollable. Categorically uncontrollable. Can I have a straw in that, sweetheart?" This last was directed at the barmaid, who had arrived with his soda water. He got his straw and used it to stir the ice cubes around in his glass, staring into its fizzy depths as though searching for the secret of existence. Evidently, he didn't find it. From that point on, it became an exercise in damage limitation. I just wanted to get through to the end credits with the show's reputation intact, and, less importantly, my own reputation intact.
To my abiding and utter shame, I failed in both those objectives, but I sincerely doubt anyone could have done any better. These were stupid little girls. Hysterical little Hellions. The experience of appearing on television had simply gone to their heads. They were completely inexperienced, total amateurs. The big mistake was letting them on the show in the first place, and in that regard, I am not willing to take any blame. He paused and sucked gloomily at his soda water. That was down to my brilliant researcher and my bold producer. It was they who deemed it such a dazzling idea to feature the Blue Tits. He uttered the band's name with an odd kind of relish, shooting Nevada a furtive glance as he did so. Maybe he just got a thrill out of saying tits in front of a young woman. Nevada, intent on scrutinizing the list of New World whites, didn't even notice. "Oh, well," said Bridenstine. "Both my researcher and my producer were out of a job the following day. As was I. As was I." I said, "It happened that quickly?" His hand crept up and touched the cross he was wearing, as if to remind himself that it was still there. "The papers came out the following morning. By the afternoon, we were on the carpet being told how we'd let everyone down, ourselves included, they said, the condescending turds, and by that evening we were gone. Gone. My producer was in tears, a gutless little runt. I waited until I knew everybody from the studio would be at the pub, at our local, and then I went in too. The whole place went quiet, just like in one of those westerns when the stranger walks into the saloon. And then I stood drinks for everybody. Bought a round for the entire pub. And you know what? They applauded me. Everybody applauded me." His voice was thickening with emotion now, and there was a gleam of tears in his eyes. I found myself feeling sorry for him. They all knew it could have been them, you see. It could so easily have been them, any one of them. What can you do if you're on a live broadcast and somebody steps outside the boundaries of decency? If they go beyond the pale? We all live by what you might call an unspoken code. A tacit agreement that everyone will respect the parameters of civilized behavior. And, by and large, people do, by and large. But what happens when you're confronted by savages? When you're sitting there under the studio lights with the cameras pointing at you and you're lumbered with a pack of creatures who are hardly human? The tears were gone from his eyes now, replaced by a hard glint of anger. What do you do? There's nothing you can do. You're at their mercy. Everyone knew that. It could have been them with their career down the toilet if someone had come onto their show and said, "Cunt." He uttered the word with a strange, loving precision. I abruptly stopped feeling sorry for him as he shot another sly glance at Nevada. She looked up from the wine list and gave him her best Mona Lisa smile. I was glad that he'd put paid to any sympathy I'd felt. It made the next bit easier. Time for the jackpot question. "It must have made you very angry," I said. Bridenstine looked at me with keen attention as I spoke, as though he was back on his talk show, and I was a guest cueing him for a memorable remark of his own, which he was now carefully formulating. "Especially with the girl who did it," I said. "It was Helene Hilditch, wasn't it? After all, she was responsible for what happened. It was really only her, wasn't it? You must have been really angry with her in particular." Rather than tensing up, as I had expected, Bridenstine now became oddly calm. He sighed and sank back in his chair and shook his head. "I know it seems odd," he said, "but I am grateful it happened. He was right. It seemed very odd. What was even odder was that he sounded like he meant it. He leaned forward, his face lighting up, a strange, hesitant smile coming and going, flickering across his lips. Because, you see, if it hadn't happened, then I would never have known the light of the Lord. I would never have felt that healing light shining in me, fulfilling me, filling me up and nourishing me and lifting me up, carrying me to a new place, a new and better place. I now live in the light of the Lord, every moment of my life washed in that warmth, renewed in it, bathed in it. I abide in his merciful light. As he spoke, he reached for the cross that hung at his throat again and absent-mindedly stroked it. His voice, which previously had been smooth and impressive but rather oily in its wheedling insistence, as it had been earlier on the public address system, was now soft and melodious, and marked by an entirely new and quite persuasive sincerity. The eyes staring out of his ravaged face were those of a man transformed. I shot a glance at Nevada. She was as transfixed by this metamorphosis as I was, even to the extent of putting the wine list aside. He cleared his throat. It's a little difficult talking about this, talking about those times. Of course, thank you for making the time to tell us about it, after we offered to pay you. You see, it's such a roller coaster of emotion. My downfall, and then my being uplifted again. He suddenly leaned forward and spoke to the girl drying glasses behind the bar. Excuse me, dear, but do you, by any chance, have any Irish whiskies? The girl smiled and nodded. Oh, yeah. You bet your boots. We've got Redbreast, Red Spot, Green Spot, Yellow Spot, Middleton, Connemara, Teeling, Gelstons, and of course Bushmills and Jameson. Is the Gelstons the 12-year-old? Oh, yes. Sherry cask finish. The girl made an exaggeratedly contrite face. Nope. Rum cask, sorry. The Red Spot, is that 12 years old? 15. I'll have the Red Spot. He turned to Nevada and me. You don't mind if I have a little drink? A wee drinky? No, I suppose. But didn't you say? And you won't mind picking up the bill? Ha ha ha! Bit cheeky of me to ask, I know, but after all, you are interviewing me. No, that's fine. Bridenstine swiveled on his stool and called after the barmaid. Darling, make it a double, would you? The tumbler of whiskey came, and he smiled, nodded and accepted it, and then downed it in one. He sighed and looked at the empty glass with a slightly perplexed expression, as though trying to work out how this weird phenomenon had come about. Then his face brightened, and he smiled and called to the barmaid, Same again, please, sweetness. The girl came back and took his tumbler. Thirsty, eh? She said. She refilled it and placed it in front of him. Bridenstine left it sitting there on the bar in front of him and studied it carefully for a long moment. If the answer to life's mystery hadn't been in the soda water, surely it must be in the amber depths of this expensive whiskey, which Nevada and I were paying for. Or rather, that Erik would be paying for when we submitted today's expenses to him. Bridenstine's hand shot out to seize the glass as though it had been about to escape. He held it to his misshapen nose and inhaled the aroma carefully, then drank it down in one long, ecstatic swallow. Hello, sweetie, hello, dear, he called cheerily to the barmaid. There seems to be something wrong with this glass. It keeps becoming empty. The girl came back. gave him a professional smile, and refilled it with the third double. I looked over at Nevada. She gave me an imperceptible nod. I could guess what she was thinking. Maybe the whiskey would loosen his lips. We could hardly do anything else, with him drinking it at this rate. And maybe we would learn something. This time, he took an immediate sip of his drink, but only a small one. Then he set it aside and turned away from it, like he was playing hard to get. I was starting to be impressed by the variety of his drinking strategies. Helene Hilditch, he said, as if I had only just uttered the name. Helene Hilditch. He turned back to the bar and looked with elaborate surprise at his drink sitting there. Where had this come from? He picked it up and inspected it to make sure it was real, and then he threw it back with a natty snap of the neck. The glass was empty again. "Hello, Flower," he called to the barmaid. "Cooey!" She came back down the bar to us. "You will never guess what I'm going to say, darling," he said, eyes twinkling with good humor. She smiled indulgently as she filled the glass again. This brought it to the equivalent of 8 single whiskies. He took the newly filled glass and, instead of drinking it, he held it to his chest as he swiveled on his bar stool to look at us. As he spoke, he continued to hold it close to him, like it was something precious, in need of protection. "Helene Hilditch," he said, "was a fiendish little bitch." I wondered for a moment if this was going to be a light-hearted poetry recital, but no such luck. "When she said it," he said, "I couldn't believe my ears. I could not believe it. I literally couldn't. I thought I was hallucinating. I mean, things like that just don't happen." His voice had taken on a note of wonder. "Can you imagine?" he said. He glanced down at the glass he was holding to his chest. Maybe the bouquet of the whiskey had suddenly penetrated to his potato nose. He lifted the glass to eye level and studied the golden liquid inside. A weirdly exalted expression came on his face. It was a pivotal moment. It was the pivotal moment in my life. You don't get many of those. And you don't usually know when they come. I mean, as they're actually happening. But I knew. I knew all right. He put the glass to his lips again and emptied it in a suave series of sips. Then he set it down on the bar very carefully and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his lemon-yellow sweater. He looked at us. "I wasn't the cunt," he said, as if revealing a great and unexpected truth. "She was the cunt. She was the cunt. He turned back to the bar. "Excuse me, darling." I leaned over towards him and spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps you've had enough," I suggested. He turned sharply and looked at me, and I instantly knew I'd said the wrong thing, though I didn't yet realize quite how wrong. "Had enough? Had enough? I've had enough, have I? Who are you? Who are you to tell me I've had enough?" The bar in this pub was constructed in the currently fashionable manner with a granite top in rectangular sections, which meant that there were some very hard edges and unforgiving corners on it. Bridenstine now picked up his empty whiskey tumbler and, moving in a businesslike way, swiftly and neatly smashed it against one of the granite corners. He did this in such a manner that the base of the tumbler remained intact in his hand, while all that remained of the rest was a viciously sharp curve of glass rising from it like the blade of a knife. He's done this before, I thought, as he lunged at me and jammed the sharp edge against my throat, right under my chin, hard enough to just break the skin, pressed firmly against the big blood vessels that clustered there. I tried to back away to relieve the pressure,
but I already had my back against the bar. I felt my blood pulsing against the sharp tip of the glass. Bridenstine was leading towards me, his ravaged features split by a rictus of a grin, breathing hot whiskey fumes into my face. "I've had enough, have I?" he said, in a tone of polite inquiry. Nevada had instantly jumped to her feet and moved towards us, but she now stood frozen, doing nothing. I appreciated her problem. There was nothing she could do without increasing the likelihood of this lunatic drunk cutting my throat open. Grabbing his elbow, for example, would be a particularly bad idea. Behind the bar, the girl was staring at this tableau in dumbstruck horror. I locked eyes with Nevada. I couldn't believe it was going to end like this. On a sunny spring morning, thanks to an idiot drunk with an improvised weapon and a killing rage. But if it did end here, I wanted to be looking at her as I went. "Bill!" The voice cut through the silence, terse and angry and standing for no nonsense, like someone reprimanding a misbehaving dog. Bridenstine turned to face the person who had called out. It was the woman from the public address system, the tiny, barefoot woman. She was holding the piece of paper. What had they called it? The something script? No, the script something. The script schedule. As soon as he saw her, he instantly pulled the glass away from my throat and hid it behind his back like a guilty child. "Bill, what on earth are you doing?" "Alana, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, my love. I've let you down again, haven't I?" He sank back down on his bar stool. The remains of the glass dropped from his hand and cracked on the floor. Nevada was instantly upon me, her arms around me, standing between me and Bridenstine, shielding me with her body. "Billy, Billy, Billy," said the woman softly. "What have you done?" Bridenstine was staring blankly into space. He said nothing, but a pungent, ammoniac smell suddenly rose sharply in the room, and I saw with horror that there was a dark patch spreading at the crotch of his white trousers. "Come on. Let's get you out of here," said the woman softly. It was as if she were talking to a child or an invalid. Bridenstine slid obediently off the bar stool. The woman turned to us. "I am so sorry. He's a lovely, lovely man, but he has such a vicious temper. That's his cross to carry. And, I suppose, mine too." She led him off, tiny beside him, like a child leading a bear. As they disappeared out the door into the brilliant daylight, the barmaid came and stood near us, leaning across the bar to get nearer still. "Jesus wept," she said. I said, "We'll pay for that glass he broke." My voice was impressively clear and steady, but somehow sounded artificial, as though it were my first time using a phrase in a new language I'd recently learned. "Like hell you will," she said. "It wasn't your fault. It was that fucking creamer's fault. I saw what happened. He's out of his fucking mind. He's off his loaf. He shouldn't be roaming the streets. He isn't safe. Here, have a drink. On the house." She grabbed 3 glasses and the nearest bottle of whiskey and sploshed sloppy servings in all the glasses. Her hand was shaking so much that the neck of the bottle rang musically against the rim of the glasses. While she poured the drinks, Nevada came closer to me and put her hand against my chest. My heart was beating so hard that I could distinctly feel the outline of each of her fingertips against it. Chapter 11. The most un-punk thing. Perhaps not surprisingly, I decided to take it easy the following day. I slept in with both the cats huddled on the bed beside me, making use of different parts of my body for pillows, dozing and dreaming, and faintly aware of Nevada bustling around in the kitchen. I was finally woken by the sound of the coffee grinder, or rather by the cats' reaction to it, their identical outraged leaps from the bed in protest at this audio atrocity. I just smiled contentedly. My beloved was doing the prep work for my morning coffee. I put on a dressing gown
and went through to the kitchen to finish the task. As I made the coffee, Nevada lightly toasted some Putney sourdough and put out a selection of spreads and fruit, sliced bananas, strawberries and grapes, on the table. We ate breakfast together, and then Nevada went out to the back garden to finish replanting the Japanese rose in its new flower bed, the one created by the recent concrete smashing antics. I poured myself a second cup of coffee, switched on the monoblocks, and settled down on the sofa in the sweet spot to catch up on my backlog of album listening. I still hadn't had a chance to properly explore the Liberty pressing of Grant Green's Idle Moments that I bought with our first flush of new funds. Idle Moments was a perfect title for a lazy Sunday, come to think of it. It was gorgeous. Who was that playing tenor saxophone? Joe Henderson. Fanny came and joined me on the sofa while Turk went outside, clattering through the cat flap to supervise Nevada's gardening activities. I rubbed Fanny's head as we listened to Grant Green's delving, articulate solo on Django. I was successfully losing myself in the rich, rounded tones of the guitar, and determinedly not thinking about what had happened yesterday, or about Helene, or her situation. This strategy worked perfectly well until the phone rang. It was Saxon Ghost. "Mate," he said. He packed an impressive range of emotion into that one word. Shock, anger, camaraderie. What?" I said. "I heard about what happened." "What happened?" "I heard about Bridenstine and what he did. What he tried to do, that scumbag. I wish I'd come along with you to the pub now. That vicious little scumbag. I should never have left you alone with him. I'm kicking myself. I am so sorry, mate. I wish I'd been there. I would have shown him what happens to someone who goes after a friend of mine with a broken pint mug. He would have ended up with it in his face. With it up his arse." "It wasn't a pint mug." "So sorry, mate. So how you doing? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Or I would be if I didn't have to listen to someone on the phone making me relive it all." "He's the scum of the earth, that Bridenstine." "He's just pitiful," I said. And I meant it. "You're right there, mate. He always was. He always was. Well, take care, mate." We said our goodbyes, and he hung up. Nevada came in from the garden with a decorative smear of dirt on her forehead. "Who was that?" "Mr. Ghost." "Oh, Saxon. You know, I really quite like him." He knew about Bill Bridenstine trying to cut my throat with a whiskey glass. Well, he got the glass wrong, but he knew about everything else. "Oh, you poor thing," said Nevada. "Absolutely the last thing you want to talk about, but he meant well." "But how did he know about it?" I said. "How the hell did he know what happened?" "I suppose Monica must have told him." "How did Monica know?" "Helene must have told her," said Nevada. "How did Helene know?" "Erik must have told her." Nevada paused. "After I told him." "Why did you tell Erik?" Nevada smiled grimly. "Because if this job is going to be so dangerous, your day rate is going up." "I've got a day rate now," I said. "And rather a generous one, as of yesterday." Nevada went back out into the garden, and Fanny emerged from under the armchair where she had retired in disgust at the interruption. I went to the garage to restart Idle Moments. I decided I might as well go back to the first track. Fanny appeared to approve, and we relaxed on the sofa while the music filled the room as only a vintage Van Gelder-mastered Blue Note can. Everything sounded solid, immediate, real. Though not quite as immediate and real as the ringing of the phone. Again. It was Tinkler. "How are you?" "I'm okay. Did Erik tell you about it?" "Of course he did." "Are you sure you're all right?" "It really wasn't such a big deal. Not from what I heard. Listen, my friend." "Yes," I said. Tinkler chuckled. "You weren't supposed to take it literally when I said the vintage vinyl business is cutthroat." "I think that's a classic, Tinkler. Wait till I tell Nevada. Oh, how she'll laugh." "I mean, God," he continued, oblivious. "You are so literal-minded." After a bit more buffoonery and some threats about coming over to visit, he rang off. I went back to the turntable. The stylus of the autophone drifted slowly down to meet the playing surface again, and the slow, spooky chords of the title track rose around me once more, filling the room. I settled down on the sofa with Fanny slumped against me, head on my thigh, and we let the music start to wash over us. Then the doorbell rang. I sighed and got up. Fanny gave a squeak of reprimand. "Where are you going now?" as I trotted to the front door and opened it. Standing there were Erik and Helene in their Sunday best. She was wearing black jeans and a pink denim jacket. He was wearing black jeans and a bright red Hawaiian shirt open halfway to his navel to expose wiry grey chest hair and an assortment of necklaces. Both were shod in black cowboy boots, polished to a high gleam. They were holding a bottle of pink champagne and a large, heart-shaped box of expensive-looking chocolates. For one surreal, vertiginous moment, I thought it was Valentine's Day. Then I remembered that I'd only very recently attended a memorable festivity to celebrate the merry month of May. "Hey!" said Erik, with a big friendly smile. By contrast, Helene's face was creased with sadness and concern. "You poor guy," she murmured. Erik, realizing that he'd got the vibe wrong, immediately rearranged his features into a suitably somber configuration and dropped his voice a considerable number of decibels. "Hey, man," he muttered in tones appropriate to, say, standardized funeral commiseration. "Can we come in?" said Helene. "Yes, of course. Please." I stood back, and they walked past me into the house. As soon as I closed the door, Helene threw her arms around me. "I am so sorry." She gave me a powerful hug. Her body felt extraordinarily skinny and bird-like, all bones and wiry strength. As soon as she let go of me, Erik moved in for some hugging of his own. His aftershave made a striking contrast to Helene's perfume, though they were both clearly big-ticket items. His embrace was a ferocious bear hug. "We are so sorry, dude," he said. Then they both stood back to look at me. I was acutely aware that I was unshaved, unwashed, and undressed, but this didn't seem to bother my rock-and-roll visitors. Hugs concluded, they just strode in and commenced to make themselves at home. Helene by going into the kitchen, setting the chocolates on the counter, and then opening the fridge and rummaging inside to make room to stash the champagne. Erik by standing in the middle of the living room and waiting for someone to attend to his needs. I went to the turntable and lifted the tone arm up, cutting off poor Grant Green in his prime again. The back door popped open and Nevada came in. Erik's face lit up. "Hey!" Then he remembered this was supposed to be a downbeat and serious occasion, so he forced himself to look appropriately gloomy once more. "Erik," said Nevada, happily, and kissed him on the cheek, which meant Erik had to struggle to stop himself grinning again. Helene stepped in from the kitchen and the two women exchanged delighted cries and kisses. "We heard what happened," said Helene, "and we just wanted to stop by and—" She held up the box of chocolates, which resulted in more delighted cries, though not as many as the bottle of champagne when Helen cracked the fridge open to display it. "Bollinger Rosé," said Nevada. "Very nice. We shall uncork this little item in just a moment. First, come outside and see the fruits of our labours with that sledgehammer." The two women went out to the garden. Erik and I looked at each other. "So, are you, all right, bruv?" I realized he was staring at my throat, looking for a mark. There was indeed a mark there, but it might just have been an insect bite. Pink, puffy, unremarkable. "Yeah," I said. "I'm fine." "Of course you are, big bollocks. Of course you are. Nice one. Good." Erik nodded decisively, as if to conclude the matter. We were, after all, men, and no more need be said. He pounded me powerfully on the back a few times, presumably to supplement my injuries, and then sank contentedly into an armchair. He peered around the room and then, already bored with the lack of stimulation as only a retired rock star can be, he hunkered forward to bring himself closer to Fanny, who was perched on the arm of the sofa. "Hey, pussycat." He extended his hand for her to sniff. Fanny gave him a sneering yawn and promptly jumped down from the sofa and disappeared, obviously having concluded that Grant Green was off the playlist for now. Intelligent cat. Erik was staring at my record collection.
You got any more Mellencamp?
Certainly. I took idle moments off the turntable and restored it carefully to its protective sleeve. Then I went to the appropriate shelf and selected The Lonesome Jubilee, potentially John Mellencamp's masterpiece, though of course there is also Big Daddy. I held the album cover up to show Erik.
Okay. Nice one.
He nodded to signify his grudging approval. The women came back in from the garden. I didn't know what they'd been talking about, but Helene came immediately over to me and seized both my hands in hers.
You poor, poor guy. You are so brave.
Thank you. You know what, if it's okay, I'll go put some clothes on. I was still standing there in my dressing gown. It was a stylish dressing gown chosen by Nevada, but still.
Of course. You go ahead.
Helene released my hands. I turned and started towards the bedroom. I'd gone about 3 steps in that direction when I heard a piercing wolf whistle. I turned back to see Helene with 2 fingers between her lips.
Nice legs,
she said roguishly. They're not bad, are they? I heard Nevada drawl, with a smug note of ownership, as I hurried off. When I returned from the bedroom looking slightly more respectable, I found that the gathering had taken on a businesslike atmosphere, despite, or perhaps because of, the glasses of pink champagne on the table. Nevada, Helene, and Erik were all seated there, and I joined them.
So, said Helene, the first thing we wanted to ask is if you think we should call the police now.
The police? I pondered for a moment. Well, we've certainly got witnesses.
Witnesses?
Well, there's Nevada and the barmaid.
No.
Erik was shaking his head, looking a little embarrassed.
We don't mean about what happened to you yesterday. Although that was bad enough,
added Helen hastily.
Yeah, of course, that was terrible, man, terrible. What we meant, said Helene, was should we call the police and tell them that Bridenstine has been trying to kill me?
Nevada and I exchanged a look. We'd already given this considerable thought and discussion. Helene caught the look.
You don't think it's Bill Bridenstine?
Well, I said, he certainly has the murderous rage. I realized I was touching my throat as I said this. Luckily, there wouldn't be any scarring from his whiskey-glass dagger, at least not on the outside. But we don't think he's sufficiently organized to have done the meticulous planning required in all those various attempts on you.
Maybe he had some help, said Erik.
A thought flashed through my mind. A small, barefoot woman in a cartoon fish t-shirt. I shook my head, both to dismiss the image and to gently contradict Erik. As much as I dislike the bastard, I just don't see it being him.
Why not? Said Erik stubbornly.
He's the one with the big juicy motive. Helene suddenly slammed her fist down on the table, causing all of us to jump, as well as some spillage from the champagne flutes, which no one had touched yet.
I am so sick of people having a go at me about that, she said. She was genuinely angry. No one's having a go, doll, said Erik quickly. No, not you, but everyone else. No one will let go of it. They won't let me forget what I did. Was it really so bad? Was it really so transgressive? No, doll. Of course not. If it wasn't for our uptight society, no one would have batted an eyelash. If it had been in Sweden or somewhere, no one would have cared.
Actually, I seem to recall that Sweden was quite a conservative church-going culture, but I wasn't about to offer this refutation to Helene, who was in full swing.
Anyway, she said, it wasn't even my fault. It was all Ophelia's fault.
This I had to pick her up on.
Really?
I said mildly. How so?
Because of the way she started spouting Latin. Did you know that?
Both Nevada and I were nodding obediently, but that didn't stop Helene giving a full recap of the situation. Bill Bridenstine antagonizing them and insulting them on his talk show.
He just blithely assumed we were all stupid little slags from the slums. So Ophelia starts showing off her Latin. She was always such a little show-off. And as soon as she started doing that, my blood ran cold. There we were, on live television, being watched by millions of people. We're supposed to be the cutting-edge new punk band, and she's speaking Latin. Perfect Latin. Can you imagine? It was the most un-punk thing ever. We were about to completely lose it. We were about 10 seconds away from the end of the Blue Tits. And I knew it was down to me. I had to do something to save the day. I had to restore our street cred.
She paused, and then she said proudly,
So I did. You really did, babes,
said Erik, rubbing her gently on the arm. We all picked up our glasses and toasted the utterance of groundbreaking obscenities live on prime-time television. Helene was relaxed and happy again. But we were no closer to identifying who was trying to kill her, and I said as much.
You really don't think it's Bridenstine, said Helene.
Believe me, if I thought we could get him put away in prison forever, I would be only too delighted. But whatever else is wrong with him, I don't think he's the one.
All right, then. If it's not him, then who is it? Demanded Erik truculently.
He'd obviously forgotten that I was supposed to be the object of sympathy today. Well, Tanya Strack, for a start.
Oh, yes, said Helene. I meant to thank you for your advice. Very sensible. Oh, yeah. Nice one, said Erik.
I was suddenly back in his good books again.
Tinkler gave us your message, and we got right on it. I put down all the dirt I could remember about the olden days.
Helene sounded very pleased with herself.
All the really primo dirt. We've announced on social media that if anything should happen to me, we'll release it to the world. Bong Cha has been a great help.
Bong's very big on social media, said Erik. Nevada was looking pensive. So, did you tell everyone that someone was actually trying to kill you? That could make our job a lot more difficult.
Oh, no, said Erik. That would be a real downer. The way we phrased it was that we know everyone is gagging to read Helene's memoirs, and so we've made sure that the highlights will go into the public domain if, heaven forbid, anything should ever happen to her.
That was smart.
So, said Helene, who are you looking at, if not Bill Bridenstine?
How about Fanzine Frank? I said. Helene seized on this immediately.
Of course. Him. And I was supposed to give you Monica's number, wasn't I? So you could reach him. Damn it. Here, let me.
Thanks, I've already got it. From Tanya Strack in her Putney penthouse.
You know what? Said Helene. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I suppose I've known him so long that he just blended into the background of my life. But he's a prime candidate, a total stalker type, and always monitoring my movements, supposedly because they'll be of interest to the readers of his publication, which is basically Hello magazine for punk rock obsessives.
For someone who acted like she always threw it in the bin, she seemed to know rather a lot about this periodical. But we all agreed, Fanzine Frank was the next person to check out. Erik and Helene soon made their excuses and left. But they helped us finish the champagne first. Chapter 12. Python-esque euphemism. It was one thing to decide that Fanzine Frank was the next person we should talk to. Pinning him down and actually talking to him was quite another. In fact, he proved so elusive that Nevada and I finally decided we should leave him for the time being, prime suspect though he was, not to mention being the purchaser of several boxes of the original LP, and instead interview the remaining members of the Blue Tits: Ophelia Brident, drums, and Delia Lispector, bass. When Monica the roadie had said Ophelia had dropped off the radar, I hadn't taken this very seriously. But unfortunately, it proved to be an accurate analysis of the situation. No one, Erik, Monica, Elaine, Saxon, Lenny, had any idea where she was, or how she could be reached. Even the stalker's best friend, the internet, proved to be no help. I wondered, however, if Tanya Strack might be able to provide us with a useful lead. Monica had assured us that she wouldn't know where Ophelia was either. If Tanya knew, Monica said that she would know that she knew. I wasn't entirely convinced by this tortuous logic, and I decided I would approach Tanya as a last resort. "Why not a first resort?" said Nevada. "Because I also want to ask her if she's trying to kill Helene, because Helene killed her political career, and I haven't yet figured out a tactful way of doing that." "Ah, I see your problem." So we turned our attention to Delia Lispector, formerly Dildo Inspector in her punkadelic heyday. She proved remarkably easy to track down and to contact by email, but she was out of the country until next week. So, a dead end, if only temporarily. Which left one other line of inquiry. Helene and Nevada's old school, the Emily Kelso Academy for Young Ladies. Monica had been adamant that the place was a hotbed of people with reasons to hate Helene, so I felt we had to at least make some gesture towards checking it out, although I didn't hold out much hope for getting cooperation from an institution like this on what was a tenuous and frankly rather weird line of inquiry. Nevertheless, I found the phone number for the school, spoke to the head teacher's secretary, and then, to my surprise, the head teacher herself, one Enrica Morado. I sensed she was a busy woman, so I quickly outlined my request. I was researching a documentary about the Blue Tits, that old lie, and I was eager to visit the Emily Kelso Academy to speak to anyone who might remember the aging punksters from their days as girls at the school. "That would be me," said Ms. Morado. "I remember them very well. I was a junior teacher here then." "Really?" I said. "That's fantastic. If you could spare a little time, we'd love to meet you. I've already spoken to Helene Hilditch and Tanya Strack." "Oh, Tanya. She's marvellous. One of our most prestigious old girls, and very active on our board of governors, not to mention being the most breathtakingly generous of patrons." I'd already felt I was making progress with Miss Morado, but I'd clearly hit the jackpot by mentioning Tanya Strack. "I'm sure Tanya would be happy to vouch for me," I said. "Oh, there's no need for that. We would be delighted to talk to you. I, personally, would be delighted to talk to you." We arranged a date and time. I confirmed the route to the school, and it was as simple as that. Agatha and her black cab had another paying job that day, and a lucrative one, so we decided to give her time off for good conduct and drove down in Tinkler's car. This meant we had to take Tinkler along too, but he promised to be on his best behaviour, which is just as well, because the words Tinkler and girls' school should never be in the same sentence. Tinkler's car was a Volvo DAF, which had for a long time merely been an old banger, but was now rapidly in danger of becoming a vintage automobile. It was a pity Agatha wasn't available, because she liked driving it. The car was an odd shade of red, and we called it Kind of Red, for historical reasons involving us all almost getting killed. I was designated to drive because Nevada liked to navigate, and Tinkler liked to be driven around in his own car. "It makes me feel like a sultan," he said. "Now, all I need is the harem." "There's a spider web on your wing mirror, Tinkler." "I'm amazed there's only one." We drove along Abbey Avenue and then across Clarence Lane to Roehampton Lane. We headed down to the A3, past the large Asda, past Putney Vale Crematorium, that cheery landmark, and, more happily, past the big field which regularly hosted the big boot fair where Nevada and I had once gone hunting for a rare jazz record in the early days of our courtship. Out of London, into Surrey. I knew we'd definitely left the city and reached the country when I had to slow down for a girl on a horse. The girl wore a yellow high-vis vest. The horse wore black socks on his back legs and red socks on the front, We drove past country pubs, along winding roads lined with greenery and shadowed by tall, shady trees. Our destination was Ashted, and we approached it along green tunnels of road, branches of trees not quite closing up to screen off the hot blue sky overhead. On either side of us were old brick walls covered with ivy. They soon gave way to more modern, very high red brick walls. "Those are some serious walls," said Tinkler, peering out of the window. "To keep the inmates inside," said Nevada, who didn't seem particularly thrilled about revisiting her alma mater. "It's really not far from the M25 here," I said. The M25 was the famed London orbital motorway, the only British motorway to have provided a cool name for a band. "It was certainly handy for hitchhiking when we skived off," said Nevada. We turned off the main road onto a narrow, winding approach lane. "This is actually the back entrance," said Nevada. "No vile jokes, Tinkler." "I'm shocked you would even suggest such a thing." The lane led us to a narrow opening in the red brick wall, flanked by rusty white gates and a small, matching rusty white gatehouse. The gatehouse was empty, and the gates were propped open with bricks, weeds lapping up to obscure their lower edges. "Not exactly high security," said Tinkler. "There used to be a nasty little man in that gatehouse," said Nevada. "I guess economy measures have put pay to his position." "But they've got a big surveillance camera up there," I said. It was mounted on the roof of the empty gatehouse and carefully angled to cover the entire approach, either by road or on foot. "So they have," said Nevada. "Smile and wave." The school was effectively a gated community, consisting of scattered buildings set in their own rambling grounds. As we approached it, we drove over a stone bridge across a dried-up, overgrown brook choked with greenery. Beyond the bridge, the road widened out again into a well-maintained two-lane blacktop with tall, broadly spreading trees on either side of us, and big expanses of neat lawns. White painted stones were distributed as a kind of punctuation along the grass at the side of the road. We drove past giant hedges, richly green and perfectly spherical. "My God! Look at those hedges," said Tinkler. "Big balls." "I bet you girls had some amusing names for those." "We did, actually," said Nevada. Rather than one or two large buildings, the school seemed to be dispersed into small cottage-like structures. Mesmerado's office was in a slightly grander version of one of these, approached by a footpath across a wide and luxuriant expanse of grass dotted with big trees and the occasional green wooden bench. We parked the car some distance away in a circular gravelled area, also ringed with white stones, and set off along the footpath. As we neared our destination, Tinkler suddenly said, "I think I'll wait here," and plonked himself down on a bench in a shady spot under a large oak. "Don't you think you should come with us, Tinkler?" "What would I bring to the party? I wouldn't bring anything to the party. You kids have fun." Nevada and I stood looking at him indecisively. "Tinkler," she said. "Strictly 16-plus fantasies," he said, and waved his hand at us. "Go. See the headmistress." "Head teacher." "Knock yourself out." He eased himself back on the bench in a luxuriant sprawl and took out his phone. We left him there, albeit reluctantly, and went on to the cottage. There was a sign on the door inviting us to please enter, so we did, finding ourselves in a small reception area with a woman at a desk covered with miniature cacti in brightly painted pots. She looked up from her screen and told us that Mesmerado was expecting us. I noticed that, among the other screens behind the desert flora on her desk, there was one providing a high-resolution view of the approach to the gatehouse where we'd just driven in. No wonder they were expecting us. We walked through a further door and into a big, comfortable room full of sunlight. There was a thick, green carpet stretching out before us, and the walls were lined with books. Mesmerado was a slender woman in her 60s, with a bulldog jaw and maroon hair with dark highlights. I suppose you'd call them lowlights. She was wearing a purple business suit, black sweater, and a string of white pearls with a purple gem at the center. Her earrings were matching purple gems. She rose from her desk, smiling as we came in. and then suddenly froze, staring.
Nevada? What are you doing here?
Nevada nodded at me. I'm his partner in crime. And everything else.
Well, what a surprise. What a lovely surprise. Nevada Warren, isn't it?
It took her a moment to conjure up the surname from the depths of her memory, but I could see how happy it made her when she did.
Please, do come in and sit down, both of you.
She led us to a sofa and a set of armchairs. We established ourselves on the sofa, but instead of taking one of the armchairs in the time-honoured way, Mesmerado perched on the corner of her desk nearest to us. She was silent for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts, and she kept staring at Nevada. The unannounced presence of my honey pie had clearly thrown her.
Well, thank you for coming all this way to see us.
Thank you for seeing us, I said.
Not at all. Only too pleased. Delighted, in fact. As I told you, Tanya Strack is a truly marvellous patron of the school.
She was already smiling, but at the mention of Tanya, her smile widened to the point that it began to look painful. Maybe it was, because it faded, leaving Mesmerado looking businesslike and perhaps a little wary.
So, how may I help you?
You said you were at the school when the Blue Tits were here. She pursed her lips and her eyes flickered upwards and to one side just for an instant.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You must forgive me if I have a tiny bit of cognitive dissonance any time that name is mentioned.
I mean, in that context.
As the name of the band, you mean?
Yes, well, exactly. Because, you see,
she peered at us as though a thought had just struck her.
I may be telling you things that Nevada has already told you, so I apologize if that's the case. But you see, Blue Tits is also the name of one of our schoolhouses here at Emily Kelso. So whenever I hear the name, that's where my mind immediately goes at first.
I smiled, what I hoped was my most ingratiating smile, and said, yes, of course, and I did know about the house name. I glanced at Nevada, sat at my side, looking benignly inscrutable and gazing out the window with apparent fascination. But it was Helene who told me.
Oh! Yes, I see. Helene Hilditch, Tanya Strack, Ophelia Brident, Delia Lispector.
She pronounced each name with a little triumphant flourish, as if she was reading them off some kind of internalized roll call, then smiled at me, as if expecting congratulations. It was a pretty impressive feat of memory, assuming she hadn't mugged up on the subject just before we arrived. I supposed remembering the names of students from decades earlier was the kind of accomplishment that a teacher might pride herself on. And Monica Dunkley, of course, I added. At the edge of my vision, I thought I saw a ghost of a smile on Nevada's lips for a split second before her poker face resumed. Mesmerado's fleeting expression of puzzlement was all I could have wished for.
Monica, but she wasn't... Oh, yes, that's right. She was the road manager for the band, wasn't she?
I thought road manager was a rather grandiose designation, but then so was band, for that matter, given the general level of musicianship involved. But I just smiled and nodded. That's right, although she seems to feel she's a fully fledged member of the Blue Tits too.
Fully fledged? Oh, very good, said Mesmerado,
smiling a big, generous smile, and I felt a warm flush of pleasure at the praise. For a moment, it was foolishly like being back at school and basking in the approval of your teacher, but without the immediate sequel of worrying that your classmates would beat the hell out of you later for sucking up. Mesmerado kept the big smile on her face and rotated her gaze to Nevada.
You see, fully fledged is an expression which pertains to birds.
When they get their feathers and are mature enough to fly, said Nevada, speaking for the first time since we'd sat down.
Of course, you knew that. How silly of me, and how condescending. You must forgive me.
Nothing to forgive, said Nevada. A casual listener would have just heard two women exchanging polite small talk, but I wasn't a casual listener, and I was now keenly aware of the bristling hostility underlying this gracious chat. "But you see, it was just so apt," said Mesmerado. "That's why it was such a perfect turn of phrase, because, of course, Tanya and Helene and Ophelia and Dilys did spread their wings and fly away from the nest."
"And Monica," said Nevada.
"Yes," conceded Mesmerado. "And Monica, too. They all left the school like birds taking flight, flapping their wings and sailing into the world, the big wide world, for the first time."
"Hardly the first time."
"As did you, Nevada. As did you," said Mesmerado, ignoring Nevada's remark. She was smiling again, but her eyes were cold as bottle glass. "At least Tanya and the others completed their studies and fulfilled their academic obligations and obtained their qualifications."
"Yeah. And they really put those to good use, didn't they?" said Nevada, and she smiled back at the woman. They seemed to be in a competition to see who could show the most teeth. It was like a display of ritualized hostility between carnivores. I didn't fully understand the source of this hostility, which I could feel swelling steadily in the room, but that hardly mattered. What mattered was that I didn't think we had time for it, no matter how veiled and manly the skirmishing might be. "Eyes on the ball, please, folks," I said. "You were going to tell us about your memories of the girls, Mesmerado. Your personal observations would be really valuable to my research." I'd gone from our to my to keep Nevada out of the equation for now, at least until I understood why Mesmerado seemed to have it in for her. Nevada and Mesmerado were still staring at each other, but for all the world as if they were vying to see who would blink first. But now Mesmerado turned to me and said, "Of course. What specifically would you like to know? Their academic achievements, perhaps?" "Hell no. Actually, I'm more interested in the period just after they left the school." "After they left?" Mesmerado was doing her best puzzled look. "But by definition, that was the point at which I no longer had any contact with them." She said this as if I presented her with an interesting anomaly, too polite to imply that I was merely an idiot. "I'm afraid I can't help you there. They were gone, and I was still here at the school." Now the idiot interpretation was definitely in play. So much for my bonus marks for fully fledged. I said, "Yes, but because you were here, you were in the perfect position to observe the reaction of the others to what they got up to." "The others? Do you mean the staff or the pupils?" "Both. I would be very interested to know how the staff and pupils reacted when these girls formed their group and achieved infamy." "Ah, infamy. Exactly. Well put." I was back in Teacher's Good Books. "I understand that some people were quite upset," I said. This, at least, had been Monica's assessment. Upset enough to potentially want to kill Helene all these years later, according to her. Mesmerado seemed lost in thought for a moment. Her hands floated up and carefully touched the purple gems in her earlobes, as if attempting some fine adjustment of them. "I wouldn't say upset. Of course, there was a certain amount of envy on the part of the girls, and shock among the more straight-laced members of staff, but our headmistress at the time, Mrs. Strickland, very sensibly decided to embrace the opportunity." "How so?"
"Well, you see, Marcia Strickland was a very young and open-minded woman. Highly progressive. She was a breath of fresh air. As you can well imagine, the Emily Kelso Academy had emerged from the 1950s and 1960s as rather a moribund institution, and it was badly in need of a breath of fresh air. At least the Board of Governors was sensible enough to realize this, to know their times had changed and that they needed to change with them. So they hired Marcia."
I noticed we'd gone from Mrs. Strickland to Marcia with remarkable speed. Perhaps Mesmerado realized this too, because she said,
"Marcia was a friend of mine. Or rather, she became one. I like to think that she became one. I very much admired her. She was the person responsible for hiring me, as part of her policy of introducing fresh blood to the school." She turned to Nevada. "I know it's hard to imagine that The decrepit hulk you see before you could ever come under the category of fresh blood.
I didn't want to get sidetracked into another terribly refined catfight, so I cut in. You said she embraced the opportunity. Miss Morado looked away from Nevada and smiled at me.
Yes, yes. You see, as a progressive, modern headmistress, she thought it was actually rather wonderful that some of our girls had left and formed a punk band, and a very successful one to boot. She thought it was, or at least could be, a cause for celebration. She even suggested the possibility of getting them back to the school to give a talk to the younger girls.
Her smile faded, and the enthusiasm in her eyes died.
But, unfortunately, things went horribly wrong.
How so?
As you might well imagine, there was initially considerable resistance to Marcia's position on this. The elder and more hidebound members of staff and the Board of Governors were hideously offended by the whole notion. They felt the good name of the school was being besmirched and dragged through the mud, etc., etc. But Marcia argued that there was no way we could possibly conceal the fact that the band consisted entirely of girls from Emily Kelso, even their road manager. So we might as well capitalize on it, use it as an opportunity to show how modern and, to use a current word, inclusive we were. She also said that we were bound to be the subject of publicity anyway, so we might as well turn that to our advantage. If you can't beat them, join them. That sort of thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, she got photographs of the 4 girls from our files. I'm afraid Monica wasn't included, and had them enlarged and framed, then hung the pictures in the vestibule of the assembly hall in the same place where we celebrate notable feats of sporting prowess and academic achievement, with trophies and cups and certificates and so on. And she had one of their records framed and hung it up with the photos.
Suddenly I was on full alert. One of their records?
Yes, one of their long-playing records.
Nevada and I looked at each other. I dug out my phone and hastily called up an image of the Blue Tits' first album, the original version. I held my phone out, and Ms. Morado bent down and squinted at it.
Yes, she said. That's the one.
Nevada and I exchanged another glance. I resisted the urge to immediately ask what had happened to the framed record. We had to work out how to handle this, and I sensed that Nevada was thinking furiously and swiftly along similar lines. In any case, Ms. Morado had swept inexorably on with her narrative.
Marcia also had herself photographed in the act of hanging the record on the wall, with a view to releasing this image to the newspapers. A publicity shot, if you will. She was planning an entire campaign around the girls and their band to show that here at Emily Kelso we were not so old-fashioned or stuffy or superannuated. But already the old-fashioned, stuffy, and superannuated forces were massing against her. It all came down to a crucial meeting with the Board of Governors, which took place one evening in the autumn of 1977.
I had a sudden, unsettling premonition of where this was heading.
It happened to be the same evening when the girls in the band were making their first appearance on television.
Uh-oh.
A program that was very popular at the time called Bickering with Bridie. Oh, shit. So, Marcia was in this meeting, a meeting to determine the future of the school, and indeed her own future, and while this meeting was taking place, that program was going out on the air. As it happened, I was watching it as it went out. I needed something to distract me because I was very nervous on behalf of Marcia. I was, as the saying goes, having kittens. Because I knew how important the meeting was for her. Her entire future was at stake.
I looked over at Nevada. Like me, she was riveted by this narrative and the inevitable disaster in the offing.
At first, it seemed like a good omen. The fact that the girls were getting such wonderful publicity just at the exact moment that Marcia was passionately defending them in front of these dinosaurs.
Ms. Morado had lowered her gaze. She seemed to be studying the carpet with great care.
And initially it was all going so well. The program, I mean. The host, Bridenstine, was this dreadful bore, and he very clearly had it in for our girls. But they were holding their own. Indeed, more than holding their own. There was this magnificent moment when Ophelia demonstrated that she hadn't been asleep in Latin after all. Then Helene... I saw her mouth tighten with distaste as she pronounced Helene's name. But that was replaced immediately with perplexity as she paused and tried to work out how to describe what happened next. You see, Helene called the host. She said... she insulted. Oh, really? Said Nevada, suddenly all bright-eyed innocence. What exactly did she do? She said... What did she say? Well... We watched Mesmerado trying to tiptoe delicately around what Helene had called Bridenstine. It was as though she was picking her way across a minefield. Finally, she said rather startlingly, Are you familiar with Monty Python? Yes, said Nevada and I in unison. Mesmerado wilted with relief. Well, then you have no doubt seen the travel agent sketch. And, to put it in Monty Python terms, Helene effectively called this chap a silly bunt. Oh, nice save, I thought. Except Helene didn't use any such Pythonesque euphemism, added Mesmerado coldly. She sighed. And the enormous tragedy is that at this point, Marcia had succeeded. She had, in fact, managed to convince the Board of Governors to adopt her policy. We were going to celebrate the girls and their achievements, publicize them rather than try to disavow them. It was going to be a thrilling new chapter in the history of the school. When she emerged from the meeting, Marcia was radiant. A flicker of a smile crossed Mesmerado's face at the memory, but only for a second. Then she had to be told. Someone had to tell her what had happened on the television while she was shut up in that meeting. And I am afraid that someone was me. She looked up from the carpet and gazed at us bleakly. I wish it hadn't been me. I wish I'd been more of a coward and I'd funked it and left it to someone else. But I was the one who told her. And I had to watch the radiance fade from her face. Forever, as it happened. At that exact instant it was all over. I remembered what Bridenstine had said about pivotal moments in life and how you usually didn't know when they came along. But here was another one, triggered by Helene and her willingness to utter one little word. Then I realized that thinking about Bridenstine and that day in the pub had caused me to unconsciously put my hand to my throat. I forced myself to take it away. I saw Nevada looking at me and I suspected her thoughts running on similar lines. All over, repeated Mesmerado. In that instant. All over for poor Marcia. She wasn't just forced to abandon her program of modernization and liberalization. She was forced to resign from her post. She had forfeited her job. She had been one of the youngest headmistresses in this country and certainly the most progressive. She'd had such high hopes, such dreams and ambitions, and now at a stroke, that was all over. It veritably destroyed her. It entirely crushed her. And more than that, Mesmerado fell silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, I suppose Marcia Strickland was what today we would call bipolar. She was capable of long spells of boundless energy and enthusiasm, intense, almost microscopic attention to detail, radiating immense charm and personal magnetism all the while. But when she was knocked off her perch, she could easily be precipitated into a period of the most utter, dark despair. And that was what happened then. Just when she needed her energy and optimism the most, when she needed to be knocking on doors and making telephone calls and sending out her CV, putting her best foot forward and looking for a new post. We tried to help her, her husband Ray and I. We did everything we could. But it has to be said that the outlook was bleak. Even if she had applied herself diligently to hunting for another job, her career had been permanently damaged. Again, the parallel with Bridenstine. Mesmerado shrugged. But we'll never know. Why not? I said, though I had an unhappy premonition that I knew exactly why. Because Marcia took her own life. She went to bed one night, turned on all the gas rings in the kitchen, and went to sleep forever.
Chapter 13. Archive Complex. Nevada and I looked at each other. In bed, while the gas from the kitchen was doing its lethal work, exactly like one of the attempts on Helene's life.
Ray came home and found her that way, said Mesmerado in a matter-of-fact voice. He smashed all the windows to get rid of the gas. He must have known it was too late, but he smashed them all anyway. I don't blame him. I'm sure I would have done the same thing. Smashed all the windows in the world, in fact.
Mesmerado fell silent again. I'm sorry, said Nevada quietly. Mesmerado looked at her in surprise.
It's not your fault, dear.
I'm sorry it happened.
That's kind of you.
Both women fell silent now. I waited for what I thought was a decent interval, and then I said, What happened to Ray? Mesmerado frowned at me.
What do you mean? He was devastated, of course. Broke down at the funeral. Broke down utterly. It was quite terrible.
But he didn't. I searched for an appropriate euphemism. He didn't also take his own life. Mesmerado shook her head emphatically.
Oh, no. He, of all people, understood only too well the devastation and damage that suicide causes. No one knew that better than he did. It is, in a way, the ultimate act of selfishness. Almost one of narcissism. Certainly one of solipsism. No, Ray never would have done anything like that.
So what happened to him? I said. After that. Mesmerado shrugged again. It was somehow a strange-looking gesture on her bony shoulders, much too informal for this very formal woman.
I don't really know. I don't think anyone really knows. He just dropped out of sight. The rumor was that he went off to India. I can't honestly say if he did or if he ever came back. Certainly, he never got in touch with me again.
I see. Now I had to ask the other question that was burning to be answered. You know that record?
Record?
The LP by the Blue Tits. The one which was framed.
Ah, yes.
I thought Mesmerado might have been offended or annoyed by this sudden change of subject, moving from the tragic to the trivial, as she was bound to see it. But instead, she seemed profoundly relieved and grateful to be moving on to a more banal topic. You were very definite about it being the same one I showed you on my phone.
Yes.
You're absolutely certain that it was the same one, with the same cover?
Yes.
Mesmerado rose from the corner of the desk where she had been perched and went and sat down behind it. I wondered if this was a way of hinting that it was time to terminate our interview. But instead, she took one of the small framed photographs on her desk and turned it around to face us. It was a color photograph in an ornate, antique silver frame. It showed a tall, slender woman with fluffy blonde hair wearing a dark flowered dress that came down to her ankles. The woman was smiling and holding up a framed album, ready to hang it on the wall. The glass on the framed record reflected a bright white smear of flashbulb glare in one corner, but nonetheless, under the glass,
there was clearly a copy of the first pressing of the first Blue Tits LP. "That's fantastic," I said, and I meant it. Here was firm evidence depicting the album in the flesh, or in the vinyl, as it were. "Thank you." Miss Morado turned the photo around and regarded it fondly. "She looks so happy there, doesn't she?" Both because I didn't want to get back onto the painful topic of Marcia Strickland's tragic demise, and because I'd have to raise the subject sooner or later, I said, "And do you have any idea where that record is now?" Miss Morado looked up from the picture. I thought she was puzzled by the question, but apparently she was just thinking hard, because she said, "Yes, I'm sure I do. It would be in the school archives." I sensed Nevada going very still at my side, deliberately not looking at me or doing anything else to give the game away. I began to feel that low, slow excitement that appeared whenever there was a possibility of a really outstanding find. "Would it be possible to look at it?" I said. "I don't see why not." Miss Morado was all brisk business now. "In fact, I can take you over to the archive complex myself, if you like." "That would be very kind of you." "Perhaps you wouldn't mind waiting for me outside?" "Of course," I said. "Thank you. I just have a few calls to make. I won't be long, and it's a lovely day. There are some benches." "I know," I said. We left a friend sitting on one of them. Suddenly, I realized that Tinkler had been left entirely to his own devices for quite a while. Some might say for far too long. But how much trouble could he get into, sitting on a bench? Well, I didn't have time to concern myself with that now. I had bigger fish to fry. As Nevada and I got to our feet, I said, "Oh, and I was wondering one other thing." Miss Morado had opened a desk drawer and taken out a small purple notebook, which I surmised contained phone numbers, because she was holding it in one hand while she held her phone in the other. She looked up at me with polite attention. "Yes?" It was the Bonanza question, and I tried to keep my voice as casual as possible. "I was wondering if you'd consider parting with the record." "Parting with it?" "Yes. Selling it to me, actually. You see, I need a copy for this project, and I've been actively looking for one, but it's proved rather hard to find. So having this one turn up is a real stroke of luck." Every word of this was true, though I'd skillfully avoided saying things like priceless collector's item. Miss Morado began to shake the little book she was holding as if in a gesture of scolding reprimand. "We couldn't sell it to you," she said firmly. "Oh," I said. "What a pity." I didn't try to conceal my disappointment, and maybe this was actually a smart move. Because then, her face brightened and she said, "But you could make a donation to the school fund." We emerged from Miss Morado's cottage into warmth, sunlight, and the smell of freshly cut grass. Nevada took my arm. "Nice move," she said. "I can't believe you not only discovered that she had a copy of the record, but got her to agree to dig it out for you, and what's more, sell it to us." She began to hum a happy little tune, visions of bonuses from Erik Make Loud, no doubt dancing through her head. I said, "I think we may have to make a substantial contribution to that school fund, though." Nevada stopped humming. "Why? Do you think she's in there Googling it, even as we speak? Checking the price on Discogs?" "Discogs," I said automatically. "No, I don't think there's a huge chance of that, given that she's a woman who still keeps phone numbers handwritten in a little purple book." Yes, that was a rather nice retro touch, wasn't it? But I still think we ought to pay her a decent sum. Nevada considered this. To prevent blowback when and if she does discover that the record is worth a small fortune. Exactly. Nevada shrugged. "Oh well, what the hell. Erik is the one who's going to be paying for it ultimately." Exactly. Again. Still, it sticks in my craw to have to give the old bag anything. I don't suppose we could just return under the cover of darkness and simply steal it. That wouldn't be my preferred course of action. Nevada chuckled. "Pity. I know plenty of ways into this place, and I begrudge giving that woman the sweat off my brow. I wonder if the brow is connected to the craw. The brow bone connected to the craw bone. There certainly seems to be bad blood between the two of you." "That? Oh, that.
That was just because I left the school under something of a cloud. Under a giant fucking slab of roiling cumulonimbus, in fact, if you want to know. Actually, I said, I wouldn't mind knowing. You never talk about your school days. Nevada shrugged. There's nothing to say. Then, perhaps because it was a usefully distracting seg, or in fact because of what she had just seen, she suddenly said, Shit, Tinkler. I turned and looked over at where we'd left him. Tinkler was still slouched on the bench under the large oak tree. The only thing that had changed about the picture was that he was now surrounded by a circle of teenage girls in school uniform, sitting at his feet and listening to him with rapt expressions as he expounded on some point with numerous, elaborate hand gestures. The girls, in compliance with his avowed policy, they did indeed all appear to be 16 plus, looked up at our approach and began to rise from the ground, brushing bits of grass off their skirts. The group had pretty much broken up and moved away as we drew near. The few remaining girls looked up at us with wide-eyed interest. One of them came up to me. Your friend's sick, she said happily. Don't we know it? Tinkler beamed at us. Welcome back, chums. Bye, girls. He waved to the last departing stragglers, and they waved back. Tinkler returned his attention to us. You do realise, he said, that sick is a term of high praise by today's youth, meaning really, really cool? Surely that particular usage has fallen by the wayside, said Nevada, and the term has reverted to its original meaning? Let's just agree to disagree. Tinkler, what on earth were you talking to those girls about? Oh, they saw us getting out of the car, and they wanted to know who we were. In particular, they wanted to know who you were. He indicated Nevada. I told them you were an old girl, a former member of this fine institution, indeed, a former member of Blue Tits' house. And when they asked what you'd been up to since leaving, I said you'd been gainfully employed throwing bricks into the faces of neo-Nazis. Just the one, said Nevada modestly, and it was a breeze block, actually. Then I told them about your vintage clothes business, and that got them really quite excited. So I gave them your web address. I think you've made some sales already. Nevada was looking at her phone. Christ, he's right. Oh, and one other thing. He looked at me with his big, innocent eyes. When they asked how we were all connected, I sort of hinted, well, actually, came right out and said that Nevada and I are, life partners. You did what? Which is, a polite way of saying that we're making jiggy on a regular basis. The old horizontal mambo. I must say that when I told them that, they looked at me with a new respect that I found rather gratifying. I think I'm going to have to try shamelessly lying a lot more in the future. How did you explain away my presence? I said. I said you were her gay best friend who helps her choose clothes. Perfectly plausible. Great. Thanks. Always happy to help. Nevada now proceeded to kiss me in such a way as to undermine all aspects of Tinkler's story, if anyone was watching. Honestly, Tinkler, she said when we came up for air, we're going to have to get you laid. Yes, please. Or, more likely, buy you a life-size doll. Almost as good as that, I might be seeing Opal again. Wait, what? I thought Opal moved to America. She's back in the UK. At least for a while, Tinkler grinned. And we're back in touch. And I'm inexorably weaving my web of charm around her. My love charm. Opal was a young woman of keen intelligence, despite her having dated Tinkler, and considerable beauty, ditto, and ruthless ambition. It was the latter attribute that had led to her dumping Tinkler last time, moving to the States to pursue it. Well, just don't get your heart broken again, said Nevada. So long as I get my ashes hauled, who cares? Ashes hauled? You've obviously never listened to the blues, young lady. Ashes hauled means leg over, end away, wick dipped, oil changed. This fascinating tour of the riches of the English language was cut short by the appearance of Musmerado. I'm sorry about that, she said as she joined us. I didn't mean to keep you waiting so long. No problem at all. Tinkler rose from the bench and we all started walking, following Musmerado. I said, This is Jordan Tinkler. I suppose you'd call him a friend. Oh, ignore him, said Tinkler. He's just still smarting about the gay remark.
Mesmerado gave a polite, uncomprehending laugh and increased her pace somewhat. We walked along winding footpaths through the lawns and gardens of the school, past a variety of small buildings, mostly in the cottage style. Several of these had circular stained glass windows beside the front doors, with quite beautiful images of birds carefully wrought on them, rather in the style of the British painter William Nicholson. These were clearly the famed school houses, with their ornithological names. We saw an owl and an eagle, and then one that was more infamous than famed, with a particularly adorable little blue and yellow bird on its window. As we walked past it, I looked at Nevada, and she nodded and took my hand. "That's it," she said. "The den of iniquity." "You don't want to go and look inside, for old time's sake?" "God, no." She mimed an elaborate shudder and squeezed my hand harder. A moment later, Mesmerado said, "Ah, here we are." We had arrived at 3 long, low, rectangular buildings set around an open area of flower beds, like 3 sides of a square. Unlike the cottages we'd seen up to now, these were modern-looking, grey, undecorated, functional boxes made mostly of concrete. "I'm afraid Archive Complex is rather a grand name for these," said Mesmerado apologetically. "They were once stables and then garages, and now they are as you see them." She seemed genuinely worried that we might be disappointed. She said, "Indeed, Archive is rather a grand name for what they contain. This has become essentially a dumping ground for all the clobber that no one wants any longer, but which no one can quite bring themselves to throw away. I'm sure you're familiar with the principle on a smaller domestic scale, like an attic, or a garage, or a cupboard under the stairs." Far from putting me off, this just sharpened my interest. She just named 3 places that would be prime hunting grounds for old records, though attics tended to be a bit too hot for my liking as a location for decent LP storage. Vinyl warps. "Now, let me see," said Mesmerado, chewing at her lower lip. She hesitated between the building on our right and the one on our left. The one directly in front of us seemed to be out of the running. Suddenly and decisively she turned to the left, took out a large, clattering ring of keys, and unlocked the door of the building. We stepped with her into cool, dust-smelling gloom. For a moment, Mesmerado fumbled for a light switch in the darkness. Then there was a click, followed by a buzzing sound, as long fluorescent tubes came alive on the ceiling, throwing a white glare so harsh and sharp that we shielded our eyes. We were in a long, narrow, windowless storeroom lined with grey and green metal shelving, covered with cardboard boxes. The boxes all had numbers on them, either written on with black marker pen or on small typewritten squares of yellowing paper affixed with equally yellowing tape. Some had a few words on them in addition to the numbers. There were a lot of shelves and a great many boxes, but Mesmerado moved among them decisively and with every sign of confidence, occasionally slashing irritably at a cobweb with her hand. Did no one dust in this place? "It should be... No, I'm sure it is. Ah, yes. Here." She stopped in front of a large, brown cardboard carton that had once contained boxes of a popular breakfast cereal. The shelf it rested on was at eye level, and I moved quickly forward to help her reach it down. At the same moment, as if the 2 of us were a single, synchronized mechanism, Tinkler moved quietly backwards to avoid any possibility of being enlisted to assist. Mesmerado and I wrestled the box to the floor, with Nevada helping. It was surprisingly heavy, and I allowed myself a brief fantasy that it was full of nothing but records, all of them rare and valuable, and in mint condition. Dust rose as we set it down, tingling spicily in my nostrils. We stood for a moment, looking at the box at our feet, with faded and rather ghostly images of green cartoon roosters crowing happily upon it. "When Marcia got the sack," said Mesmerado softly, "she walked out. Walked out and left everything behind in her office. All of her personal effects. It was dreadful to find everything abandoned like that, but we couldn't just leave it there. So we boxed it up to hold it for her to collect. But Marcia never came. And then she was gone. We waited for her husband to collect it, but Ray never did either, so it ended up in here, collecting dust. We all looked down at the box with sober respect, as if it might contain Marcia Strickland's ashes rather than just, potentially, a really rare record. The box was sealed with tape. Mesmerado abruptly bent down and used one of her keys as an improvised blade, slicing it open with a shrill, shrieking sound. She folded back the flaps of the box and bent down to delve inside. "Here," she said, and my heart gave a lurch. She began to pass us framed photographs. They were color portraits, head and shoulder shots, carefully posed, of teenage girls in school uniform. I had no trouble immediately identifying Helene and Tanya. They all looked heartbreakingly young and innocent, although Helene already had an incipiently punkish hairdo, which promised things to come. Then came a frame larger than the rest, and square. Just right for displaying your favorite long-playing record. Mesmerado took it out and held it up to look at it, so that the back of the frame was towards us, a blank, black panel. "That's odd," she said. She turned the frame over to show us. The other side was a blank, white panel. My heart sank. She prized the two sections of the frame apart, removing the glass at the front from the backing. "It isn't even fastened together," she said, frowning. The backing of the frame contained a square of white mounting board. I took it from her and carefully removed the board to make sure there was nothing behind it. There wasn't. Just the back of the frame. So that was that. "Someone must have taken it," said Mesmerado. "Why would anyone do that?" I bent down and looked at the box again. There was a square of paper affixed to the front with the words Effects, M. Strickland, typed on it, and some numbers. The paper was stuck to the box with tape that was beginning to peel away, brittle and so yellow that it was almost brown. I folded down the lid of the box again and looked at the strip of tape which had sealed it and which Mesmerado had so neatly sliced open with her key. It wasn't yellow at all. Mesmerado locked up the building, and we said our goodbyes in an atmosphere of general gloom and defeat. She set off back towards her office without looking back, and we turned and headed for our car. After a minute or two of glum silence, Tinkler said, "This visit hasn't been a complete waste of time, though. My sexual street cred has been immeasurably enhanced." "And we found another candidate for Helene's would-be killer," said Nevada. "Who's that?" "The husband of the late Marcia Strickland," I said. "The lady whose box we just violated," said Tinkler. "Any filthy sexual insinuations in that sentence are purely accidental, or possibly just a spinal reflex." "Yes." "So why would her husband want to kill Helene?" "Because she was another victim of the Howlin Hellbitch's famous television broadcast. Didn't you get that from what Mesmerado said in there?" "No," said Tinkler. "I was just waiting for her to shut the fuck up and look in the box for the record. Bummer that someone beat us to it, eh?" "Yes," said Nevada, tightly. "And not that long ago, judging by how recently that box was resealed," I said. The tape hadn't had time to discolor with age. Tinkler nodded, as if he'd spotted this too. Perhaps he had. "I wonder who it could have been." "Oh, this place is full of thieves," said Nevada, staring around balefully at the beautifully maintained grounds and charming little buildings of her old school. "But it would have to have been someone who knew the value of the record," I said. "That could be anyone with access to the internet," said Tinkler. "Did the boxwoman really die because of what Helene said on the TV show?" "Pretty much, yeah. It finished off her career just like it did Bill Bridenstine's, and she couldn't handle that." Tinkler shook his head and made tutting sounds. "Amazing what a four-letter word can do. It makes you think," he mused happily. "Talk about girl power." We fell silent as we reached the parking area. When we'd arrived earlier, we had been the only car on the circle of gravel, but now there was another one there. It was a blue and white Nissan Figaro. I'd heard Cleanhead remark that these dashing little vehicles were more like handbags than cars. Stylish handbags, though. I wondered idly who drove this one. I was about to find out, because as we approached Kind of Red, a figure stepped out from under the shade of a nearby cluster of trees. "Nevada!" We turned to look, and saw a handsome, middle-aged woman with short, cropped grey hair. She had striking blue eyes that looked oddly familiar. Her expression was stern in a take-no-prisoners kind of way. She wore a pair of faded blue jeans that fit her perfectly, grubby ivory ballet slippers, and a baggy oatmeal-coloured sweater, which she somehow made look effortlessly chic. "Enrica told me you were here," she said to Nevada, who was standing frozen, staring at her in astonishment. But Nevada rapidly regained her composure. "Oh, great," she said. "My teachers are still ratting me out after all these years. That's what we pay them for." "You're not paying them any more. In fact, I seem to remember there was a lot of trouble getting you to pay them at the time." "Oh, you know what I mean," said the woman. "Don't be difficult. And don't dig up the past. You always deliberately misunderstand things and twist them around. And you always dig up the past. In fact, one might say that's your speciality. Your two specialities." "Yes, one might say that," said Nevada. She sighed, and turned and looked at me with a wry smile. "I don't believe you've met my mother." Chapter 14. Wine Cellar. Having originally entered the school grounds through the narrow back gate, we now left through the rather grandiose front gate, driving in a truncated convoy consisting of Mrs. Warren's Nissan Figaro in the lead and us in Tinkler's car behind. There were tall, white stone pillars on either side of the main gate with sculpted eagles on them, and as we drove out, I saw that the eagle on the left pillar was missing his head, which rather reduced the grandiosity. I thought I glimpsed it, lying in the grass, looking pissed off with his undignified position. But then we were out of the school compound and heading for the main road, with the Emily Kelso Academy rapidly disappearing behind us. "I can't believe you have a mother," said Tinkler from the back seat. Nevada shifted around to look at him. "Why not?" "You just don't seem the type." "Very funny," said Nevada. "Anyway, mother is perhaps too strong a word for what she is." "Well, you can be as snippy as you like," said Tinkler. "But she's invited us to lunch, so she's already in my good books." "You haven't tasted her cooking yet." I was only following this bickering badinage with a very small portion of my attention. I was mostly concentrating on keeping up with Nevada's mother in the Nissan. She obviously knew this area better than I did and was driving fast, with no apparent concern about my ability to stay on her tail. I didn't want to lose her, so I soon found myself speeding along country roads a lot faster than I was comfortable with. But I managed to keep the nippy little blue and white car in sight. Just about. We passed a sign that said, "Beware racehorses, please drive slowly." Fat chance of that, I thought, praying that a blood-stained equine collision wasn't imminent. A little later, we passed another sign, a small brown and white one which simply announced, "Borough of Epsom and Ewell." With surprising swiftness, the country roads became urban, and all at once we were driving through a large town. "Oh, look," said Tinkler. "They've got a Nando's here, so we haven't completely left civilization behind." "They've even got a majestic wine warehouse," said Nevada, who was checking our location on her phone. "But it's still not enough to redeem the place." We drove past a pub called the Rifleman. We weren't moving at high speed anymore. However, the traffic grew heavier, which gave me a new and exciting reason to be worried about losing sight of Nevada's mother. But the little Nissan was slowing considerably now, and I had the feeling that our journey was nearing its end. "I can't believe she's moved to Epsom," said Nevada. "It's so not her kind of town." Up ahead, Mrs. Warren's signal lights went on, and we followed her as she took a right turn off the A24 onto Church Road. Then another right turn into a street where the Nissan pulled over. "Perhaps I spoke too soon," said Nevada. The street in front of us was strikingly different from everything we'd seen up until now. It was like we'd taken one of those storybook turns which lead into an enchanted realm. On either side of us were neat terraces of small, elegant houses, all uniformly flat-fronted, with no gaps between them. They were divided at intervals by black drain pipes, and each one had 2 windows and a brightly coloured front door. Most of the houses themselves were painted white, but a few were in pastel shades, pale blue, lilac, and pink. The effect was very beguiling and attractive, as if a picturesque Mediterranean street had been somehow uprooted and dropped down in the middle of urban Surrey. The warmth of the day and the brilliant sunlight added considerably to the resemblance. Mrs. Warren got out of the Nissan and walked up to her house, which turned out to be the pink one. With hanging baskets of purple flowers outside, it was a well-kept, pretty place. We joined her, and she stood by the dark blue front door, waiting for us rather impatiently. In the window beside the door, a black cat stared out at our small group and then quickly disappeared. "That's the spirit," said Nevada's mother. At the time, I thought it was a rather enigmatic and sarcastic remark, expressing ironic approval for something we'd done, or perhaps to the cat for fleeing. But later, I would learn that she was actually saying, "That's the spirit," with a capital S, because it turned out to be the name of the cat. Mrs. Warren unlocked the door, and we stepped into shaded, fragrant coolness. It was a small house, and as soon as we were inside, we could see down the hallway to a room at the back with large French windows, through which the sunny garden was visible. "Come in," she said, "and see if you can find somewhere to sit in the sitting room. Or the dining room, it's the same room." Nevada was gazing up the staircase towards the shadowy upper floor of the house. "Can I go and have a nose around?" she said. "No. You can stay down here with everyone else." "Do you have any of my stuff here?" said Nevada. "The stuff you so thoughtfully left behind when you took off," said her mother. "Most of that's in storage in a unit over in Cheam. The Cheam Storage Centre. It's just a divine place. So delightful. Like a multi-story car park, but without the romance." "Well, thank you for not just throwing it out," said Nevada. "You never know when something might come in handy," said her mother. She walked through to the dining room, and we followed. There was a round, wooden table in here, a dresser and 4 wooden chairs, and 2 comfortable-looking white armchairs with cushions with a butterfly pattern on them. The place was friendly and full of light, decorated in a kind of Normandy farmhouse style. Beyond the French windows was a surprisingly large garden, dense with flowers and greenery. Almost hidden by the plants were half a dozen small wooden structures with pitched roofs that looked like miniature houses, a bit too big to be dolls' houses, maybe garden gnomes' houses. I saw the black cat disappearing into the shrubbery, continuing its strategic retreat from this inundation of visitors, perhaps aiming to take up residence in one of those miniature houses with the gnomes. I also noticed the cat flap through which it had escaped, set into the bottom of one of those glass panes of the French windows. Someone had done a decent job of cutting the glass to fit it. "Go on, sit down," said Mrs. Warren, and we did. She paused and took a good look at us, as if assigning us points for which chairs we'd chosen, then went out through a door on the right-hand side of the room. Nevada immediately hopped out of her chair, went to the door, opened it, and peered after her mother. She shut it silently and returned to her chair. "Wine cellar," she said, sounding rather grudgingly impressed. "Wine cellar?" said Tinkler. "All right, it's not actually a cellar. It's not underground. But it's still a room devoted to wine. We had one in our old house, and we always called it the wine cellar." "How do you devote a room to wine?" Nevada sighed. "You put up lots of shelves, and you put lots of bottles of wines on them, on their sides, unless they have screw caps instead of corks, of course, in which case you use a different and more widely spaced set of shelves where you can stand them upright." "Good to know. You wouldn't want those screw cap bottles on their sides." "No, you wouldn't, because then the wine would be reacting with whatever lines the screw caps, usually plastic, and there's a wine refrigerating unit in there." Tinkler sniggered. "A wine refrigerating unit? You mean a fridge with wine in it?" No, I mean a Fisher and Paykel dedicated freestanding wine storage unit with 2 different temperature zones and an ultraviolet tempered glass door. It costs a couple of grand. The door opened again, and Mrs. Warren, who had evidently been listening on the other side of it, said, "It also has a low vibration compressor, whatever that is, to guarantee that the wine remains undisturbed." "Well, we wouldn't want the wine to be disturbed," said Tinkler. Mrs. Warren turned to study him. She was holding a bottle of wine in one hand, grasping it by the neck with her arm loosely at her side. It was exactly the way I'd often seen Nevada hold a wine bottle. Indeed, it reminded me keenly of the way she'd held one the other night when she'd been preparing to defend our household against an intruder in the garden. All of which suggested, at least to me, that Tinkler would be well advised not to get too mouthy. "We do also have a fridge in there," said Mrs. Warren, her gaze fixed on Tinkler. "Which is where this came from." She held up the bottle. "I'll go and open it now, because it's one of the ones without a screw cap." This last remark was directed at Nevada, as Mrs. Warren walked back out of the room and down the hallway we'd come in by. "It's still a C-list wine," said Nevada, as soon as she was out of earshot. "I'm impressed," I said. "You hardly even had a chance to glance at the label." Nevada smiled at me. "I imagine you could judge the quality of an LP by its label from across the room." I smiled back at her. "Ah," said Tinkler in a treacly voice. "Train-spotting lovebirds." Mrs. Warren came back in, holding the wine bottle in one hand and a professional-looking corkscrew in the other. She sat down at the table, unfolded a small knife blade from the handle of the corkscrew, and, with a few swift, decisive movements, sliced off the foil that concealed the cork, which Nevada had taught me to call the capsule, snapped the knife blade back away again, inserted the corkscrew decisively into the cork, cinched and twisted it a few times, and then pulled out the cork with a satisfying pop. She set the bottle down on a small white saucer in the centre of the table, which was evidently stationed there for exactly that purpose, and set the cork down, upright, beside it, like a miniature sentinel to guard the wine. "We'll let that breathe for a little while," she announced. "I'll get the glasses." She went out again. "I bet we don't get the Riedels," said Nevada. A moment later, her mother came back, carrying 4 wine glasses, hanging down from her hands with the stems between her fingers. Again, I recognized that gesture very well indeed. As she set them down on the table, Nevada turned to me with a look of triumph and silently mouthed the word IKEA. Her mother glanced sharply over her shoulder, as if sensing that some communication was going on behind her back, and, perhaps also, that it wasn't entirely complimentary. She looked steadily at Nevada. "Do you hear from your father much?" she said suddenly. Nevada shrugged. "Not much. The occasional email. Christmas and birthdays." "That's disgraceful." "It's about the same I get from you." "Is he still living with his teenage prostitute in Thailand?" "She's not quite a teenager, Mum. And to be a prostitute, you have to charge for it. And it's Goa now, not Thailand." "You always stuck up for him," said Nevada's mother. "Always." She smiled a thin-lipped smile at me. "It is so reassuring to know that there are some fixed points in this crazy, ever-changing world, don't you think?" I didn't know quite what to say. Nevada stepped into the breach smoothly. "So you haven't got any of my stuff here?" Mrs. Warren shook her head. "You know very well that isn't what I said." "You said it was in a storage unit in Cheam." "I said most of it was. But your bow and arrows, for instance, are still here." "My 66-inch Nano Max," said Nevada. "And my Easterns." "I suppose so." Her mother turned and smiled at me. "Most girls have pictures of singers hanging on their bedroom wall. Not my little darling. She had a lethal weapon." Nevada yawned casually, then studied her fingernails with equally elaborate casualness. "I'm sure if I had had pictures of singers hanging on my bedroom wall, they would only have antagonized you." "I am sure they would," said Mrs. Warren. "Not least because you would have chosen them solely for that express purpose." "Damn right," said Nevada happily. "You really were the most troublesome child," said her mother, in a tone of considered truculence. Tinkler shot me an alarmed look, which I had no difficulty reading. It seemed like total domestic warfare was about to break out before our very eyes, and all he wanted was a free lunch. "Excuse me, Mrs. Warren," I said in my most polite voice. She turned and regarded me coldly. "Yes?" "It's very kind of you, the wine, but I'm going to have to drive, so I was wondering if perhaps I could have some coffee instead?" She sighed and got up and left the room without a word, perhaps to make coffee, or perhaps to find a suitable weapon to dispatch a bothersome guest. Tinkler wilted with relief. "Good move," he said. "Just in the nick of time, too. Normally, I wouldn't mind a cat fight, but this mother and daughter thing..." He paused thoughtfully. "Hang on, though. Come to think of it, Mrs. Warren is definitely in the MILF category." "Tinkler," said Nevada in a dangerous voice, "there is a line, and you have just crossed it." Tinkler gave her a put-upon look. "What's the problem? I'm just designating her porn category. Now, yours would be..." "Tinkler." Nevada's voice had now ratcheted up the danger factor considerably. Hastily continuing in my role of subject-changing peacekeeper, I said, "Speaking of cats..." The black cat had returned from the garden and pushed his head through the cat flap, looking at us warily. He had yellow eyes and was very pretty, though, of course, not as pretty as our own felines. "Well, come on in, silly cat," said Nevada. "Don't just stand there half inside and half outside." The cat didn't move, continuing its wary appraisal of us newcomers. Then Mrs. Warren came back in, and he shot into the room between her feet and down the hall. "Silly cat," she said, her voice suddenly and eerily echoing her daughter's. She was holding a white mug of what must have been instant coffee, considering the speed with which she produced it. Just the one, I noticed. Presumably on the principle that if anyone else had wanted coffee, they should have asked for it at the time, and if they hadn't, bad luck. Still, at least the diversion had served its purpose of averting hand-to-hand combat between two generations of the Warren women. Or maybe not, because as she sat down at the table, setting the mug of coffee on it in my general direction, but just tantalizingly out of reach, Nevada's mother started right in again where she'd left off. "Nevada has been trouble to me ever since she was born," she said in a dry, pragmatic voice. "Since before that, in fact, from the moment she was conceived. I knew the exact moment she was conceived, you know." "Oh, Mum, for Christ's sake, please." "I just knew," declared Mrs. Warren, and she was so definite about it that I absolutely believed her. "How did you know?" I said. "Because my nipples started tingling." At the mention of nipples, Tinkler made a small, involuntary sound. Nevada's mother immediately swiveled her most baleful gaze on him. "Who are you again?" she said. "Exactly?" "Jordan Tingler. I mean Tingler. I mean Tingler. I mean Tingler. I mean Tinkler." Tinkler was now red-faced and gasping. A first. Nevada's mother seemed in no way offended, however. In fact, she appeared quietly pleased with the chaos she'd wrought in poor Tinkler's brain. She nodded, a small, mysterious Mona Lisa smile on her lips. This, too, was unsettlingly familiar. Then she turned to me. "Oh, good," I thought. "It's my turn." "You're the boyfriend?" she said. "Please, Mum," said Nevada. "Yes," I said. "I do have that privilege." Mrs. Warren was silent for a moment, peering at me with unnerving concentration. Finally, she said, "You're not her usual type." Tinkler got in there instantly. "What is her usual type, Mrs. Warren?" She considered for a split second, then said, "An embittered alcoholic ex-Special Forces officer traumatized by combat who's drinking himself to death." It was such a perfectly delivered little zinger, and so unexpected coming from this dour woman, that both Tinkler and I gasped with astonishment and then burst into laughter. We laughed and laughed and laughed.
Until finally it dawned on us that Nevada and her mother were not only not laughing, but were exchanging a complex look. It was unreadable, but it signified nothing good. We were both thinking it, but Tinkler was the first to say it. "Oh, shit!" Chapter 15. Mrs. Warren's Profession. Outside in the garden, Nevada and I were alone, except for the black cat, who had elected to join us and eavesdrop on our very personal conversation. Tinkler and Nevada's mother remained politely inside, talking about God knows what, possibly porn categories. We watched the black cat prowling among the beds of flowering herbs and listened to the hum of the bees. Since we'd stepped outside, I'd realized that most of the plants were herbs of various kinds, and that the little wooden houses I'd seen were actually beehives. Nevada took my hand. "I'm sorry I never told you about it," she said. "That's all right. I knew there was something you didn't want to talk about." There had always been a portion of Nevada's past that had been a no-go area. Of course, I'd wondered about it. Not many young ladies of her age and background had such an extensive acquaintance with the use of weapons, for instance. Nevada took a deep breath, as if she were about to jump off a high diving board. "His name was Willard Dunn," she said. "He was the archery instructor at Emily Kelso. Archery and languages were the two things I was any good at. Mum was right. He was ex-Special Forces, and he was a mess. Drinking too much was the least of it. I mean, why else would he have ended up teaching at a girls' school? I was far and away the best pupil he ever had, so he spent a lot of extra time with me. He was determined that he wouldn't get involved with any of the students, but once he saw those big blue eyes, he was lost, I thought. I fell for him, and he fell for me. We started seeing each other. We were careful, but you can't keep a secret like that in a place like that. It all came out. They were going to fire him and discipline me. So we ran off together. We headed for the continent. There was the problem of earning a living, but that proved a surprisingly easy problem to solve, because Will had a very particular skill set. He just didn't have the ability to market it, which is where I came in. That made perfect sense. Nevada had a very good head for business. People are always looking for private security. We did particularly well in the south of France. There's a lot of money there. They wanted bodyguards, and they were willing to pay top dollar. I had the language skills, and I spruced Will up. Got him dressed in good clothes, so he looked the part and could fit in with the entourage of any oligarch on the Riviera. And I got him to train me. Weapons, self-defense, and tactics, so that we could both get jobs. We did very well for a time, but then Will started throwing our money away in the casinos. I put a stop to that. He didn't like a woman telling him what to do, and he began to resent me. But it was the drink that was the real problem. He couldn't stop. He could do his job. He was a functioning alcoholic, but he was an alcoholic. The cracks were beginning to show. Nevada fell silent for a moment. I wondered if she wanted me to say something, but instead it seemed a very private moment. Finally, she said, "I told him he had to stop drinking, and he wouldn't. I told him it was either me or the booze, and he chose the booze. He loved the drink more than he loved me." Her voice was steady and calm. That was the bottom line. He wasn't going to stop. So I left him. A couple of years later, I heard he was gone. He'd drunk himself to death. She paused. We were together for quite a long time, and a lot of it was very good indeed, and it might have worked, if not for the drinking. She looked at me, eyes suddenly luminous with the threat of tears. "I'm sorry," she said. "Does it hurt to hear me say these things?" "Perhaps it's a character flaw," I said, "but I just can't feel threatened by a guy called Willard."
She blinked a few times, and then her shoulders started heaving with silent laughter. She came closer and hugged me. "It all worked out for the best," she said. "If it hadn't happened, I never would have met you, and the kittens would be growing up without a mum." She took a step back from me. "Speaking of mothers, time we went back inside." "Yes," said Nevada. "I know she's a complete nightmare. I'm so sorry to have dragged you here, and Tinkler." "I don't mind," I said. "As for Tinkler, he deserves everything he gets." We walked back in through the French windows. Mrs. Warren and Tinkler were sitting at the table, talking with every appearance of cordiality. The wine was still untouched, but 2 more mugs, presumably of coffee, had appeared. Nevada's mum was really pushing the boat out. As we came in, she was saying, "So I put a flow hive in the super. The super sits on top of the queen excluder." Tinkler was nodding, as if he could conceivably be taking this in. "The flow hive is made of plastic, and the traditional beekeepers are up in arms about it, but you have to move with the times." She turned and looked at us. "Did the bees bother you?" "Not at all." "That's good. They sometimes attack strangers." Thanks for telling us that now, I thought. "Apparently, some of the little devils have cross-combed," said Tinkler. Mrs. Warren nodded grimly. "I didn't get around to putting in the other frame in time," she said. Tinkler shook his head and made tutting sounds. "Rookie error." Instead of throwing her coffee in his face, Mrs. Warren said, I know, and shook her head. She even sounded a little contrite. "So how long have you had the bees?" said Nevada. "Let me think. It was the same time the spirit moved in, so about 3 years ago now." "The spirit is the cat," I said. "That's right," said Mrs. Warren. "I called him that because he turned up when I got the hives. As if he was part of the deal. Just turned up from nowhere, moved in, and made himself at home." "Ah," said Nevada. "El espíritu de la colmena." She looked at me. "The spirit of the beehive." "I remember," I said. Nevada had a passion for the cinema, particularly foreign films, preferably pretentious and impenetrable specimens, but this one had actually been rather good. This revelation about nomenclature was a relief, because I'd thought there might have been some kind of alarmingly religious connotation involved. You don't want that in a cat's name. Mrs. Warren was nodding. "Directed by Victor Aris. Have you seen his other film, El Sur?" Apparently this was a shared family passion. "Yes," said Nevada, not actually adding the words, "Of course, I'm not a Philistine," but abundantly implying them. "And I've also seen El Sol del Membrillo." She translated for me again. "The quince tree sun." "The quince tree sun," said Tinkler. "Christ, I've just got to see that. Remind me to stream it when I get home. Is there any nudity?" Both the women ignored him. They were exchanging a steady gaze. I was wondering if they were about to bond over a shared love of Spanish films. But the moment passed like the sun being obscured by a cloud. Mrs. Warren looked away and said, "How did you enjoy your reunion with Miss Morado?" "It was a sheer delight," said Nevada. "What do you think of her in her new role as head teacher?" "I mostly think she's hell-bent on living up to her name," said Nevada. Reacting to our blank looks, her mother said, "Morado is Spanish for purple." "Oh, and she was dressed all in purple," said Tinkler. "God, you're quick, Tinkler," said Nevada. "Did she hold forth about the beloved Marcia?" said her mother. "The old headmistress?" "Yes, she seems pretty cut up about what happened to her." "That's putting it mildly," said Mrs. Warren. "She never got over it. She was in love with her, you know." "Miss Morado," I said. "With Marcia Strickland?" "Oh, yes. She virtually keeps a shrine to her in her flat. She never got over her death." Nevada and I exchanged a quick look. This visit with her mother might not be a complete write-off after all. We'd just discovered a new suspect with a strong motive for wanting Helene dead. "Well," said Mrs. Warren, "I'd better get lunch started so you can be off soon. I imagine you're eager to be getting back to London." She rose from the table, gathering up the mugs. "I'm afraid this may take a little while. Just about every plate, glass, and piece of cutlery I own is waiting to be washed up, so I'll have to do all that before I can even begin to prepare any food. We'll help you wash up, I said. In fact, we'll do it for you. My friend here often says crazy things, said Tinkler, which is fine, just so long as it's clear that he doesn't speak for me. No, of course we'll help, Mum, said Nevada. This offer of assistance didn't give rise to the grateful moans of pleasure one might have hoped for. Mrs. Warren just said, All right, but you're going to have to boil a kettle. Several kettles. That's why everything is waiting to be washed up. The boiler has broken down and there is no hot water. With this grim pronouncement, she turned and marched out of the room, and we followed her. Or, rather, Nevada and I followed her while Tinkler remained where he was, to maintain the maximum distance between himself and any possibility of domestic chores. The kitchen was small, bright and decorated in keeping with the rustic French theme. It was clean and neat, except for the impressive pile of unwashed cutlery, plates and glasses in the sink. Mrs. Warren caught me looking at it and said, The boiler has decided to quit. Just out of warranty, of course. It's going to cost me at least 500 quid. Not to mention being punished with cold baths until they deign to send an overpaid troglodyte to attend to it. I looked at the boiler, which was mounted on the wall in the corner by the window, from which the cat had peered out at us earlier. I recognized this contraption. The same or a very similar one was mounted on the wall of our own kitchen. I went over to take a close look at it. The small display screen, where an error code normally would appear, just showed a string of numbers. I turned to Mrs. Warren, who was watching me with a kind of sardonic impatience. Nevada merely looked puzzled. Do you have a screwdriver? I said. I need one with a Phillips head. No Phillips head, drawled Mrs. Warren, tragically. She looked at me to see what I was going to do next. But you do have one. Oh, yes. A house is not a home without a screwdriver. She took one out of a drawer and handed it to me with sarcastic ceremony. There you go. May the two of you be very happy together. At this point, Tinkler wandered in, apparently drawn by the tenor of our conversation and the promise of an embarrassing scene. Certainly, Nevada was staring at me, wondering what the hell I was up to. I looked at the screwdriver. Luckily, I recognized this too. It was a flathead, but it was a DeVault. I firmly gripped the blade, gave it a sharp tug, pulled it out of the screwdriver handle, reversed it, and stuck it back in again. Voila! All at once, it was a Phillips. Nevada's mother, Nevada, and Tinkler were staring at me now as if I'd performed a magic trick, which, in a way, I suppose I had. You could use one of those screwdrivers for years and not realize it was reversible. And, for a moment at least, Mrs. Warren seemed to have exhausted her repertoire of snarky commentary. Under the boiler was what looked like the largest collection of back issues of Sight and Sound in private hands. Nevada and I moved these, and even Tinkler got involved, to the extent of picking up one of the magazines and leafing through it, presumably in search of smut. I now had access to the underside of the boiler. I used the screwdriver to loosen the Phillips screw beneath the unit and removed the faceplate and passed it to Nevada, who set it on the floor. Her mother and Tinkler were standing side by side, watching us with growing incredulity. The interior of the boiler was now exposed. It looked like a car engine with a nest of pipes and wires behind it. Among these was the small black plastic object that I remembered was called the flow unit or the flow sensor or something. I reversed the screwdriver and used the rubber handle of it to give the thing a couple of firm whacks. Mrs. Warren started to say something but then thought better of it. Run the tap, I said. Please. Neither Tinkler nor Mrs. Warren showed any inclination to move, so Nevada went to the sink and turned the water on. The hot tap? Yes, please. As Nevada turned the tap to hot, the boiler immediately rumbled to life, and I saw the welcome sight of the little flame icon spring up on the display screen. I picked up the faceplate from the floor with the help of Tinkler, of all people, hung it back on the boiler, and tightened the screw again. Then I started restacking the film magazines. Nevada's mother had replaced Nevada at the sink. She was running the tap and staring at the steaming water. You got it working, she said. Then she stared at me. I recognized the look. It was the same one my cats had given me when I had first switched on the underfloor heating after I'd installed it, converting the icy crypt of our home into a residence where a cat could sprawl sleepily on the warm floor anywhere her little paws took her. "There's a thing in there called an impeller," I said. "It's like a propeller, but in reverse. The flow of water drives it, and when it's activated it causes the boiler to heat up. But a piece of crud had blocked it, shutting down the system, so I shook it loose." "A piece of crud," said Mrs. Warren. "Is that the technical term?" But there was a distinctly softer note to her sarcasm now. "Pretty much, yes." She switched off the tap, regarded it with suspicion for a moment, then turned it back on. The boiler sprang to life once more, and the hot water flowed. She turned it off again, gave me an unreadable look, then left the room without a word. Nevada came over and kissed me. "Good work," she said. "Yeah, good work," said Tinkler. "No kisses from me, though." "We'd better get on with that washing up," I said, looking at the pile of dirty plates which had not magically shrunk since I'd last inspected it. Nevada and I moved to the sink while Tinkler skedaddled. I had just begun to wash the first item, Nevada at my side holding a tea towel and poised to dry it, when Mrs. Warren came back in. "What are you doing?" "We said we'd wash up." "Leave it. You go and sit in the sitting room with the Tingler. Nevada, would you go out in the garden and pick some mint, please?" Mrs. Warren had taken an apron off a hook on the back of the kitchen door and was putting it on. It depicted a giant, fluffy, black and yellow bumblebee. She shooed us from the sink and started washing the dishes. "I'll do these." She shot a glance at the boiler, as if not quite trusting it not to quit again any second. "It's practically a pleasure now the damn thing is working again." "You can cancel the overpaid troglodyte," said Nevada, as we left the kitchen. "Yes, dear. So I can," said Mrs. Warren, with a note of satisfaction in her voice. Back in the sitting room, Tinkler was ensconced in the most comfortable armchair, perusing the copy of Sight and Sound he'd liberated. "Look at that," said Nevada, softly. "Not a pretty sight, I agree, but at least he can read." "No, that," said Nevada. She pointed at the table. The wine bottle that had been there earlier, breathing, was now gone, and it had been replaced by another one, also opened. I looked at Nevada. Have we now been upgraded to the B-list wine? She went over to the table and picked it up and studied the label carefully. Finally, she said, "The A-list, actually." She set it down again. "It's still Chablis. The woman is like your friend Lenny, obsessed with bloody Chablis. But now at least it's a really fucking good Chablis." She smiled at me. "I better go and get that mint." "Do you want a hand?" "No, you stay here and bask in your victory. I'll see if I can make friends with that spooky little feline." She opened the French window, letting in a warm, perfumed breeze, and stepped out, heading for the black cat, who was sitting on a tree stump, watching the beehives with apparent fascination. As soon as she was gone, Tinkler lowered his magazine and gave me a droll look. "Bask in your victory," he said. "That's what the lady said." He set the magazine aside. "I thought your trick, transforming the sonic screwdriver, was quite impressive, but, to be honest, from that point on I was sure you were going to fall flat on your face." "Oh, ye of little faith." "But then I remembered that incident many, many years ago, back in the period I like to think of as BNE, before the Nevada era, when your boiler broke down and that engineer who repaired it very kindly showed you how to fix it yourself if that particular fault ever recurred." "You remember that, do you?" Tinkler nodded. "That being the only conceivable boiler fault you could ever repair, even if someone had a gun to your head. Even if someone had a gun to your cat's head." "Every word you say is true, which is unusual." Now Tinkler shook his own head. He shook it a lot. He shook it like a man stunned anew by the wonders of the world and the mysterious workings of the universe. "You are a lucky bastard," he said. "A lucky, lucky, lucky bastard." I looked out the open French windows at Nevada, bending over to stroke the black cat, who deigned to accept her attention. Perhaps, sensing my gaze, Nevada looked up and smiled at me. I smiled back. Don't I know it? I said. Mrs. Warren got through the washing up swiftly and apparently cheerfully. Indeed, at one point we heard singing from the kitchen. Quite touchingly flat and tuneless singing, another attribute shared by mother and daughter. Then lunch was assembled in record time and served up on the table, which until now had been chiefly devoted to supporting a bottle of wine which needed to breathe. The food was pre-prepared, all evidently from Marks and Spencer, and mostly from their deli section. It was very tasty, and only a fool and a snob would have complained about it not being freshly handmade, and I was arguably only one of those things. I thought it was terrific, and the wine was even better, judging by the small sip or two I allowed myself. When Nevada and Tinkler speedily demolished the bottle, with a little help from Mrs. Warren, she immediately went back into the cellar and got another one. When she went back into the kitchen for something, Nevada checked the bottle. It's exactly the same one, she said. The good stuff. She hasn't even gone for an inferior vintage. Her mother returned from the kitchen and frowned at the glass of wine that I'd been nursing since the beginning of the meal. You're not drinking your wine. I shrugged. I'm rationing it. I have to drive. Don't be ridiculous, she said. There's no question of you going back tonight. You can sleep here. She indicated me and Nevada. You two in the spare room upstairs. As for Mr. Tingler, he can use a futon I've got on the floor in here, if he has no objection. On the contrary, said Tinkler. Far from having any objection, Mr. Tingler is tingling with excitement at the prospect of a futon. I looked at Nevada, and she gave me an imperceptible nod. All afternoon I'd been braced for the longish drive back, but now I felt myself relax completely. I took a big sip of the wine as her mother watched with approval. It was very good. Thank you, Mrs. Warren, I said. That's very kind of you to let her stay. You're only entitled to stay if you drop that Mrs. Warren nonsense. My name is Persephone. You can call me that. Or Penny, or Pen, but absolutely never Percy. Right, said Tinkler. Percy it is. The second bottle of wine was duly emptied, and another one fetched. For the first time in weeks, I felt like the weight of the Helene situation had been lifted from my shoulders. I could stop worrying about who was trying to kill her, and how to stop them. At least for a while. The conversation moved on to Mrs. Warren, Penny, and her bees. Do you get honey from them? Said Nevada. Of course I do. With 6 hives, I get quite a lot of it. How much is quite a lot? Maybe 500 jars a year. Christ! What do you do with it all? Sell it, of course. And, though I say it myself, I'm doing rather well out of the stuff. It didn't surprise me that this woman had turned beekeeping into a successful business, like mother, like daughter. Nevada was immediately intrigued. How much do you charge for it? Penny picked up the wine bottle and efficiently topped up all our glasses. From £10 for a standard jar up to just over £100 per jar for the special artisanal stuff. £100 for a jar of honey? Yes, just over. People actually pay that? Yes. What makes the special artisanal stuff so special? Said Tinkler. Well, principally the drugs. Drugs? Yes, I call it hashish honey, but that's mostly for the alliteration. You know, brand identity. It's actually infused with cannabis. There might have been a shocked silence at this point if Tinkler hadn't immediately said, How do you infuse honey with cannabis? He sounded like his interest was more than academic. Much in the same way you make cannabis butter, said Penny. Do you want me to give you the recipe? To hell with that, said Tinkler. Just sell me a jar. How much of this stuff do you sell? Said Nevada. Oh, enough to get by. Do you grow the weed here? I don't see any in the garden. No, of course not. That would be reckless, given the state of prohibition which still obtains in this rather backwards nation. Yeah, said Tinkler. Prohibition. Backwards. Obtains. Right on. He'd had a few drinks. I have a friend who grows it hydroponically in her attic, said Penny. When lunch was finished, it went on so long it was more like supper, we took our glasses of wine outside along with our dessert. This consisted of Greek yogurt with honey, not the dope stuff, much to Tinkler's disappointment, and my relief. Penny pointed out the various kinds of flowering herbs she'd planted for the delectation of the bees, as well as for their sheer beauty. The most impressive of these was the painted sage, which had 4 different-coloured flowers of the same plant, purple, pink, white, and yellow, rather reminiscent of the colours of the houses in the street outside. She also showed us the wasp trap she'd made. Apparently, wasps had a nasty habit of attacking the bees. The trap was fashioned from a big plastic bottle of Coke, cut in half with the funnel-like top section inverted into the bottom half that was still full of the sticky brown beverage. Wasps love the stuff. Bees won't drink it. They have a more refined palate. We also admire the cat. The spirit sits on the tree trunk all day watching the hive. He loves to watch the bees. I was enjoying watching the bees myself, proverbially busy as they flew to and from their hives. I was more than a trifle drunk and simply glorying in not having to worry for the time being about anyone trying to kill anyone. It felt like I was on holiday. Penny was explaining the different kinds of bees she had. The name Buckfast was the one which stuck in my mind when my phone rang. It was Fanzine Frank, at last. He was eager to set a time for us to meet. So much for my holiday. Chapter 16. Black Light. The guest room was at the top of the stairs, immediately adjacent to what Penny and Nevada called the library. There were quite a few books in there, it was true, but there were even more films, on DVD and Blu-ray, neatly lined up in alphabetical order by surname of director, on floor-to-ceiling shelves. As a man who did much the same thing with his LPs, I wasn't about to call anybody obsessive or anything disrespectful like that. The bed in the guest room was a big double, but it was soft. Much too soft. Nevada and I sank into the mattress and it sagged at the center, rolling us into a heap in the middle. Despite this, thanks to the excitements of the day, family reunions and boiler repair, plus the wine, of course, we were soon drifting off. We were on the verge of sleep when the shadowy gap in the doorway, left open for ventilation, was filled with a more inky portion of shadow, and Spirit the cat came in and gave a single, loud, peremptory yowl that shocked us both back to full consciousness. The Spirit observed our discomfiture with satisfaction and then withdrew, mission apparently accomplished. "Okay, I'm wide awake now," said Nevada. "Me too." We lay in silence a while, and then Nevada said, "What are you thinking?" I was thinking about the little woman I'd come to regard as Bill Bridenstine's keeper, like a child leading a bear, as they were indelibly fixed in my memory. What was her name? Something Irish, beginning with A. I told Nevada this. "Alana," she said. "Why on earth are you thinking about her?" "Well, do you remember when Erik and Helene came around after the—" I felt the words drying up in my throat with the remembered pressure of that lethal shard of glass. "The incident in the pub," said Nevada gently. "Yes. Rather a nice bottle of bubbly they brought with them. The very least they should have done for you, some might say." "Okay. So when they came over, they were very keen on the idea that Bridenstine was the one who was trying to kill Helene. But I told them they were wrong." Nevada rolled over so she could lean on her elbow and look at me. Or, at least, she did as good a job of this as the preposterously soft mattress would allow. "So? You were right. To tell them they were wrong. You said that Bridenstine was too much of a pitiful drunken mess to organize anything as meticulously planned as the attempts on Helene. I mean, can you see him painstakingly building that booby-trapped guitar amp? Soldering iron in one hand and circuit diagram in the other, while receiving Irish whiskey intravenously, presumably?" "No," I said. "I can't see that, though the intravenous drip is a nice touch. But he could have paid somebody else to build it for him." Nevada shook her head, a dark shape hanging above me in the dimness of the bedroom. Outside somewhere, a dog howled briefly and mournfully and then was silent, commemorating some transient canine agony. "I don't even see him being organised enough to do that," she said. "And what about sneaking into her flat to turn on the gas, driving the hit-and-run car, getting hold of the cocaine and spiking it? All of those things require skill or subtlety, finesse, careful planning. He is capable of none of those things. All he's capable of is insane rage and pissing his pants." "Sure," I said. "But, again, he could have paid someone else to do all of those things. Maybe after all these years, he's stumbled on his perfect partner in crime, and he's out for revenge." As Nevada shook her head, her hair brushed across my face, all the more ticklish for being invisible. "I think not. Because paying your perfect partner in crime requires money. And he struck me as someone so strapped for cash that, as our friend Mr. Ghost put it, he was willing to play second fiddle to a bouncy castle. Ready, willing, and able to do that. And you saw the way that he jumped at the chance to earn a few quid when we offered to pay to interview him. He almost bit our hands off." I also saw the way that she looked at him. "Who? The Christian midget?" "Yes," I said. "Don't you think she loves him?" Nevada sighed. Her breath flowed slowly across my face. "I think she bloody adores him. The capacity for women to throw themselves away on creeps and pricks and fools is a tragedy beyond explanation." I said, "When Erik and Helene came over, Erik kept saying that even if it wasn't Bridenstine doing it in person, someone could be helping him. And I kept thinking of Alana. And I kept refusing to believe it could be her. Well, I reckon you're right. I told myself that she was a devout Christian. And a midget," said Nevada. "And a midget. And she seemed nice. And she seemed genuinely ashamed of Bridenstine's behaviour. Oh, she was. She was. So it seemed hugely implausible that she'd be involved in helping Bridenstine commit murder for revenge. Right on every point," said Nevada. "So what's the problem?" "The problem is, I was lying to myself. I was trying really hard to make a case for Bridenstine not being involved. I wanted to rule him out. I would have twisted the facts any way necessary to make them fit that conclusion. You didn't have to twist them much. But my mind was closed. And the reason it was closed is because I don't want to go near Bridenstine again, or near anyone associated with him." I looked at Nevada, a darker outline in the dark room. "Because I'm scared." "Of course you are. That's only natural after what happened." "It may be only natural, but it doesn't help." She was silent for a moment, and then she said, "Right. Okay. So we'll put him back on the suspect list. At the top," I said. "Well, relatively near the top," said Nevada. "After we've spoken to Fanzine Frank, we'll arrange to go and see the Christian midget and suss her out. And you don't need to be scared of anything. Because I've got your back." She moved closer to me. "I've also got your front." She eased on top of me and opened her legs to encircle me. "One thing about this bed being so fucking soft," she said, "is that at least it won't make any noise." She kissed me. When we went downstairs the next morning, we found the cat peacefully asleep on top of Tinkler, who was comfortably cocooned in a quilt on the famous futon on the floor of the sitting room. "Did he keep you awake, the little bugger?" said Nevada, as the cat fled at our approach. "Au contraire. He's been a delightful little sleep aid, a warm and furry hot water bottle. And now you've chased him off, curse you." Penny set out breakfast for us, poêle and toast, unsalted butter and more honey, while I got on my phone and worked out where Fanzine Frank's house was in relation to where we were. It wasn't far, and it didn't make any sense to go back into London and drive out to Surrey again, so we decided to go and visit him before we went home. Tinkler needed to get back to work, but he was happy to let us keep the car for the day, provided we dropped him at a railway station where he could get a fast train back to London. Penny came out to see us off. The cat, called the Spirit, watched inscrutably from the kitchen window as we unlocked Kind of Red and climbed inside. Penny kissed us goodbye and gave Nevada a carefully gift-wrapped package. Tinkler leaned out of the back window. "Bye, Percy." "Bye, Tingler." I started the car, looked in the rearview mirror to see her waving goodbye, and pulled away.